Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and good afternoon to everybody joining the CCT Season 2 stream here of Europe 16. It is the final day of the Swiss stage. We've come to the end of the long week, the long night, as we're getting ready for eliminations and, of course, final progressions. With me is Nexus, which is myself over. We will be bringing you the action for the first series of the day.
Yes, we will. That first series, well, a 2-2. This is the final day we have, as you say, and we're going to be seeing who's going to be making it and who's not. It's going to be a couple of very good games, a couple of bangers, and a couple of brutal matchups as well. We've already had, a couple of opportunities for some of these teams to make it through. Looking at one of them specifically, because if you currently look at the 2-2 pool, Fire Flux were 2-0. They had a chance to make it through. Unfortunately, now here they are in the last chance they'll get. The playoffs are calling for them. They had their first two opportunities. Fumbled those bags, and now here they are. Against OG. Pretty intriguing. Pretty damn intriguing that you have Sashi, Paravision, and Monte, Iberian Soul. And that's the one we are going to be focusing on as well. So, talk to me a little bit about this, because we had a couple of Iberian Soul games now recently, so I feel like, well, at least I have. I don't know if, I can't actually remember if you were there for both of them or not.
Yes, I was, but yes.
I feel like I had one without you still, but nonetheless. So talk to me about Iberian Soul for a little bit here now.
Yeah, so Iberian Soul, obviously we have the team from Spain and from Portugal, or rather one player from Portugal, that would be Stud Dodo. The rest, of course, hailing from Spain, Mopos, Alex, Davi, and Sasol. And honestly, there's a lot to talk about them. As I said before in my previous descriptions of the team, the Movistar Riders core really built it up. They really sustained it for a long time, and I hope that they can keep on doing this with the new org. They've shown some great promise, I'll give them that. Good resilience to the lengthy games they had to play. Last time we watched them against Aurora, they actually persevered. They made it 2-1 and won the series, avoiding elimination. So big ups for them. Mopos was a big part of it. Sasol, Davi, Stadodo, Alex, all kind of played a part of it, of course, because they all worked together as a team, and that was their key to victory last time. Of course, we'll see if it will be the same here against Monte. A mixed European team with some very recognizable names, but perhaps less so, let's say, not rewards, but rather achievements.
Maybe. I think both the teams and the individuals, for most part, have kind of been around that same level for a decent bit. Right, both have been, teetering toward the top almost at times. But Monte, they've had some struggles. And they've turned their academy team to bring in the reinforcements. And even a bit of a surprising move. Right, Hades was the IGL for a decent while, but given that up now to Gizmi, I think, if I'm not completely mistaken here, in order to, relieve himself of those duties again. And Monte, I think, so far, they've been fairly decent. And I think what this move as well has also done very well is bring Hades back to form. Right, IGLing, he was kind of struggling, putting up very mediocre numbers. Now for the past month alone, he's putting up like, I think, 1.19, 1.18, something of that sort as well. So he's well on his way back. But that's not the only thing this team has, because you already had the stable element of Demka on this team. And now you bring in Ryu as well, who still brings in the same sort of numbers that he was on that academy team as well. So you have the team now mixing and matching with the individuals that already have, kind of been on this roster just for, a little while, just testing things out. Now officially here as well. And they're trying to bring back this team and trying to cement themselves as one of these sort of contenders yet again. And what better way than to play online Counter-Strike, man? Get those reps in.
I mean, absolutely. You need many more days of practice and preparation in order to, of course, fully utilize everything that this squad has to offer, given that they've just recently had Gizmi and Ryu join. But with, as you said, Demka being here for almost 3 years, and then if you take a look at Diha and Hades and how well they've been able to kind of try and maintain the roster for the last 6, it's seemingly going the right way, and hopefully it will continue to do so. As I gotta say, I'm expecting a lot out of all five. Dika and Hades especially, Demq as well. I mean, these three, they've been around for as long as you and I have almost, and even if they might not have the same age, they've been playing for quite a while now. And as you've already said, Ryu and Gizmi, both in their own right, great players, specifically Ryu. But the Veto is where it's at. Let's see which maps will be played. I presume that we should be seeing a ban here first on Inferno or Dust. And yeah, it's going to be Dust removed. And then Inferno removed by Monte. Yeah, and then what? We have a pick of probably either Mirage or Nuke. And it's going to be Nuke first. Mirage second. Now, I want to see Train. I know Iberian Souls don't. So, yeah, it's Train, Anubis banned, and Ancient third. Do we get to a third map, I think, is the million-dollar question here. Because Mirage is a super bad map for Monte. Honestly. I mean, super bad. Okay, that sounds like... that sounds a very, like... That's not a good explanation. It's not been a great map for them. They've had many chances, many failures. Most recently, they did have a very clear win against the Copenhagen Wolves, but I feel like... You know, this is going to be a bit of a different beast, Iberian Souls.
I mean, they have been improving on it since they've started now playing it again in January, after the player break pretty much with this new team. It's been one they've kind of gravitated towards the 4 games, and only the recent one being a win. Beyond that, all games in January having been losses. It's a bit awkward maybe to go into it, but you again look at the teams they've played against Fire Flux, Sinners, and the Cyber Choke. It's not like those losses have been anything insane, but it's still, like you say, it's a bit intriguing of a pick, because you have potentially other options available, like Terrain we mentioned, that Iberian Soul have not been really good on. Their CT and T sides both alike have not been great. And Monte, they played only 2 games, but they've only lost 4 in those 2 games. They just yesterday 13-0'd Amcal, and before that they 13-4'd Yano as well, so yeah, it's been an intriguing situation as well too. Or it's very interesting to not see Terrain, I think. Or, I mean, I don't know, maybe Anubis as well, because Iberian Soul haven't really proven themselves on that map too much either. So, I am kind of on the same page. Mirage, a dangerous pick, for sure.
I'd say Mirage is a bit of a wild pick, and Monte is thinking that Iberian Soul won't perform individually, but we've been proven wrong thinking that ourselves against Aurora, so I feel like it's a bit of a trap set, or not really a trap, but, you know, they kind of set the trap for Iberian Souls, but fall into it themselves kind of thing, so it's a lot is going to come down to Ancient and how it's going to go, right? Because we know it's Monte's one of least favorite maps to play overall when you look at their stats, when you look at their performance. Excuse me, what did I say? I just reversed the numbers. Never mind. Monte do play Nuke. So a lot of it is going to come down to it. And a lot of it will be decided by, you know, if Monte are there individually or not. Iberian Souls, they were able to contend against Aurora, so I see no issue contending against Monte here.
Yeah, now, with that Mirage pick in the second as well, just one last time before we hop over towards, you know, the immediate topic of Nuke, you gotta note as well, Iberian Soul for them as well, it's been up and down a bit more, maybe down in recent times. So, there absolutely is gonna be some chance that we do see that become scrappy, or we see what Monte have been really planning on that map instead. So, I'm hoping for that, but nonetheless, it is what it is, but for now, again, we focus on Nuke for now, we turn our sights towards it, and thus, the question is, what are we really feeling about Nuke? For Iberian Soul, you have the wild pick of Mirage where neither team has been too confident, you have a pick of Nuke where both teams have shown fairly decent results so far. The Veto itself, very, very interesting in that sense as well. But, if you had to, guess, imagine let's say, a gun to your head. Who's winning?
Iberian Soul.
Alright.
I just can't go... I can't go against them here. I think I have to say that I feel like they're a better team right now. At least from what I've seen. I'll admit, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing Monte with the new roster. I'll give you that much. But I feel like what I've seen from Iberian Soul, they can beat teams that then punch upwards pretty heavily.
So, you're not you're not really betting on the unknown factor of Monte right now. Just the numbers that Ryu brings and the change in leadership and freeing up Hades. You don't believe in that?
No, no. I think Monty's gonna need some time, as I said at the start, to really incorporate properly the two new additions. And not saying they haven't already done a lot of work, but I don't see them having everything pitch perfect within less than a month.
All right, all right. We'll see how correct you
Wrong
might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, how correct or how wrong you are going to be. But let's help over towards Nuke. We'll start off the journey here, ladies and gents. Map number 1, it's Nuke. Iberian Soul, Monte. It's next here, and I'm joined by Overseer for a little bit of CCT Europe 16. The 2-2 the matchup. Winner goes playoffs, loser goes home. No other choice. Let's get it on.
No in between, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting off on Nuke. It's going to be map 1, Iberian Soul. Not the favorite according to the odds, but don't get misinformed here. Iberian Soul absolutely have what it takes to beat Monte. Question is, does Monte outperform, or at least play in the way perhaps many expect them to? A stud Dodo with a P250. Hades is out. Goes to his realm as Demku. Oh, Demka. Good start, but only the one. Not enough. Sus Soul continues to pressure them. Forces Monte into a response. They have Diha down below in secret. The dualies could be massive here if he hits the shot. He does have an opportunity, but doesn't finish the job. It's going to be Ryu still outside main, able to shut down Sus Soul. This retake could have, could work. It all depends on that first contact. Diha gets the kill. Denied. Beautiful bait by Mop Boss. There's the pop flash. Out window, there's a player already helping, but Diha, ho-ho! Hello! I forget how good Diha is, I'm not gonna lie.
Hasn't been showing it all too much in recent times. He's just a stable element instead. And today,
Which is also good.
yeah, he's showing up in the pistol round here. Stabilized the round, let his team get out of it without too much hassle. No bone plan, nothing of the sort for Iberian Soul. Leads them with to round up 2 with next to nothing. And staying as that nothing, a Deagle has been ball for Soul and a Smoke HE's the Dodo. Pretty much that's all they have. Not really all too confident here, but obviously some damage can be done here. As always. The Dodo, he's dropping down the vents, and knife in his hands, also the bomb on his back in case he wants to get that immediately. But the rotation instead is from Diha, no one down the vents instead. And on the side, Diha, he's got this one covered. Dodo's all alone, he's going to have no one joining him, no one to assist him. For the time being, I say, but somehow, hold on, they've actually got Mobos down the vents. I don't know how that's happened with the smoke faded on A, but I mean, fair play, sure.
They've allowed most of Iberian Soul to set up for the B take. It's going to be down to Diha to hold it. He knows long has been open. He knows short has been opened, and Diha is only good for the one. Happily, though, Hades helps him. And this should suffice in the finalization of this round itself. Minimal losses, though, again. That's an M4 they can retrieve. Are they gonna... Oh, no, Diha had an MP9. Never mind, not an M4. All is good. All is well. Iberian Soul. First full gun round. On the other side, though, Monte looking strong. Good start.
So, the round 3 we go. Let's find out. Iberian Soul. Is the eco gonna lead them straight to victory or not?
Good question. The answer probably... maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna wonder what you could say. Probably. Yeah, probably
Maybe.
no. Maybe.
I don't know. Diha, very aggressive, but hey, he trades off for an AK, a little bit of damage on Mopos. If Gizmi can stay alive, and if they pressure him, it's going to be worthwhile
I like the positioning for Gizmi as well. He's going to fall back instead and not going to stick towards ramp when he doesn't necessarily have to.
Oh,
Play the rotation instead. And WG, however, he's playing the dead man.
Role-playing as a dead man, yeah.
Whom done it? The answer is Hades, but how many more will he get? Currently out of position. You're looking at the A side instead to stand for now. Molotovs to be deployed back and forth. Ryu forced into a fight, still takes the first, and a second not far from happening. Mopos who swung, but will still win. And now two remains, Alex and Mopos. But you got Demka in the back lines for the first one, and that creates the opportunity for Gizmi, with Alex having to get off that bomb plant immediately. Monte. Round up 3, he goes their way as well, and with, dare we say, fairly few casualties. Only 2, the MP9 being one of them. Very good gun run to start things off here on Nuke.
Damn, pretty convincing, not gonna lie. And perhaps Iberian Soul having to rethink their approach. Let's see, Tech 9s, pistols, they're gonna be trying to fake outside. See if they can sell this idea of a fast secret play. Good counter utility, doesn't damage Davi a lot, but he's trying to sell this idea of a secret push.
Gizmi's playing a very open position here as well, but don't think he's going to be able to see all that much, and Smoke's fade, he'll have to walk away. Instead, we again turn the attention onto A. Ryu will be caught from a couple of different angles, but he does have assistance from plenty of players here. On Monte's side, it'll be Diha to finish it off. Triple for him now. At this time, you know, a half fight, still a couple of kills. But it's not really enough to change anything in the immediate economy for Monte. Which probably is what they were looking for. Alongside, obviously, a round win. But not being allowed. Quickly traded. Monte show that they've got pressure and a quick rotation toward the A side that Iberian Soul will have to be careful about in case things look like they might want to go there again. For now, first gun round of the game, first real gun round, I dare say.
Second, technically, but yes, first one that might not actually start with a loss for Iberian Soul, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm just kind of 50-50 flipping. Do I usually count the first buy, you know, in round 3, because you're missing some utility always, but it's still a good buy anyway.
Yeah, on a technicality for sure, we can perhaps make it, you know, make an argument there, but
you can argue the smart with that. But for now, Miha can't argue with this one. He's dead.
Yeah, those are the entries we are used to seeing from him. He pulled some amazing ones against Aurora, made the difference, in fact, in the game itself. As we go for a B take again. Oh, what? No way. No way. How does Hades get a kill there? That is insane. The fact that he walks through that smoke.
Yeah, walking through smoke, trying to disrespect. This is Monte.
Logic? No logic.
Giving up a little bit too much too early here before the bomb's ever gone down.
I would understand.
Yeah, I like it to throw in some extra spice, but the execution of it is not all that.
The execution is not even close to all that. It's just bad because you have not even heard the plant, and both of you go one by one instead of both attacking at the same time, going out through the smoke from each one way together to at least try to surprise your opponents. But instead, they don't wait for the bomb plant. They go in one by one. Hades still somehow gets a kill, but in the end, it matters not. Ryu, he's already saving. It's round 1 to Iberian Soul. I'm just surprised that they play that like that. It felt like completely random. As if we're playing Face It, I would say. It's like a pug here, almost.
I see the vision here, and it's Ryu opening the doors a second earlier. Really, that would have made the difference. Could have traded and swung immediately as well, but poor timing. I'll say that's where it comes down to. Use a bad round, bad play. Disagree. It is what it is.
The thing is, the strategy might be sound, but if you don't do it well, it's a bad strategy for you. Or you just don't know how to do it. I don't know how else to say it, right? Not necessarily a shitty strategy, but can't call it a good strategy if it doesn't work anyway. But in any case, round 6, up A. It's going to be another attempt here and a fast one at that. They don't even spot Demka. How the hell they do not see him, I know not, but it seems like Iberian Soul are a little bit blind and perhaps would need some glasses. Directional glasses required, gentlemen, as this is going to be 5-1. Iberian Soul just run out A and die.
Yeah, they ran out A and they run into yet again what was previously stated as a quick rotational play for Monte. They had players up in heaven, Nemka surviving for what should have been, well, no time at all after he swung out, but I think T side of Iberian Soul were more focused on tunnel vision of clearing out Tetris immediately. Their backs were a bit turned, view model wasn't really there. Crosshand not trained on Demka at the back, allowed him to get one, and then the rotation again from heaven. Very quick, a sound CT side when it comes to the fundamentals now for Monte.
Oh yeah. We've had some crazy pulls, crazy attempts, but I guess that's part of the course as Monte still figuring
if you're
themselves
only
out.
playing good fundamentals, that's just boring, you know? That's the whole discussion of 2018-19 Astralis. You're watching boring Counter-Strike. Someone's got to beat him at some point, please.
Yeah, but there's also an argument that correct Counter-Strike is good Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, no one's saying it's not. It's just boring to watch. Add some spice, man.
Yeah, that's an opinion, right?
That's
As
the correct
Americans,
opinion.
That's like the Americans saying, "Yeah, that's just your opinion, man." I mean, that's just what you think, man. No, I mean, yes, it's not as intriguing to watch, I guess, as crazy pulls like these. But Hades 1v3, no chance to try this. Surely, I mean, he knows that 2 might be tagged, but there's no reason to go for this. Surely,
Yeah, if this fight is given by Alex, he's gonna go for this.
yeah, that's fair. Alex will be spotted and killed.
Yeah. There you go, 1v2. It's doable now, and he can walk
gonna
out of
take the
squeaky,
AK.
knowing that it was Alex watching for it.
What?
Another chance. Hades!
Oh my god.
The underworld calls for its lost souls. One more remains.
Nade into heaven. Yep, nade into heaven. Oh, down to 12. Davi is in trouble, but Hades does not know. He took the AK now. He's got a faster response time available to him.
One straight from the AK. But up from the heaven ledge. Hades. Underworld will not claim his soul. God damn, you say no chance. Hades will make it a chance.
I mean, to be fair, Iberian Soul give him the chance, but hey, at the end of the day, well played by Davi. Doesn't show himself until the very last. Perhaps a little bit dangerous going out before the bomb is clicked, right? But hey, 5-2, second round secured. Let's see if they can keep it up. Pressure is mounting, money is dropping, Monte in trouble. We got 2 FAMASs, we got 2 M4s, and an AWP. Very little util, and gives me in trouble. Oh, he's lucky to have evaded death there. 99% of the time you'd die in this scenario as Davi's searching. Oh, that spot by Hades. I don't think he saw anybody, but just as he drops down, the cross comes in. Oh, the damage on Alex. That's a why were you... Oh my god, why are you shooting through the smoke to return fire? Crouching even. Round 8, down B, and Monte not ready. Nobody here. It should be a retake or might just be a full save, depending how this kill goes in the next 5 to 10 seconds down to Hades. They got lobby control.
Yeah, they're intent on fully clearing down before the retake this time. And 5-man approach from here. It's been a long time since I've seen this.
They're safe. They're gonna
Apparently.
save. Yeah, like I said, they have nobody there, so I don't know what they thought was gonna happen, but losing B and letting them bomb plant and letting the clock run down halftime, yeah, you're gonna have to say goodnight to a round at least, and 3-5. And when you were talking about boring Counter-Strike, I think you meant rounds like these.
Not really. That's just walking B and calling a save.
Yeah, I guess.
it's a different sort of boring Counter-Strike in this one because nothing happens. It's different when it's fundamentally sound and the other team can't really respond. You know, it's that.
That's also fair. Yeah.
That's the only issue. I'm sure people remember what I'm talking about with the 2019 and 18
Everybody,
and
if
20
you
as
don't
well.
remember if you don't remember that era, then you're probably not old enough to play the game.
I mean, that was like 6 years ago, but sure. Go off, King.
No, it was just a year ago for me. It's not been more than 2 years since NIP's 87-game win streak. Oh god, that was in 2014, right? Oh. Ryu,
Paravision, good try against me. It's going to be given a free kill here. He's run right past him, and he should have been hurt as well. A freebie.
The back.
Onto ramp, onto Hades. This time we'll take it. And Iberian Soul, they are walking down one play at a time here. And in the situations, in the positions where they can't really come back from. Leading Stadodo, needing Alex most likely here to make that move. Unless this one works out for Stadodo. And down the vents he goes. Now Alex outside starts to make a bit more sense when he pictures the plan they have in mind in this 2-on-4. Third 2-on-3. 20 seconds. Not a lot of util, a single flashbang only on Alex to assist this play, and you already have Hades watching for the single door. Open doubles. Get the AK, the Galil out, excuse me. Bomb goes down now as well. Out of 2-on-4, down to both even numbers. 2 on each side. Stadodo, Alex, what do you have here?
Let's see what Portuguese and the Spanish can do. It's going to be Gizmi coming from ramp. He's got a good angle to engage first, and he spots one of the players. Should be aware that potentially a secondary is there. A little bit of damage, a little bit of a tick of the damage, as Gizmi's the only one with the fuse kit. They have to check Diha soon, though. He's already walking into double doors, as Alex will find him, and Diha goes down. Gizmi 1v2. There's almost a 0% chance he wins this, unfortunately. And there it is. Gizmi will escape. So he still gets a kill, but it doesn't really change anything. And in the end, he even dies. Iberian Soul find another round, and they will contend early enough to start fighting for this first half. I mean, 4 rounds T-side, if you can get up to 5, 6, all of a sudden, you're absolutely golden here. And given the money scenario here for Monte, I'd say 5 is inevitable, and 6 is quite possible.
Does seem that way. Does it seem to be, but I'm gonna give the pistols a little bit of respect on Nuke. You've got a couple of close corners and a couple of shenanigans that can happen. Oh, no for Hades. Bye-bye.
I love him. He's such a good operator. Like, so many times we see great shots from him. Does miss a few free ones at times, but generally speaking, he delivers across the board. And against Aurora, he was instrumental, of course. Ooh. You said the pistols are dangerous. They certainly are when Ryu is aiming one. They've taken lobby again, so Soul doesn't even recognize the fact that there's a push from ramp, but he still reacts in time. Not sure how the aim wasn't true there as Ryu comes to clean it up. There's a little bit too much of a damage difference, though. Oh,
this is a big one.
Oh, this is free kills for Demka? No, he's too wide, and Davi expects that. Stadodo, why are you still there? You got the C4 in your back, buddy. Oh, boy. Oh, this is going to get nasty, isn't it? Yep, there's the C4. It's lost towards secret. 45 seconds, and Ryu, he's got Kevlar.
There's an ace required. But Ryu has given up this control for now. Instead, I like the position here, but just in time, yes or no? Yes! Oh. As Alex just unsure how to get that bomb back, afraid the entire time, and now Ryu, he's just going to play the mind games. I mean, the ramp, expecting him to go down to B, and that's the only place the ball can go.
Oh no, Davi wasted 5 more seconds. He has to go A now.
Oh, Ryu's not even going to ramp. He's going up to heaven.
No, he's going to go heaven.
This he knows this is Ryu's round, an ace happening. The pistol shenanigans, they've turned to an ace. But Monte steal the round away. Masterfully played! Iberian Soul, they got so afraid of you outside, they let him reposition all he wanted. Play that time! And my god, it turns out to be a exceptional round.
Absolutely perfect, man. An ace to clutch an eco back into your own hands to reposition as he did as well. Smart calls being made across the board, or rather smart decisions by Ryu. 13 kills on the man and 4 deaths. He is definitely the reason right now Monte is on 6, and possibly even more coming soon, as we have a timeout before we start round 11. And Iberian Soul, I think they need something, like, they definitely need a timeout after that. I would as well. I would be hella concerned if I'm Iberian Soul. You just let an eco round, or let's say a half buy if you will, treat you to an ace. Or rather, treat themselves to an ace, and you being the treat.
Yeah, that's not the way it's supposed to go. Far from it. You're saying right, Ryu's a massive part of why the game is going the way it is. It's him and Diha, I'll say. These A rotations from Diha, these initial defenses from Ryu and Demka as well here, they've been fantastic. It's currently a team effort where they are setting up for these couple of players, and they are delivering. Hades near 1v3 as well here, you can see a glimpse of what could have been a more dominant game. But Iberian Soul, they were giving away back, and here, this is just a misplay. You said it, Sedodo, why was he sticking around still? No reason to, not with the bomb especially. Downfall of the round, and into round 11 we go shortly.
I'm not sure why we have a technical pause, but hopefully
We have some issues. Someone out the door, so that's all.
Okay. The postman has arrived. I mean, it's kind of that time of the day. But we can, I guess, say Iberian Soul, we would expect them to have individually less impact. Perhaps we can say as much, but as a team, surely we think they are going to do better, right?
Don't lump me into this. You're the one saying Iberian Soul. I'm telling you, one's
No,
going to prove
no.
you wrong.
No, I look, I said it before, I don't mind being proven wrong. I don't mind eating my own words in that regard. I'm expecting Iberian Soul to still do better, but I expected them to perhaps be a little bit less careless, maybe, is the word I could use here. They really seem to not, I don't know, respect the pistols enough, but let's not get hung up on one round. Let's see what's coming up on round 11 soon, as we're still waiting for the tech pause, or the IRL pause, to halt.
I mean, this at least lets both teams now have some time to breathe. Mostly for Iberian Soul, a couple more seconds. Here's that last round. Not great, but it is what it is. For now, though, last couple of rounds of the half, 6-6 or 8-4, you know, anywhere in between that range, and 7-5 is all possible, so...
Imagine, this is completely just a random thought, but imagine if, imagine if Mopos received a telegram from Ryu. I just aced you, bro. Like something like that. It's a comedy scene set up. I know, I'm overthinking this. By the way, ladies and gents, there's a bigger problem at play. One of the players has internet issues due to bad weather, which isn't the first time we've seen it. And personally, I can attest that a few years back, we had the same issue. Whenever it would rain, my internet would cut out. So, at this point, I hope that's not the case, but Let's see. Alex. Ooh,
Yeah,
unfortunate.
I was about to just ask. I think, or I was wondering who might have the internet issue, but I think that's
I
seemingly
think it just
answered
became
itself.
apparent. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we shall take a moment break here and maybe a little bit of a longer one if needed. We'll be right back if we know more. See you soon. And we're back. We back, boys and girls. We back. Hopefully not gonna have any more interruptions, but it's round 11. With me is Nexus, which is myself, Oberon. We are watching the final stage of the Swiss stage here at CCT Europe 16 series of the second season. We have Nuke, our first map. Iberian Soul currently down 2 rounds. Let's see if we can get a few more, but oh, kiss me and Hades. Never mind.
Not bad in terms of openings.
Yeah.
The price of 1 T-Hut, you'll take 2, nearly 3, and, well, some damage on the WT as well. But control has been given away. Underside of the map now belongs to Iberian Soul. Papa Gizmi, who is still here. Looking to make a defense of his own, looking to linger around for a little bit. For a little bit's duration.
And they are not going to make the same mistake twice. They're not going to leave B unattended. As you said, Gizmi is ready. This off angle is awfully hard to break. And oh my, he actually gets both. Oh wow, that is fantastic. That is actually absolutely glorious. The fact that he shuts down both the player towards control room long, as well as the entry player out of short, pretty much solidifies and guarantees the round to be easily won. As obviously Hades is ready for the receiving end of the loss. But that is going to be 7-4, and Monte could spill out an 8-4 halftime. That'd be pretty damn successful. Let's see if Iberian Soul has something to say about it.
Take a look, let's see what it brings us. Out to A. Ryu will miss the first. Popos, what are the vents? He's got to the safety and now running through it as well. Into the smoke, into Gizmi, but a couple at least make their way down below. Bomb plan is what they're looking for here to start off this round. Potentially close as well, but in from around, D-Hut runs in, stops it, will be traded, yes. But he's done the damage already, and now this puts the pressure again on the Soulsel, who needs his teammates to rotate in, to bring in that relief. Well, Hades remove the first one, it's 1 more to go now, suddenly they know now. Alarm bells rings, the Dodo's down below. And this has created massive issues now. Although, Dodo still very slow in his own approach. Went to look around to see if there was anyone else to take down.
Apparently, more about that in a second. Let's just see this round come to an end first. But this shouldn't last too long anymore. It's the Dodo in trouble, and trouble he is. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first half. Very convincing from Monte. And I'm not sure if we're going to be forced into another tech break immediately, or we might even see a server switch, because there are some lagging issues that the players are reporting. So we'll take a moment here to see what is the solution. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope nothing serious. Like I said, I hope nothing that cannot be fixed immediately, and that we can start the second half without a hitch. We'll find out in a moment.
It seems like we're at least counting down, and
yeah,
as if
seems
everything
like
is
we'll continue.
A.
Apparently, everything is already okay, so you're just a jump scare for nothing. Classic Hollywood move as we go down B. It's Monte with the rush to B. Who would have thought? As, oh, Alex spots the head, and we'll find D-Hut. Down to Soul. Oh, the shutdown complete. That's perfect. Iberian Soul on the CT side, stronger than ever.
Gun gives me not a whole lot here to go off of. Least of all, control of the bomb currently eludes them. And Iberian Soul, they're gonna snack the site, have all their men here ready to defend when the attack eventually does head their way, or the scraps of the attack, let's call it that instead. And the remnants now, just 2 more bodies to be dropped. Iberian Soul, they're gonna take this route instead. Monte and pre-Mirage not working. No bomb plan, nothing for it to show. That's a decent start for Iberian Soul, right? We're still looking at this as their map pick. Mirage, it's very up into the air as to who's going to play slightly better, I think. You know, the numbers haven't been there for either team, really. And Monte, despite them picking it, they've only had one win in the last couple of, this month in the 4 games they've played it as well. Leads to a couple of questions. Iberian Soul, they haven't been doing a whole lot better on it either. So this is the map where both teams have had the results. This is the only time they're going to show at least now comfortable on paper what they can bring to the table.
I have to apologize for bringing up a very unimportant topic again, but I guess it's pertinent to the fact that I might lose my own internet or electricity very soon, because there's a massive holy hailstorm going outside. Oh, come on. I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm hearing it through the window. It's starting to get really nasty. Yeah, it's crazy. We've got some crazy storms coming up. I'm just getting scared now myself. I mean, hell. In any case... Just want to say, let's hope that doesn't happen. Round 15. We got our first gun round. And I want to see what exactly do Monte prepare here for us. They've got the AKs. They've no AWP, no mass amount of utility. So this could go either way, really, right now. If they can find the entry.
Dodo immediately decides to back off from the initial fight. Different angle, attempt number 2, not much found. What else can he do here? Because you're looking at Iberian Soul making these rotations. They already have now 2 toward the lowest side from the vents at double stairs or double doors. A very good setup to hold here with both of them. But all you really need to get rid of this setup is a Molotov with the double doors, and that's it.
Or the boost.
That too, but hasn't brought them anything just yet, and the Molotov is not there for Gizmi or Ryu. Yes, they will have to back off, as they are a bit afraid of the rotations that could have happened instead. But they're headed toward A site. You have Stadodo up in heaven, you've got one man still on the side, that's WG as well, waiting for at the vents. And Hades, clear your corners, check them, and send them out. WG down. A couple more still to go. Mopo's up the vents next to be seen as he slides on in. And he's got a quick kill of his own.
And that is going to be
round 15. It's coming to an end. It's Monte to take this one. Unless they start feeding them more, but Gizmi is the only one going into the open, venturing into the unknown.
Express quick recovery here by Monte.
Yes, done around great. Iberian Soul, slight over rotation there as well. You could have had those 2 only toward the B side. They still had, I believe, was it Alex, Mopos as well, joining them from the ramp as well. So you kind of gambled fully on the fact that it was going to be that B play without fully knowing what it was going to be. Especially when it was just contact they got, no play off the back of that, and you kind of noticed as well, they felt like they were trapped. Mopos couldn't go up the vents, he needed to be better set up if he wanted to go there. You could argue, maybe he could have swung together with his teammate, or with WG, but at that time he was not really on the WG, that was all Hades and when he decided to swing. But nonetheless, Iberian Soul, mistakes were made. And that's that.
Yes, they were. A little bit of a run boost there. We see on blue. Don't get to see that very often. But round 16, it's going to kick into high gear now on the outside. Iberian Soul, they put everything on the line. They're trying to hold Monte at bay. But if they fail to pick up this round, it's going to be lights out for them. There's a near impossibility that they are...
Now, that very much sounds like we might have had... we might have had over cut off. His internet might be gone, but while he's hopefully fixing that, we're gonna be chilling just the few of us and figuring out what Monte's gotta be doing here. Making their way up heaven. slow walking. You still got one man up in garage. That is with the bomb is Hades. And there's CZ up into Reeves Crosshair. Wasn't really expecting that, but now that reveals the play. And it is the A side. They're still willing to attack and trying to go for. You have WG, Mopos, the only ones to defend. And Mopos goes out searching. Gives up more control instead. And now you're asking for the impossible from WG. Covering heaven and main at the same time. As soon as that smoke fades, it should be done. And even before, gets pressured from both sides. There's another one for Rio at this point again. Already up to 18 here, having a great game. Not even to mention the ace he had and in just a pistol round, so they're doing pretty damn good. Round number 9 turns to 10 for Monte. And I also did get word over CR messaging, just lost power, LOL, what in the actual. I was just joking earlier. He was hoping it was not going to happen, unfortunately, but here we are. Last one to survive, Alex. Should be fine. At 22 HP. Headcap would have survived a bit more, but how about an AK? That will rip you to shreds. Although we have lost Diha. Disconnected. I sure hope the internet issues are not contagious, because maybe they are. First Alex, now Sia, and now maybe Diha. I'm not too sure what's happening with that one. And I do hear apparently Diha's also lost his internet connection. It is going around today, man. It is not great. Everyone's suffering today. This is funny. Okay, this is kind of funny. I like it. It's really, really funny. But I think we should be going to a break here just until we figure things out. And we'll see, maybe we'll have CR back as well by the time we're ready. So don't go too far. Don't stray too far. We'll be hopefully back shortly. So we'll see you then.
Okie dokes. Folks, we back. We gaming. As Dika returns, so do we. As round 17 continues, Monte took 10, even though I got cut off mid-round there. Luckily, nothing too serious, but serious is this round, as it's an eco, and Monte should be able to get 11, and I think they're realizing that themselves.
Yeah, I think they, Monte now know that this is the perfect chance to take that 11 and then take the 12 as well as the follow-up. But for now, focus on this. Not to fumble against the Pistols, because it's already happened once in this game, but it's Monte who did the dirty previously, now looking to avoid it. Falling to such shenanigans. Seemingly,
Well,
yeah, seemingly all good.
yeah, no problem for them at all. Easy, they would say. And indeed, they do. Ladies and gentlemen, 'tis round 11 for Monte, and we are now entering the do-or-die moments of Iberian Soul. It's more like do or you will die, but let's see what exactly our Spaniards and the Portuguese bring up. No AWP for Stadodo though, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. He's having a bit of a slow game, same for Davi and Morphos, so Sol the only one that's being able to contend with the numbers brought up by Monte. Here we go. It's going to be pretty nasty default towards A. A lot of utility expended. Monte deciding to throw a great deal of Molotovs as well as nades and flashbangs in there. Meanwhile, pushing towards ramp they do. And Sol, good for one. That might not suffice, especially if Stadodo gets caught out in the open. He swings wide, he still gets caught. 1-for-1 trade, it, I think, favors Monte in almost any scenario here.
Yeah,
especially
new
with
rotations
Deacon
are such a big thing. You have to play them with the CT side. You have to be able to rotate quickly enough and adjust to these situations. But Diha now being caught out just create a different opportunity. Now the round becomes a bit more one note, if you will. Monte only have the approach. They don't have the linchpin toward that B side anymore. And a smoke towards B that'll give Mopos a fair warning, a fair heads up on what's happening. Will they check in is the question. They at least will trade it out, if nothing else, surely, as Hades will now take it. Moments go down, and that will be down to 1 versus 2. He's gonna have another chance at the clutch here. And this one could be for all the marbles, at least to set them up for it. Up close on ramp, but it will get a tag, but bagged immediately as well. Ignited around it, that's Iberian Soul to 7 instead. You say, it's getting close to do or die. In this case, they will do.
Iberian Soul, they stave off 12, they stave off certain defeat. And it's thanks to smart thinking by their individuals, as well as good recognition that there could be a lurk left on the outside, Dika getting caught on main, leaving them in a 3 versus 2 instead of a potential 2 versus 3, or God forbid 1 versus 3 after plan. But Monte, it's going to be still a chance for them. They still got the money, and there's the op on Hades. They can take their time, they don't need to press the issue too much. Hard focus towards the outside, perhaps. The fact that they have knives in hand, Alex and Davi, okay. Well, Alex goes into vents, I guess gets... wants to trade it out to go to secret. Oh, okay. Good catch. Does he anticipate Dika as well? That's the question. He did tag him, but I don't think he saw him, unless we missed that by a split second. As Dika still trying to lurk around these edges. He's going to find Stadodo. That's a massive pickup. That's the outside now. Overtaken by the T side itself, as it puts Monte a step ahead of everybody else.
Advantage there, 40 seconds. Still looking at Diha as well. That could be the
Yeah.
advantage they need to cement this round even further. Or to take that away. All depending on Soul and how he'll be responding to this aggression when it heads his way. And if he'll even get a chance to. That's a different question altogether. Slow creep. Diha still on ramp, taking his time. Alex, he's cleared out. So there's 15 seconds left. He's siloed. That does not make a whole lot of sense right now. But for the defense, Soul first one. And only the one.
That's the round. You gotta save.
Surely, with the util that is still here on Monte. It's at least easing them into this, but they will need contact, and Hades cannot afford to falter here either. First shot nails it. And that one should be now securing this entire round as well.
Money is effectively gone for Iberian Soul as well. They've just reset it with the previous round victory. The loss bonus at 2.9, I believe, instead of 3.4, which effectively breaks them in half. There will be enough for Davi to drop, and two more have enough of their own economy to get something going. But regardless, it's gonna be a limiting factor here that they have to deal with. It's less. Oh god, it's not even 2.9, it's 1.9. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a big problem. Yeah, so much for the drop, so much for the buy. It's gonna be a FAMAS, an AK, and maybe a dropped MP9, maybe another FAMAS, and that is about it. And remind me, but today is Tuesday, which means in about 12 hours we'll have the Counter-Strike update. So we still don't have the upgraded FAMAS.
You and your FAMAS love. One of the 5 people in the world to use such a weapon. Mopos doesn't need it. He's got a 5.7, baby. And you've got a poor A execute, not even an exec, a rush coming out.
It's not even an execute. It's literally just rush into death. I don't know.
A throw your lives away sort of round here for Monte, and it's not worked out.
Yeah, Hades should run away with the op and just throw it somewhere so they can't pick it up. I think that's his only option here. Not even kidding right now. I don't see him pulling an ace, though he could, but are we really that confident? Nah, sure not.
He's been hitting some good shots. Currently 18 and 10. We said it with Gizmi now picking up the IGLing in this team. Hades is freed up yet again in his stats for the last month. Look nothing like they did for the last couple of months before. He's found his form yet again. And the team, currently, I mean, hey, they're looking pretty good. 12 to 8, it's still not all sealed and it's not packed in just yet. But it is looking pretty good. And keep in mind, the top left as well, it did show you Iberian Soul are the ones who picked this map. Yeah, Monte. Fairly commanding. But it is what it is right here. No, so let's see what we can get done after the pause here. With economy to be spent on Monte, I'm wondering, does Rio want to buy an AWP for Hades, or do they want to keep up the slightly faster pace almost with the rifles instead? It seems like all AKs it is. Might as well pick it up from Stadodo if you can, or if you need it to, but it is what it is now. Round 21, Iberian Soul is do or die in this situation yet again.
I mean, it's going to be do or die for the next 4 rounds as well until they get to overtime. And we're going to kick off with a little bit of aggression on Diha getting the brunt of a nade there, or might have even been a shot with the op. I'm not even sure. I think Stadodo might have pulled something. Davi caught as... Oh boy, Demka spots one of the players towards ramp. That's going to be Sassol. Doesn't want to take a straight fight. I think that's a smart choice. Ooh, good angle for him. Sassol calls for help. Alex will help. Alex will deliver. Hold down B though. And they know that Secret has been lost, so they can assume that this is the... You know, this is the side they're going to be aggressing, but the problem is there's nobody on it. Oh, no, not knives. Why are you
Thought that was clear, Diha. Thought he had control.
Yeah.
Mopos snuck in, delivers a deadly blow, and now onto B. This is the only chance.
It's 9. It's a guaranteed 9. I mean, review is great and all, but surely that Iberian Soul do not let an advantage like this go. I mean, I talked about their good team play, about generally speaking how decent they are as a squad and really know their way around the game, but surely they don't drop the ball here. 2 versus 4 for Monte.
There you go,
No,
cheeky angle as well. Head and whoop is difficult to spot when you're not specifically looking for it in Hades. Oh!
Hey!
I mean, hey, I was gonna give him that if he was,
Yeah.
if he would have gotten that kill.
If he had gotten that kill, then I'm starting to believe. But beforehand, nah, no chance. In any case, before we get heated, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, 3 more to go, and Iberian Soul, they've done it before against Monte, remember? They pulled into overtime. Actually, not Monte, Aurora, apologies. Against Aurora. They've done it before. They pulled into overtime, albeit it was Ancient first map back against Aurora, but maybe they could do it so again. Deagle's in play.
Right map was Inferno, by the way, not Ancient.
Oh, it was Inferno. Ancient was lost, right? Was it last or was it Mirage? I'm actually...
Don't know.
The maps are
All I
fumbled.
remember is that it was Inferno where that comeback then happened, and
Yeah,
this
that's
is
fair.
Nuke. It's different maps, different situation. And here
Yeah,
Monte have a
okay.
bit more economy as well to play around, almost. A couple more rounds of guns to be put out before it's all too late for them, but for now it's at least kept clean for Iberian Soul. I mean, in the end as well, kept clean, fully, all 5 to survive, maybe. Give it a second. The answer is yes. And so, gun round coming out. This is the chance, the best chance that Monte will now have in this or the next one, believe it or not, call me crazy, to secure the deal here. To take away map number 1.
You're quite sane, I'm afraid. And Monte, well aware, as you said, it's their last real chance to make a difference, to close this out with 13 to 10, or they are almost certainly going to be pulled into overtime. And then, well, anything can happen, and perhaps my 2-0 for Iberian Souls, or rather, not a 2-0, but a win for Iberian Souls, could still stay alive. That's what I called would happen at the start of the series. That's my belief, and mayhaps I will be reassured, although,
Yeah.
ooh, gives me
A lot of
good
noise.
shot. Yeah, too much even. Oh, Gizme's dead. Just walks into secret, like, doesn't even check the corners.
Yeah, Mopus plays the one and done angle, but when the fact is that no one else
it's
behind
overtime,
him,
baby.
it's just one and you're gone. The T side in this case, they are done for this round. It's 11 to Iberian Soul.
Because surely they just rush A now, right? You know, pick up the Mach 10s, the little bit of util, and just rush A. Because they did that on a gun round. Surely they do it on a half-buy investment. Although Gizme has enough for an AK himself, Diha could sacrifice helmets to get an AK out. But regardless, tactical timeout utilized. Gizme's going to talk to the squad. Got to talk this one through. Ivan, their coach, an ex-player himself, used to be a part of quite a few teams back in the day.
That is what a player does.
Yeah. I used to cast him when he was still, I think, either Space Jam or QBF. I don't know which one was it, but I know his longest stint was on, what's that one team? Prosto. Yeah, Prosto. That's the
Pro
one.
100.
Yeah, Prosto is properly pronounced.
Yes, but to the others who don't understand, Pro 100.
Yeah, Pro 100 is the actual English translation for the people that don't know. Sto is 100 in Russian. In any case, it's going to be Davi. CT vent.
Yeah,
Oh,
Demka in
he
trouble.
spots the jump. What is going on? Demka, he's missing the vent so badly. Finally drops in. And there's nobody on B, but I believe reaction... Yeah, the Dodo is already reacting to it. Ramp has been lost. The Dodo pulled all the way down to B side. It's all on him. Oh, he's gonna find one. Should be able to get a secondary with a no-scope. It will hit. View connects the dots. View is dead. That's overtime. It's confirmed. Let's go. Iberian Soul. Like I said, man, they just need a moment to wake up.
Yeah, Monte, they needed 5 chances to close this out.
They had plenty enough. They had plenty enough chances, and now perhaps it's time for Iberian Soul to have one.
Yeah. We had a similar situation as well when they played against Aurora. When they eventually got to map point in whatever situation, they closed it out at the first try. Whether it was that last map or whether it was in overtime, they pulled it back in Inferno. They closed things out and won it here. 12-12, it is overtime. Continuing this first map, Iberian Soul, they want to take this nuke their way. And Monte, they fumbled the bag here. It was looking so good. Then one A rush to try to seal the deal, and it looks so damn poorly planned. It all goes downhill from there on out. Here we are. A couple of rounds later, Iberian Soul awoken. Everyone becoming part of the action.
I feel so much better now. Thank you, Iberian Soul. Overtime confirmed. First round. We begin. No op, interestingly enough, for Hadash. Sticks to the AK on T side.
Post in the vents. And Demka is going to be taking a bit of a beating back just by HE damage alone, while Gizmi throws Uthal outside. All of this to set up a play down below. Demka in mini somehow. But the sneak his way in, but Alex still takes him down. A couple of quick headshots. A very poor HE. There's that second as well. This is going poorly.
Another poor one. Yeah. Luckily, they at least take down Soul. They don't have to worry about.
Here's the Dodo, though.
Oh, what?
Here's the Dodo!
What?
Overexposing!
Why?
Tries to beat the timing and into danger as well. Even if that works out the first, you don't know if there's going to be a second immediately there to trade.
Yeah.
Not really the play you want to be making, but it's now the one he has done. And leaving on the last couple of plays remaining, especially now. With WG down and Wopaz and Alex, HP is not really there, is it?
The law of haze seems to be once again applied to this situation. As Mopaz and Alex, I mean, I guess they'll try, but try as they will fail, as that is Monte taking a round after unsuccessfully fighting for what, 5 rounds in a row, right? 7 to 12, so yeah. 5 opportunities wasted to take the first one in overtime. Let's see if they do something with it, though, as we have Iberian Soul reinvesting.
I don't know how we get here, because everything seemed to go wrong for Monte here. You had the first one, you had Demka going down, you have them failing to blow up a single smoke into double entry and then 2 more lost down. It's crazy. Yet here we are. We find ourselves in OT. Monte first round being picked up for them. And a hopefully not a terrible timeout. A technical called out by Iberian Soul. I really hope the Storm is not taking its toll yet again.
Yeah, I think Alex might have DC'd again.
We will.
Okay. Okay, so apparently the information that we're getting is that the players are experiencing classic Counter-Strike lags, and they're hoping that the server change would fix that, but unfortunately the admins have tried already, probably with everything like that, and it hasn't been fixed, which is, welcome to Counter-Strike 2, people. The game isn't perfect. It's not even complete, if you ask me. I think there's probably a few million lines of code still left to be written. if nothing, maybe left untangled. But yeah, the game runs like absolute poop water, unfortunately. The game actually runs worse than CSGO, I'll admit that. Which is kind of sad, but... Oh, we're back. Apparently, no more issues to be found, or at least mayhaps resolved. We continue.
Enough
It's funny.
posting.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. I'll say this, when I first played it in the actual initial release just on Dust, when it released closed beta, I had like amazing FPS, but now it seems to all have just gone down. In any case, round 2. Overtime is here still. Monte had won the first, and perhaps we shall find another here for Monte, or they might. The Iberians have set themselves up for a little bit of a default. I love the fact that Dodo's posted in secret, though he's very passive. We would hope to see him be proactive in the search for information. He's literally just waiting down in secret.
It's been in a good position, has been seen, however. And also now does put a bit of pressure on Iberian Soul to respond to this. This also does go on searching, wants to find where these steps have led Gizmy, but he's still sticking in garage. There's 40 seconds remaining on the round. And Monte, the approach back to A. Although, oh my god, this is amazing. Gizmy's steps have now somehow created an opening for Ryu to instead find a position for himself to take, but it's Alex up in heaven. It's Dion still down below. And another one for Demka. They've just collapsed up on this A side. It's them trading it out, but they've got the advantage on A. Next shot for Hades. Quick scope right to the dome. And the next one held by Demka. And it looked so good for a moment for Iberian Soul, but there were more players from Monte snuck through ramp. And they never know it to be possible.
Yeah. What really gets me is how they let the 2 of their teammates die and then respond, but in the end it matters not. It's overtime, it's over. It is going to be round 14 on Monte. Last round of the first actual half of overtime. Do I really have to find out through chat you said a gooder PC? Really?
What? Oh.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, never mind. I don't know why I'm relying on chat.
You are. Yeah, you want to... Okay.
In any case. Round 16. Monte.
Stay mad.
Stay mad. Oh, don't worry. I'm buying a new PC soon. Ish.
Hey, don't worry. I'm sure that'll work out.
Yeah, for some reason I don't think Counter-Strike will change much if I do, but what is going to change is if Monte win this round, or rather if Iberian Soul are able to contend, because it is a very crucial one. It's a map point round to be soon played, as Alex will be checked. Gizmy loses the duel.
This time,
Wide swing of Diha. Yeah.
But again, yeah, look at the position Diha still got. And again, it's the ramp into heaven. The plays working out beautifully.
Yeah.
And here's the first, here's the second! Monpos trying to get the safety. Now pressure on Stadodo. You rely on the AWP, you need him to perform. He gets the first one potentially. And it buys now time for WG to fly up the vents. It gets rewarded for Iberian Soul. The sacrifices have to be made. Social and Mopos down. But the trades are there. The trap of A still lingers. It's the Dodo. 2 massive kills for him.
So they avoid certain death, or at least
Not certain. Not with the
Sudden
5
death.
opportunities
They- no.
previously given to Monte.
Yeah, they avoid sudden death, right? But still a little bit longer to push Monte on the other side. Let's see. As Hades back on the op, and to be fair, back in the CT seat, Monte might actually be a bit too much of a nut to crack. We see the odds have jumped up quite a little bit, by half out, actually by a mark of 2 almost, as Davi will win the first duel. 36 HP finds Gizby. The IGL is suffering some heavy losses early. Demka somehow not burning through that molly. That's kind of ludicrous, but millimeters is all it counts, as we have a very slow approach by Iberian Soul. Meticulous, trying to be steadfast and perhaps obviously a bit more careful. Nobody's on ramp, and nobody's looking ramp, and nobody's even thinking of ramp. So, are they just gonna save if they lose B? Is that like a thing in overtime? Is that a thing in overtime?
So this
Yeah, neither do
round. This round looks like Monte is requiring one step to figure things out, and currently a step behind. They're reliant on Hades to stay alive, potentially find one, or well, at least to find one, potentially 2. The timing for the approach is not headed into the secret because they're already on site.
How does
Well, through WG. Up he goes into the first, and Hades will be traded immediately. And there the round quickly falls apart now for Monte.
Yeah, it's 14-14. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, again, why would you pull off of ramp is what I'm most...
An information play was needed there for Monte. They were down, they had no information. They needed anything there, exactly.
Like, just maybe stay on ramp, take a look at lobby. I don't know, whatever you do is better than what they did. It's like Diha pulled from ramp into heaven and just stayed there. He hasn't moved since. Meanwhile, Hades is down in secret, having to watch both ramp through control room and secret. Like, what is the reasoning behind this? Why don't you have Hades then posted on ramp angle from control room if you have Diha in heaven or somebody else watching outside? It's such a wild game of chicken that I don't even know what Monte was thinking there, but they have to tighten the belt. It's 14-14. Iberian Soul, it would not be the first time they win in overtime against a team that is technically better on them on paper, at least individually at the very least. We are going to be watching pretty much the same default again. Iberian Soul, they're not really... They have no reason to change it up.
Take your time, minute 20 on the clock. Monte, this round, they haven't lost that opening. Not yet, at least. That is the change from these last few rounds. And here, Gizby finally strikes back.
That is such an ADHD spray, but somehow he hits it. It's crazy. And Demka finds Davu with a good placed nade on the timing as well. Oh, man.
Looking
These
for 15. Monte's 3 more to go for them. But Iberian Soul, they pulled this back already to this point. They're not going to let it go that easily either. They've got a split to 8 with 40 seconds remaining. We spoke about the start of the game when Monte were on their CT side, how good these A defenses were, how quick their rotations had been. And again, they're going to have 3 ready. First one, Rio taken down. You still have Demka on site. You're going to have a man up in heaven as well. You got to make sure you don't let him play these rounds the way they want it. Instead, Mopos with the shift key held will have found an opening in the round. Hades brings one back and the bomb goes down. Intervents as well, D-Hop. Just praying he does not beat or become the prey.
I think he's about to become the prey of the lynx, as Soul has a great position on Hut. Hades walks on a sea. On a squeaky what? Okay.
Saves
Good
the
anticipation.
Oh, D-Hop! The brain shows. It's the dodo cranium now missing. And that is 15 to Monte.
Wow.
The time taken, the due diligence from Hades to come around to Squeaky, knowing if Diha goes up the vents, he is a dead man. No other way about it. Is brought back here.
And on the other side, you had to watch, Soul had to watch Vents, right? He had to anticipate Diha coming up there. He knew he was there. So, the fact that Hades takes that fight and wins it, absolutely madness. And Iberian Soul, I'd be mad as all hell right now for a round like that. As, once again, we begin. And it's one round from second OT. Good angle for you. Mopos, surely you don't have the balls to walk out here. Oh, okay. Definitely not gonna walk out there.
Maybe.
Nah, no chance, no chance.
Maybe.
He just heard the shot from Hut.
Alright, let a man have fun.
Yeah, let him have some fun, sure.
Well, at the end of the round here, with a minute remaining, is it double OT or not? That's the answer we're looking for. Iberian Soul to decide this one. Tilly spread outside. Mini Smoke, Sozzle still holds his position.
Red Dead Needle. Oh, yeah, that's sound cues for the CTs. Demka, though, he's moving himself out of the variable angle, now going to be taking a bit of an aggressive stance towards Squeaky. They've got 2 in heaven, but 2 down secret, make it 3 for the Iberians. Oh, man.
Yeah,
in dark,
he's a half step behind his timing. Right off the beat, but...
Oh, they're going to go up vents.
On the side still. No, they're going right into Hades.
Oh, they're going to go straight into Hades.
Needs to fight. Multi-kills needed. Hitman gives me. To line them up. It's 1, it's 2.
That's the C4.
But is it going to be done? Mobo says no. He holds towards it. Bomb is still dropped on
10
B.
seconds. 10 seconds. They got to pick up the bomb and plant it. Or GG.
You got to be quicker than this. You got to be faster.
No,
but Hades, lightning, he strikes 3 times for the round. And Monte, it takes them to overtime. It takes them 7 chances to close this one out. And finally, map number 1 has come to an end.
I am a little bit speechless at the end. I'm not sure what exactly Iberian Soul were thinking, because it doesn't seem like they realized that A should be a much easier side to take, especially having entry there. And then they just kept on pushing short. You said it yourself, Hades was ready. The rest of the team was there. He had support from control room. The spray was accurate. And voila, it is 16-14 final score for map 1.
Yes, it is. That is now Monte 1-0 up, and they're headed to their mapping as well. It's Mirage. We talked about it. We said it's going to be a wild one because neither team's results have been too great on it. Monte, least of all, with 3 games having been lost and 1-1 just this year alone with this roster. They're still trying to make Mirage work. We'll see, do Iberian Soul strike back or not? So, ladies and gents, that's the question. Answers coming up after this break, so don't go too far. We'll be right back with Mirage. Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our next map of the series ready for you guys. Yeah, give it a second. We're just gonna have to brew for that one. You know, just a minute or two, maybe. Hopefully, not too long. But nonetheless, Zero, what's kind of your final takeaway when we come out of Nuke with 7 chances needed to close things out for Monte? Now headed to their own mapping at least. How much more leeway are you going to give them in terms of this Mirage? With us both mentioning, it's just an interesting map pick because it's not been the best for either, but
Yeah.
You can at least tell that Monte are putting into practice when it comes to this map specifically. They're trying to make this one work. So where do you kind of line on this one?
I think Monte have shown the individual strength to be much higher than that of Iberian Soul, at least right now. We've seen Iberian Soul play good team games, or rather, you know, had good team tactics, work together very well in unison. But too many times do we see them perhaps making either the wrong mid-round calls or just not having the mid-round calls. It's either one or the other. I'm not sure which one it is because we don't have obviously the inspection of their comms. But it feels like Iberian Soul could be in very much trouble if Monte kick off the same way they did on Nuke, because I don't think there's going to be that many opportunities for Iberian Soul to once again get to overtime. And Monte, they let them have 7 of those, right? So let's see what happens next. Pistol is live, ladies and gentlemen. Mirage is here, and we are ready to see this game go all the way. Kicking off, bit of a split A, I guess, through Con, through Pit, and Palace.
Setting up for getting ready. You have one man waiting in window for his opportunity as well, but not much given to the Sonoda, only just the one. As this comes to a clash on A, you do have Hades struggling to get out of this fight, but will be making it his life still worth living clearly and controls murder hold for now. Sorsel wants to test it, wants to slip by, and just take out the shot almost, but that's enough for Hades to get an instant headshot. This round is to be done yet again. He added the CT side, not to let into what the side. 360 for it as well. Style punch for Ryu. He's feeling it. Map number 1, he dropped a massive deuce when it came to the frags onto Iberian Soul. Here he wants to start off with the same way. 24 and 16 for Ryu's stats on map number 1. However, he started off insanely strong, but guess who's finished even stronger?
Demka.
No.
Or was it Hades?
It was Hades.
It was
Guardian
Hades.
of the
It was
Underworld.
Hades.
Yeah,
it was
29
Hades,
and 16.
God of the Underworld has decided to show his colors today, and perhaps Iberian Soul might not have the divine might to strike him down. We go to round 2. It's a force buy. I'm not surprised. The Dodo on the scout already. And they seem to be recognizing an A play. 4 players now rotating in. So this is going to be a very hard hold to be played, or rather to hard position to hold on to. Mobals, free kills. Yeah, Dika gets sniped, but Demka is ready. Oh, hold up, Davi as well. Back-to-back trades, though, and in this essence, it is better for Monte. Money-wise and gun-wise, they are doing better. The scout is yet to tag anybody, but if he does, well, the 5-7s can finish the job. Oh, well, there's the first shot. And the second. Oh, boy. Oh, this is going to be a round for Iberian Soul. I already see it. I'm having a hard time seeing how it's not. Hades, how is he still alive? Oh my god, Hades is still alive! This is a maddening experience right now. The
This is
C4
insanely
dropped
fast
at-
rotation.
Yeah,
Alex has already slipped right past him in the CT spot, and Hades still thinking about jungle and connector. This is a round Alex surely will not be able to lose.
pulls a Gizmy, I guess. Not an ace, perhaps, but
A Ryu
close
in
to
this case, but yes, we'll
a
see.
Ryu,
The
yes,
first
thank
one, he
you, yes.
strikes it. Hades pulls out the bomb and down he goes. That
Okay.
is yet again. Round for an eco. This time it goes the other way as well.
I'm a bit shocked that Monte play as carefully and as slowly as they... Well, rather as slowly as they do, but not as carefully as their speed would dictate it. And they get caught off guard. It's a great round. Iberian Soul. They are right back into it. right back into the fight without any sort of intermission, without any needed support, as we see Monte, of course, a force buy off their own. That's a trade of rounds, I guess. I could see Iberian Soul having a few mistakes here, potentially losing a player or two before they really start getting the ball rolling, but good timing. And it begins as one would hope. But an entry. Iberian Soul should be able to hold this one down. All four T-side players on middle under con, looking for a fast A-take. Are they jump spotting on short? Did I see that correctly? I did, right? Yeah. Or jump spotting short from under con.
Okay,
have I spoken
not.
too soon? Surely not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
We're not doing this again, right?
We're not entertaining the idea.
Yes, we are.
No way.
Yes, we are. D-High is...
He just... Okay, he just keeps on pushing. Never mind then. Hades, 1v2. Another opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Doesn't even go for a bomb plant, or doesn't manage to pull the bomb down, as that is a good round for Iberian Souls again. 2 survivors, it's a little bit
not
iffy
good,
when it comes to
passable.
money.
I'll just correct that.
Yeah, passable. You get a passing grade, right? It might not be an A, it might not be a B, but it's certainly in the realm of D and C.
And so, the round of 4 with just the pistols this time, and even less than last one. A single deagle, reminiscent of a new round we saw, but surely not. Last round should be all the threat to Iberian Soul and the style they have. And here it's just a chance to stabilize the economy a little bit. Make sure you have the fund for rainy days and all that. Oh, sharp though. Only one passing from the Deagle, and that is the entire round as well. So, moving on. Iberian Soul this time make it easy for themselves and prepare for round number 5. With guns come out, and Monte come out to play.
I expected Iberian Soul to put up a performance like this in Nuke early. Color me surprised when that didn't happen. And then when we think perhaps Monte might have what it takes to start strong and really ramp up the heat, we're starting to cool down a little bit instead, as Iberian Soul is challenging them actively through middle. I like the idea here. I'm not sure if Alex has an angle in the window smoke. I'm pretty sure he does not, so yeah, pulled back safety. Davy on short, still aggressive, but trying to linger around. Is this going to be a short B split? Like, just run up short, hope to get lucky? Yep, that's exactly what it is. And they're going to move fast in Edward. Good check.
Next one in from behind. WG got away with the first. No more for him, but the cross from short still needs to be made, and it's being guarded for. Don't need to be a rocket scientist to assume that this is already happening, but Alex gotta be blown open to smoke for. While here from the back, yeah, D-How 1-2. And the CT side vacate the entire round. Evacuate. And Mopos, that's also his prerogative at the moment. With an MP9 only, that's not much of a save. That is better than nothing. Looking at the economy as well, you have for Social, Alex, they can buy, Mopos can still drop the MP9 over, buy an M4, or vice versa, buy an M4 for himself. Or drop that, I don't know what I even said anymore, but nonetheless, he could buy an M4, maybe keep it, drop it. There's a buy still potentially there for Iberian Soul the next round, depending just how crazy they want to be. Maybe he gets a kill here. No. Goes hunting for it. Loses that MP9, and I feel like that should mean that we are just gonna see a save here. Or half buy. Maybe a hero M4, because why not? I like that. That has become more and more pertinent to the new state of Counter-Strike as well. Social, are we seeing that? M4, buy it up, please. Come on. Oh, God, no. No! Oh, I bought it for Moss. Tail, what is this?
I think he might have thought the update has already arrived this time, but I think he was quite wrong. He has bought a FAMAS.
Please never buy the FAMAS. Don't fall for the trap of Big Valve. They are trying to make you buy the FAMAS. Make it cheaper, making it better. So they say.
Big Volvo want you to buy the FAMAS.
Do not buy the FAMAS.
It's a great weapon.
If you
It's
ever
a cheap alternative to the M4.
No, you get 2 kills with that. That's the best run you're ever gonna have. You get 3, you're cheating. You get 4 or an ace. You're the greatest gamer to ever touch any games in life. If not, you're like Social and you're dead in the first one.
Hey,
it is terrible. That's a death sentence for the FAMAS. Deserved round for Monte.
The FAMAS has 5 more bullets than the M4A1S, so hey man, in that respect, it's better.
The A1S is crispy, the FAMAS just is not.
No, the FAMAS is burnt.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Great job, Monte. Thank you for not giving the FAMAS any kills.
Mopos has it again though, so you might not be so lucky to see a FAMAS go kill less, but...
Oh no.
Mayhaps. Mopos last round pushed Palace, got caught. This time, same idea, under Palace. Not really looking to be too aggressive by the looks of it.
This is... I don't know how I like these setups. They feel very poor, almost. Right, Stadodo trapped after the first one. Alex had the drop just to assist him. And barely getting away with one. And now they're trapped a little bit in mid as well. Thankfully, Monte don't have anyone in top mid because they would have been able to just spam right at Stadodo. Would have made him real damn difficult to escape. But, instead, he's recovered on A. And to B side we go, where only Sosol and now his bones remain. Flick from Hades. Quick does Stadodo catch the legs. And the round should be done with that alone. And Mobus and DaVinci, they're off the save. Can't even recover the AWP. Here's my question. What has the FAMAS done this round? Get dropped for an AK, for a good weapon. As Monte, they're taking 4.
They are. Monte's had enough, like I said. I expected them to start off stronger from the get-go, but they seem to, again, just take a moment to wake up. Mopos and Gavi surviving will give not much clearance when it comes to economy for the Spaniards, though. Or rather, the Iberians, shall we call them, as it is the Iberian Peninsula. And not all are Spanish, of course. I wonder if they stack up with the rifles, or did they put the pistols somewhere else, and the rifles, again, solo somewhere or together? Because there's a tendency in teams to do one of 2 things. Either work with the rifles together, all 5, or put the rifles in solo positions, hoping they hold off their... That is one of the worst ways to go on Mirage, especially at the start of the round. It just hurts. It breaks your heart so much as a player.
The top of his head, man.
Yeah, you see, you gave him a new haircut, but you just went a little bit deeper, so you gave him a new brain. Yeah. Monte. What else can we say? They're going to crunch mid. They're going to look to do some damage. I think they're going to be far more careful than they were just about, 7 rounds ago? Or I guess 6 now? With Molly.
Oh.
And 3 kills.
Yeah. The shoulder is the only thing Dion needs. Those one was there to spray away, and that's that. And on 2B. Through shore they go. An AK will take 1. And Rio will be here to guard for the rest of it as well. With 1 more dropped and 1 more to go. Position known. Alex stays alive. And run. Yet again is Monte. Now, by the way, notice how much they're actually going towards B here. early on, they're trying to make Iberian Soul think that this is going to be a heavy B-lane, conditioning them for these rounds. Over rotations, or perhaps over aggression in early rounds to fight for these map controls as well. Or the map control as well. Is going to be something I think we're going to see as an adjustment from Iberian Soul immediately. Maybe, actually. There's a different world. Mirage is a map where double op is very useful. So I wouldn't be opposed to seeing that towards the B side, just with the almost guaranteed free B, because that's never a free kill when you watch the apartments, but getting into position, something like that could be a decent change for Iberian Soul as well here.
Where are we putting the second op?
VFs. If there is going to be one, it's VFs.
Okay.
Focus more in mid, have the open VFs, and then just get that first one to buy time. Rotation come from short with the mid focus for Iberian. So I think that could be the play here. But we're not seeing a second up here. They don't have the money.
Tactical timeout. Talk this one through. No money for the second op, unfortunately.
Maybe they don't even need a second up. Maybe that just sense that no 2B.
No, it's definitely an opportunity to utilize it. Yeah, sure.
Which way? Yeah, so no, is he looking B window? He's looking at one of the directions. I can't tell.
From what I can tell, he is watching towards A. From where I can see him, I think Dodo is posted towards A.
Yeah. Just one of the options. Obviously, in Counter-Strike, there's never a skeleton key, as it were. There's never one right answer. But there's a wrong answer to FAMAS, just keep that in mind. Thankfully, we're not seeing that. But here, Monte, it's those heavy B leans from the start of it, which now leave Iberian Soul to focus on this mid control. I like the idea for the change here, but they're playing into Monte's hands, because now it's that A approach very quickly. They're not wasting any time, because Iberian Soul, they're focused on mid. Here's the quick change instead. Right to A. There's not a lot of challenges here, just one in CT, and now you're playing a retake already. The change is good, but also Monte's adaptation, or pre-adaptation to this, is also very well played. Realizing Iberian Soul need to make a change, and gambling straight to an A play or stack seems kind of out of the realms of possibility and what to do. But here, what to do? A retake to complete, 2 more to go on both sides, and Hades brings back the first. Davi G, his HP ain't great. Thankfully, no utility, but the problem is here, the positioning of Monte. Hades and Powers have smoked off. One towards Tetris, and Ryu will spam successfully, dealing damage to both paws, and Hades edge the smoke, walk through, and Davi G down. And that is just this is a masterfully called Mirage right now for Gizmi. He's called the heavy B-leans, the early aggression toward that side of the map. Iberian Soul, the adaptation is that mid-control to almost overcorrect, and as soon as they do, they call as if from the buckets of the well of the gods, the knowledge is there. Go away instead. Playing one man only, retake is there. Beautifully done, and now you can just play back to your own tempo however you like. This entire rest of the half is up to you. Just aim it. Just aim. Win those duels. All you need to do.
Oh, well.
Not the start.
Maybe. Not the start you want to do, but I guess feeling lucky enough, feeling good enough. Stiha, close range, good angle. Spot small pause. Davi's tagged as well. And Monte have been in worse positions before, and they almost made it work. So perhaps, let's see them work their magic here. One round that is kind of crucial. Iberian Soul. Ooh, how many more are you ready to drop as Hades is dead? Or, never mind.
Oh,
oh, he knows about both. He knows about both on side, and then jump finds both balls. Oh my god! And he finds Davi. Come on!
What? Demka, how do you do that? How do you pull that off?
They knew that the guy was on default, but...
Oh, that is nasty. Yeah. Nasty around for Demka. Great recovery as well. Hades, this round, or this one kill affects the round so much as well.
Ah,
it's just so beautiful to look at. I said it, all they need to do is aim. Win your duels and that's it. Strats, you can go out the window right now. Iberian Soul, you're not matching when Monte's throwing at you. They're playing a losing game, trying to adjust. And it's now working. Disrespect as well. Diha walking through that ramp smoke is insane.
It is. The fact that I think the reason he does it is because he saw that the smoke will be landing deeper on the stairway, therefore leaving a gap on the right, and you immediately see him recognize that, jump right, so he has an upper hand, and then continues to push because he has a free walk-in, right? Nobody was thinking about the smoke being bad, and voila, Iberian Soul, the pressure is getting at them.
What? Why is that? I don't like this. Alex is pushed up. So all the way back. That was...
Yeah, it's... I think they're getting a little bit shoveled. I think they're just being... Like, they are having a hard time focusing and playing properly because they are losing this much, because they're losing rounds they're technically someone shouldn't be. But, Alex, good catch. Diha will be caught early. It gives the control to the hands of Iberian Soul, though... Hard to say if this is going to help in the actual round itself. If they lose short control too quickly. Luckily, Monte realizes well the dangers of this. Gizmi spots him.
Don't crouch there. Cheeks will be shown.
Yeah, your knees are going to be pretty out wide. Soul. How does he win the duel? How does he almost win against Ryu as well? Demka is dead.
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, no, you got to be kidding me.
No,
you got to be kidding me. How do you fail that?
Oh, that's insane.
Hades
will give him a chance, but the bomb...
He will plant it in time, right?
Just in time. And it's on to Demka. You know, jungle, mid, maybe CT, but the bomb is planted full connector. And a jump cross. Up top he goes, and Alex lives to tell the tale of this round.
Wow. That was a lot harder than it should have been. Absolutely a lot harder than it should have been. And Monte, they'll be a little bit flabbergasted by the fact that Soul can win a duel against an AK, I think, and all of us were in a way.
Yeah,
and you having to...
You had Hades a miss shot. That would have been a 1-on-3 instead for Alex. It would.
Yeah,
would have let Demka have a teammate in that post plant. World of difference, but hey, I don't think Monte can complain all too much right now. They've called a very good game. It's one round they missed a beat on here, but still looking very good for this entire half. And Hades,
technically two, but
second
yes,
off,
Hades, oh my,
taken down.
Here. He just keeps on pushing. Hades is solo taking B side. The bomb's not even close. Diha gets killed in pit. This is insane. No way. Come on. Why? Hades is on B side. What are you doing? I'm getting mad because they're just making dumb mistakes right now. Losing players for nothing. But I guess Iberian Soul, they'll be happy. They'll take 2 for free. This retake on B, though, better start soon because the bomb is now being planted. It takes a moment longer than expected, but alas. Here we go. 4 versus 3. They are still far away from the actual site. We'll lose a good quarter of the time, maybe even half of it.
Here's the boost. Alex up above. Gizmi does not have a reason to go swinging. That Molotov almost puts him into the open while Ryu's adjusted for the perfect shot. Because now Gizmi has help for this duel. It's 2-on-1 for both sides.
8-4.
And 8-4. You say it, you make it a reality. Hades will deliver. All he needs is his ferryman. Not Karen. He's off on vacation. Instead, it's the rest of Monte stepping up for him.
Yeah, and Monte don't need the gold coins to pay for the passage as they help with the work, so... Oh boy, this is crazy. This is absolutely ludicrous what we're watching. The pistol starts well for Monte, 4 survivors, then the second round they lose against pistols. But they still bring it back-to-back in rounds that we don't believe in them, perhaps, more as much as we should under the circumstances. And 8-4, CT side Monte, this is where things get a little bit crazy, I feel like. Iberian Soul, let's see what you got. Full B execution? Absolutely. Were they the ones that pushed B like 10 times, or was that... Oh no, that was was that Sangal? Who was the one team that pushed B like 7 times in a row?
I don't remember, but I have this memory of something like that happening. Here, Gizmi. First one, trade from all pause. Iberian Soul, they need every single thing they can get, similar to Nuke, and here the pistol will do so to start things off. Advantage in the post plant, make it a second as well with Hades to go down. There, yet another Mopos. Him versus Aurora was the reason they ever made it to map number 2, or map number 3, with any chance of winning the series. Drops 30. A driving factor into their comeback to even make it this far to the 2-2 bracket. Needs to step up here, it seems, yet again. When currently, Alex, top fragger. You're asking more from the rest of these individuals in Iberian Soul, right? It's the Dodo. In losing battles, he's been the one at the top almost every single time. Mopos against Aurora, he was the driving factor. Alex has had a couple of very good clutches throughout the CCT here as well. But you still need more. And also, down that Nuke of his as well. He played good. Where's that spice?
Where's that energy, man? Same, I think we can say for Mopos. He had 1 kill for most of the first half, then brought back to 4 kills at the end of it. We have a full eco run out through short. Should be fairly easy cleanup. Few kills, perhaps, that we can look for. Yeah, Denka, Diha. A few in between. Don't tell me you lose another here. Dodo, you're in trouble, maybe. Luckily, Mac 10. And that should suffice. Hades is dead. Excuse me, Diha. Yeah.
They have the riser as well, Demka, somewhere towards B. I think the Dodo's trying to throw weapons out of the map, or at least out of bounds. If I saw that correctly on the mini-map.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But here, Mopos has the read. Expecting Demka from behind to get a weapon for free. Not happening. Iberian Soul, that is 8-6 now. And that was the full eco for the CT side of Monte. Now comes the weapons out in Diha. I'm sorry to say, that's a death sentence he's bought himself.
Well, perhaps he will prove you wrong, and perhaps Iberian Soul will prove me right. If they can make the comeback complete here, push onto the 3rd and final map of Ancient, that my prediction could still come true. Let's see. Monte, currently in a position where they can easily get up to 10-11. It all depends on how we begin here anew. Iberian Soul, passive mid-approach. No window smoke. Ah, there's the window smoke. Took a little bit longer than expected, but I guess that's a good timing as well. They play around that window smoke, in fact. The first 2 are just to divert attention for Monte. And meanwhile, Ryu with the FAMAS. Does he still take this fight? Alex expectedly behind right side box. Mopos from under. And this is a double for Mopos. An easy shutdown.
Beautifully done.
We still split into A, but should be able to get it without too much issue. Though, hold up. Hades has walked through sight, somehow actually finding the player in con, though not realizing he'd already had 2 beforehand to deal with. 8-7, and another eco coming up for Monte.
Iberian Soul, the comeback is on yet again. My question is, at what point are we going to start talking about Iberian Soul and them requiring these comebacks and having slow starts? Because it is currently being a bit of a detriment to them. You imagine if they instead had an 8-4 or, 6-6, a decent half that didn't leave them requiring these pistol rounds and making comebacks. I mean, they would be one hell of a different team. But yet again, another...
They would be Monster Riders or Koi, right? They'd be the good old days of Iberian CS, but honestly, yeah, it would have been probably a much different outcome if they had not lost as many as they did at the first half, obviously. I mean, they lost, what, 7 or 6 rounds in a row against Monte at one point on the first half here on Mirage. And quite a few of those rounds, they either saved or just kind of let the round go out, wink out. Just like on Nuke, we've seen a few ecos from their side that perhaps we shouldn't have. Or rather, saves. But 16th is another anti-eco. It shouldn't be a problem. It really should not. I say that, and the Deagles might sing their song, sure, but by all accounts... Oh, Mopos is... Oh, okay, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, Diha. Close range. That 5.7 is deadly, and, well, he gets an AK for his trouble. He's got Kevlar as well. And I like the fast rotation from Diha. He's gonna leave Ryu in place of him. He's also got a smoke Ryu. And they're gonna walk short, right? Yeah, they're gonna walk short. Timing on the smoke for short is a little bit early. Might force them to delay this push. Indeed they do. And the smoke is actually good because it covers the left side of that entry of short as well. But Monte, good read so far. Gizmi's making the call. Stack A, boys. Excuse me, stack B, not A. Apologies. As the push from Demka into T-base confirms this is a B push. D-Kind Edward. One. Just the one. Maybe not enough. Sassol on Gizmi.
There's no trap
here. Dodo.
There's one more. Ryu. The Eagle in a smoke. First one. Second spotted. One is in apartments. They know what the last one is. Iberian Soul, you can't be falling like this. Time is an issue as well. But a swing from both. On Monte, the pistol strike again.
Oh my. Just as it looked like Iberian Soul might have it under lock and key, if they are vigilant enough.
A single trap, a D-Hot UK. Ryu from the smoke emerges as well.
And then Demka from the back.
Time too low. It's all against Iberian Soul for that one.
Yeah.
The approach isn't bad. All you have is the fact that you didn't expect a third there. That's the big issue. That's the only issue. If that's a standard round, Iberian Soul, they win that.
Oh yeah.
But it's a pistol round. It's a half-by. Expect some tricks. That's exactly what Monte do. And they're going to be retaining the lead for now. Iberian Soul, they have to work for this comeback.
Would not be the first time, just like against Aurora, though. Let's see if there's more to this than just a few huffs and puffs of hope. Op out for Dodo. Davy on the Tech 9. He's sacrificing his firepower. Love the fact they're prioritizing the players that are able to hit the shots. It's funny how Mopos has a Galil and it makes it look like it's an M4 almost, an M4A4. Mid control established. No cost to Iberian Soul. Monte very careful. They know they've lost easier rounds before. So they don't want to make the mistake first. They don't want to be the ones to, again, try to recover the losses they gained early. Or they would have gained early. And I like the positioning of Hades here. He's scoped into Palace. They've got Demka under balcony of Palace. With Ryu checking con and obviously Diha playing that anchor B role. He's still got a smoke in his hands. And I think this second smoke into window shall confirm to Monte. Okay, something's happening in mid. Obviously, there's the molly into con. Now, the question is, does Gizmi commit here and die? Or does he commit, find a kill, and fall back? Or just fall back? We're about to find out. Hades. Oh, yeah. Gizmi commits, gets a kill, falls back. Now it's going to be Ryu and con. It's a beautiful shutdown. Monte give them zero chance. Zero corner. As they clean it up. Perfection is almost what we see here if it weren't for the damage on Ryu. And Monte on 10, breaking the backs of Iberian Souls. It will be 11, or should be rather.
Man, you can't do this. You first lose against the pistols. Now the buy comes out as well, and you've lost your money. Iberian Soul. As much as these comebacks, as much as these games have been close, entertaining from them, right now it's just individuals. That's the thing. Monte, they've got too much of them. They've got Ryu from map 1 to 2. Hades as well, the exact same thing. And we don't have an answer from the Iberian Soul side.
And straight A might be the right answer. There's only the one defender, and he's going to be out in the open whilst they go for this. But oh, the accuracy, Demka! He doesn't mess about. He's still alive. It's going to be a bomb plant, sure.
Oh
but
my
Demka
God.
makes it look easy. He's 1 against 5, and usually the numbers would prevail, but he says no to that, and voila.
Oh, that as well. For real quick rotation from mid to assist as soon as anything gets spotted. Covers for Demka, but still to take 3 in this scenario is ridiculous.
It is. It's kind of unacceptable, really, if you're Iberian Soul, but not much you can do about it now. 11-7, and it is the final chance that we talk about once again, unfortunately, here for the Iberians. They either win right here, right now, and start pulling it back to a third, or it is effectively going to be the end of the journey for this best of 3 and the CCT Season 2, Series 16 of Europe. As Ryu pushes out through Khan, finds the first. Does he still push? Nah, he's got full belt of utility. He can expend a little bit of that. As they walk out A. Hold up. They walked out A. Demka is still on balcony. How is this possible? Okay, they double check him. That's good.
Yeah, he's not living. He's not living that one.
He's abused that position one too many times, or at least one of his teammates has. And Monte now have a problem towards A. They don't have eyes on the site. They don't have info for the site. They don't know how many players are there.
It's still so slow here. They're yet even to get to to put the bomb down. I was going to say. Gives me. Try spamming it forward. Gets punished in mid. You do have an important kill for Rio to be found. A second as well. He's continuing. From Lithuania, the laser struck. Now 3 yet again he's picked up. So the Dodo, this is his round. Social needs to survive. It's not a... He should try, but he needs to, but he's not able to do so. Ryu 4 kills. Last round again 4 kills. This time he's looking for the whole ace, the whole bag! My God! Relentless. The only word to describe him now.
Second ace in 2 maps.
This is
well
his
played,
game.
well done.
His world, and we're just living in it.
Pretty much. We're just a figment of his reality. As round 20 will bring pretty much the end times here for Iberian Soul.
Although,
let's see
to give hope, 12-7 was the scoreline on map 1.
Yes, and we saw overtime, yes, but this is, after all, Mirage. There will be less shenanigans for this. As a full execution of A will begin, they've seemingly recognized the weaknesses of Monte on A, having very few players to defend it, fighting for mid. Monte still resilient, or rather resolute in that decision, and here comes the counter util. Love the Molotov, it's pretty well timed. The bomb will have to wait before the molly burns out, actually. That's the Dodo behind them. And it's a 5v5 retake of a site as Mopo starts. Oh, I love this from Alex. Another free kill, indeed. Davies walked the smoke in CT. They're clearing them out like nothing. Iberian Soul, you said about chances. You talked about hope. You talked about giving the benefit of the doubt. And indeed, they proved that it was worthwhile at least thinking of it.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's worthwhile continuing on it.
It might be. I mean, economy is running a bit low here. It's not completely wasted for Monte yet. But Iberian Soul, they have a way in. And also, I will correct myself, it was Demka 4K, then the ace for Ryu. Not Ryu back-to-back 9 kills. That did not happen.
Oh, didn't we see an ace on Nuke?
We did, but in this, Demka 4K against the Eco, and then Ryu the ace.
Oh, yeah, and then
I phrased it in a way where I completely gaslit myself, thinking Ryu just got 9 in 2 rounds.
Oh, no. Yeah, I meant like 2 aces in 2
Oh, yeah,
maps,
that's happened.
Yeah, that's what I mean. For a second there, I doubted myself almost. But it's going to be a doubtful round here as Iberian Soul lose the first. They might lose the second. Man. It's a no-scope. Oh! Oh, yeah, baby. That's it. Lights out, GG.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
What do you do against that? What do you do against that?
Yeah, you cry yourself to sleep, unfortunately, as there's not much you can do. That is the game, that is the series, and that is the elimination of Monte from Series 16 of Europe here.
Iberian Soul.
Excuse me, did I say? Oh, my bad. Yeah, that's Freudian slip right there. Iberian Soul, thank you very much for the correction. As Monte do progress into the playoffs. 3-2 scoreline from the Swiss stage. A little bit rough around the edges. A little bit tough to defeat a few teams up to this point, but they get here, and they are going to be in the playoffs.
Yes, they are. It takes them, a fair few chances, but eventually, Monte, they're in. And I think, again, a brand new roster, pretty much. We can say a fairly new roster, right? You've swapped in-game leaders and 2 players. It's pretty much a new roster from some of these situations, and you bring in Ivan, previously from Monte Gen, the coach, now to the main team. You have a lot of restructuring almost to do. We get Monte today. They show us what their individuals can do when they have a great day. Fantastic stuff. That T side as well of Mirage, that was masterfully called by Gizmi, and it's just beautiful. It was just wonderfully played out, and I think overall Mirage absolutely deserved.
Absolutely deserved. Absolutely. No doubt there. I mean, the legwork that the guys had gone through and the rounds they were able to win, considering there were a few mistakes here and there, right, losing a few, but those were very few in between compared to the rounds they actually managed to convert to a W. And let's not forget, I'm gonna ballpark this, but I think there was at least 7 to maybe 8 rounds where Iberian Souls had the entry, and they still lost the round. Undoubtedly, a round they shouldn't have lost. I mean, I specifically remember a 2 versus 4 or a 3 versus 5, and they still lost the round afterwards. So there's a lot to talk about there as well. I think Iberian Soul have to take a long, hard look at this demo and see where all those miniature mistakes or those small mini mistakes came in and made them lose the round at the end, or rather made it possible for them to lose the round.
Yeah, a total of 10 entries they had, so, a lot of those rounds, well, fair few of them at least, probably could have gone the other way. But sometimes life brings you lemons, sometimes it brings you double no-scopes from Hades and aces from Rio in rounds where that should not be happening.
Yeah.
And today, Monte, right, the T side I said, greatly, wonderfully called. CT side, you just have the individuals you can rely on, and I think this again comes back full circle to what I said at the very start of the series. You have Gizmi picking up the IGLing. Hades, his form has shot right back up to what it used to be at this very, sort of peak almost. And you started to see how quickly this is already cementing to become a very dangerous team yet again in Monte. And I'm loving that as well, because it looked entertaining. They played a good, fun Counter-Strike. Like, we kind of had the small discussion on Nuke. Don't play boring Counter-Strike. Just play entertaining Counter-Strike, and hopefully you get the wins along the way. And that's what we had as well today.
Yeah, I think this one definitely delivered. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are not done for the day itself. We've seen the schedule a little bit, a few minutes ago, but here we have it again. There are still 2 more series to be played. Both of them the same prize, or rather the same prize for failure and success, or the same issues could be presented. Winner takes all, loser is out of the tournament, and it's going to be Sashi versus Paravision, and then later on, of course, as you can see, OG versus Fire Flux. And honestly, some of the players and some of the teams that we see here, we wouldn't have thought that they would be on the level, or rather on the position of elimination or progression, but sooner perhaps in a 3-1 or a 3-0 bracket. But in any case, that's it for you and I, Nexus. Next up, I think it's going to be B-Dog and Freddy, Grimmy Ranar, taking over the casting duties. The game will start in about an hour, a little bit less actually, about 30 minutes. Yeah, thank you for the correction. But until then, be well, be good, keep open the tab, and we'll be seeing you guys in the next broadcast.
Good start. What is up, guys? Welcome back to the CCT broadcast. I was muted, but I am back now. I hope everyone is having a good day. And Brandon, we are in our final 2 games of the group stage. All roads are leading to CCT playoffs or to elimination. But firstly, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good. Look, this should be a fun couple of best of threes we've got. We can take a look at the schedule. We can already see one game that's been played out. Monte did take down Iberian Soul, so they will make the playoffs. Unfortunately for Iberian Soul, they've been eliminated in a 2-0 manner. And we've got Sashi versus Paravision up next, and then a bit later on, OG versus Fire Flux. These games are set to be quite spicy, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to watching both of them. I think that for every single one of these teams, playoffs is a goal that they should all be striving for. I think Fire Flux is probably the surprise package here, to be honest, but with the form that they've had at the start of the year, it's no wonder that they found themselves in this position to be fighting for the playoffs. And we've seen the playoffs teams be invited as well. We've seen the invites, and they all look really cool as well. So I'm excited that the playoff stage is going to be a very competitive environment, as similar to this Swiss stage. But let's dive into Sashi versus Paravision, Freddy, and we'll take a look at this Sashi roster because there's a little change. We've got Lucky subbed out, Nikados standing in. What do you make of that?
That is very interesting. So if we were in a actual ranked event, that would be bad because you couldn't play with the core. Because it would be the core of Cabby and Iceberg instead of Cabby, Iceberg, Lucky. But because this is a unranked event, there are no consequences to Nikados subbing in. That's an interesting one because Nikados, I feel like, unfortunately, his stock isn't the highest right now. He had, probably his up-and-coming time on Fnatic. Preezy was really awkward and weird. Heroic, again, like he didn't really hit expectations on that roster playing tier 1. They made Arena at Dallas, but kind of apart from that, it wasn't too promising. And then his most recent stint at Gaming Gladiators was part of that downfall with that ecstatic team that has now broken apart, if I'm not mistaken. Like they got dropped or completely dropped, so that's why Nikados is here. I think when it comes to replacing Lucky, Lucky's a much better AWPer. Nikados' butt is better on the rifle.
Yeah, he played yesterday instead of Lucky, so maybe it's just a temporary thing. We'll have to wait and see, to be honest.
Well, it'd be a really issue if it was a thing, because as I said, like the core,
PRS.
Like if you're gonna replace Lucky, at least wait 3 months so you can have the core.
Yeah, we'll see. It might just be a temporary thing. We don't want to speculate because we don't know the situation, but the reality right now is that Nikados has swapped in for Lucky. That's the headline. We'll go to Paravision because, of course, the AWPer on the other end is Mr. James. You've got these explosive young riflers in Nota, Belchanok, Kiket's in-game lead in this Paravision roster, which means James is just focusing on his crosshair. I have no doubt he's going to be a strong second voice in this team. And you've got Travis to round it out. Travis has been playing really well whenever I've been watching this Paravision lineup. I want to see them hit their peak sooner rather than later, and I think if they don't make playoffs of this event, for them, it'll be a real disappointment.
Yeah, both of these teams actually went 0-2, which is the interesting part of both of these teams we were looking at, and especially Paravision, because we casted them to go 0-2. We were sitting there like, wow, this is really quite poor. But kind of the core of Belchanok, Nota, and James, they've really pulled things together, and this is why I think Paravision are going to overcome Sashi today. So I think when we kind of go bar for bar, you compare Nikados and James is significantly better and has got better form. Zyphon overpowers a lot of the riflers. I think Zyphon's probably the best rifler on the server. The issue is he doesn't necessarily have the depth around him, whereas Paravision have Nota and Belchanok kind of combining. They have that depth in the roster. It's interesting you mentioned Travis, because it's like, yeah, sure, he's had his moments, and I think I was actually surprised at how poor his stats have been, because it didn't look like they were that bad, but he has actually been having a very rough run-of-the-mill stats-wise, but when we were watching the games, it didn't feel like he was doing anything that inherently wrong.
No, I know. That's kind of why I wanted to mention it, because it's a classic case of you go on HLTV, you look at the stats, you think, oh my god, Travis is playing bad. And then you watch the game and it's like, well, actually, no, he's not. It's
Can I add on to that as well?
Yeah.
So, speaking about stats as well and what wouldn't be shown, Nota, his utility usage we saw was actually sublime. Like, he supported so many players utility-wise, stuff that wouldn't come up in stats. Jame also did that, and you've got a very dangerous roster that also are very competent to support themselves, but it has fallen apart quite a lot so far. Like, they are, you know, they still did go 0-2.
True. They did. Veto rolling through. I'm going to spoil it for everyone. As it just rolls across your screen. Paravision picking Mirage, no surprise, they love picking Mirage or D2. Sashi pick Inferno, they're trying to punish Paravision. Paravision played Inferno twice yesterday in Challenger League. 1-1, lost 1. So it's limited reps for them, really, but it's going to be limited reps wherever you go with this team. So Ancient as the decider, I feel like you're happy with that. It's interesting that Sashi don't really punish Paravision. Like, I feel like they could have gone for a train because they've got more reps on it, but they've only won it once out of the 4 times they've played it, and they've actually not won it once in CCT. So they're going to just take a swing of it. They say, okay, do you know what, we want to go Inferno instead. Inferno probably feels a lot more comfy for Sashi, even though the win rates, to be honest with you, aren't great outside of Nuke, and that is Paravision's perma right now. So see you later to Sashi's best map. Mirage, I think, is the best chance for Paravision to take away that map. Inferno, I don't know what we're going to get out of Paravision, so I'm going to just speculate that Inferno will be won by Sashi. I think we go all 3 maps. I couldn't tell you who's going to win it, to be honest. I think it's really close. But if we do need an AWP head-to-head moment, I do have Jame over Nikodos.
Yeah, that... look, I'll be honest, that goes without being said. Sashi have a very weird veto right now. It's interesting you touched upon Train, because, yeah, they have played it 4 times, and they have only won 1 of them. The kind of remarkable thing is that their only win was on LAN against M80, if I'm not mistaken, and also, they actually have been favoring picking into Train and using Nuke as like a 3rd map. So, it's not like they've played Train loads because people are picking into it as a 3rd map. Sashi have actively picked into Train, and there's definitely a world that in these kind of vetoes now, they're like, maybe we're not as good as we're not as good as we are on Train than we thought, because I think 100%, and this is something I've spoken to a few teams about, it's something I've kind of seen myself of, it's really hard to gauge how good you are as a team on Train right now, because, like, sure, people are cracking it, but it's, you know, anyone can imagine, it's very evident that when a new map comes out, not everyone's flocking to it. Like, there are officials being played on it, and there are actually more officials being played on it, if I'm not mistaken, than like an Inferno or a Vertigo ever was. Yeah. But it's still like teams, you know, they're only getting a couple reps in. It's very hard to gauge. And I think for Sashi, there is definitely a world where they just gauged mistakenly from Prague.
It's just so unpredictable. Like, Sashi lost 13-2 last time, and then the time before that, they were 11-1 down. They made the comeback from 11-1 to go into OT, and then lost in OT. So it's one of those where you think, do you know what? Screw that. We don't want to do it. Nota clears Cabby. That's a really good opening kill. It is a simple A-pop onto the site for Paravision, and they have got all the space and about to have the plant.
That's a big kill. That's a massive kill. And, well, we were always talking about how we Jame over Nikodos. There you go. Nikodos actually just wins out the duel on Jame in the piston round. And it's a 3 versus 3, but these post plants are really good. Actually, it's just Belchnok's really good. I thought more players were fighting with him, but no, Belchnok is just nailing all of them. There was a flank being initiated regardless. So Paravision, it's a pretty simple first round on the board on Mirage and in this series.
Also feel kind of bad for Nikodos because the way that they've centered his picture on the HUD, he's just smaller than everyone. Poor guy. Yeah, Belchanok just was really good there. Got the first kill on Ticket, and then saw the shadow of the player coming around triple, had that player in close to support, and now is doing even more damage to Nikados. He has to run away. Iceberg's been tagged as well by B. Paravision just asserting control. There's a 3-player lean over towards A. And Travis applying another good bit of damage onto Sashi. They forced into this, and now they're walking wounded. But they are in the right spot if this goes A.
They're also playing this round well. Like, they're not sitting on their hands. They're actively getting in towards ramp. I could catch off Travis, but no, instead, Travis just holds them at bay and gets the information. Now with that info, they're going to pop through. Maybe not expecting anyone to be towards stairs, but Zyphod only able to get one because Kika, turning on a sixpence with the MAC-10, is able to mow everybody down. Iceberg, last alive, coming in from short. Nothing he can do.
Damn, they were really hoping that the double pushing towards ramp would leave Paravision asleep at the wheel. You wouldn't expect another one there. In fact, not even a second player there, but Kika is just able to, as you said, just swivel. He's like pirouetting all over the bomb site and mopping up the pieces. Finding 3 kills there is immaculate. Jame also deals with the player at Tetris, which then gives Paravision deep control over towards A. Bomb goes down. Round is a success story. That was the force buy, and now Sashi forced into an eco.
So now we've got Nikados in the server. What are your thoughts on the whole? Nikados has made 2 quarterfinals at a major. He's played at the highest of levels with Copenhagen Flames, Fnatic. He played an RMR with Preezy. Oh no, he didn't. Wait, did he play the RMR with Preezy? No, didn't play RMR with Preezy. Played the major then with Heroic for PGL Copenhagen. And Gaming Gladiators, you know, they were kind of... He was supposed to come in and really bolster the squad. Like those roster changes that Gaming Gladiators made, where you brought in Nikados and you brought in, who was the second? Roy was supposed to like develop this Danish team, and that never happened. What are your kind of thoughts on Nikados as a player? Of like, he's been so close. He's been, you know, we've been talking about him very highly for years, but he's just never seems to make it consistently or get any higher.
I'm not sure if it's just an effort or an instance of bad luck, to be honest with you.
I don't think it's luck.
Well, the only reason why I'm saying that is because, yes, he's had chances in both Fnatic and Heroic.
He's made top 4.
For me, I don't think he's been in a roster long enough to actually get comfortable. I don't think he's actually been given a fair shake of the stick. Think about how many organisations he was in 2024. People value him,
yeah,
but they don't, I guess, invest in him long term. And that can be so difficult as a player, because now you need to reinvent yourself, and every single time you play a game, you feel like you have to be the guy dropping a 1.3. You have to be the guy to do absolutely everything to overcome the odds and prove that you are still capable. And I think that takes a real psychological toll on a player, especially when you're being passed around from organisation to organisation. I do think it's tricky, so I do actually have a lot of sympathy for him. With that being said, it almost feels like his journey, his long-term destination is now in his hands. It is up to him to remind people why he has been picked up by these organisations, why he can still deliver at a good level.
Yeah, he's in that awkward state where it's like, look, he's played tier 1 for years, but he's not currently in tier 1. So like, how does he get back? You know, there's a lot of players like that, especially in Denmark, to be honest. You know, Roy, his past teammates, kind of the whole Gaming Gladiators team. You've got Borop as well. Altex on this squad. Xiphon on this squad. The whole of XTSM, there's like a lot of players who not quite in tier 1, but could be. Anyways, this gun round, we've just pivoted towards A, and we've just team killed. Oh my god, this is all falling apart. This was a 5 versus 3 round because there was an opening double from Jame and Nota in middle, and instead of just going towards B us being smoked off, we tried pivot towards A, and Iceberg has taken contact perfectly for Altex.
Yeah, what has happened there? That really felt like that shouldn't have been. That just shouldn't have been a Sashi round whatsoever. Even I'm caught a little bit off guard by it because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, how did that go so wrong? Clean double entries in towards mid. Paravision just need to group somewhere and go together. You've got the player advantage. Inherently, it doesn't matter where you go, where you end up. You just need to do it together, and they didn't. That's a bit silly.
Yeah, that was a really weird round, but now, even though we've lost the opening in middle, Jame benched Iceberg, and the Molotov is perfect to force Xiphon out. He has let one player cross and mark it, and it's not that's an issue, it's just the lack of information. They don't maybe realize that Cabby is already on the right side of market for them. Issue is, it's really hard for him to do anything there. Smoke was door anyways. It'd be preempting that to be the case, so Sashi, they maybe get thrown a bone, and then instantly it gets taken away.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's a good break point to win, really, if you're Paravision, because you let Sashi get back into the round, and they obviously reinvested everything, and then you beat them again. So they're going to be saving 3 rifles. It's exactly the same game state as it was before. So when it comes to momentum, you haven't really lost anything here if you're Paravision, because you still, in essence, got control of the game. It's a silly mistake. It's all about how you bounce back, and they bounce back really efficiently. And I really like the fact that Jame has gone aggressive. He's got the kill, and suddenly that's just the round spiraling out of control.
That was, yeah, that was a really simple round, feels like, for Paravision, but it's simple and effective. James being very proactive with the York. He's got opening kills in these rounds in mid, towards B, back to back, and now is looking to get an opening kill towards middle. Look at him tuck towards Delpam. If Cabby's not careful, Cabby's gonna fall here, and ooh, James holding the angle. This is 3 rounds in a row where, okay, maybe not the direct opening kill, but it's the opening kill for his team. Middle A, middle B, middle. Is this the Jame that used to save and play really slow CS? What's going on?
He's owning. Thing is, you still got 3 players on A. It's another one of these splits, but it's a lot more connector-centric.
Oh, look at Nikados.
There's no smokes.
Look at Nikados.
He might get caught off, though. They're going to clear this. They're going to wait till the smoke fades, and then they're going to clear this.
No, they're not. Oh, okay.
He cleared it in a really, really weird way, but the double layering under might be overlooked. Xiphon has not revealed his position. Belchanok needs to clear this, and he does. Diligent from Belchanok. Paravision unlock A, and that's going to be the round because Iceberg has to save.
Is there a world that they clear Cabby there so effectively and kind of so intensely? Because the player under balcony plays his hand very far, right? Like, the first player that died, the first player Belchanok cleared, he was out in the open. If you're a player playing under Palace, you don't play that far out. Like, that's not how you play the position. So Belchanok, there is a real world that he just goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure the second player there, And I mean, whatever it is, it's amazing. And he even gets the player at the end on the lurk. So for Paravision, it's fantastic. Also, circling back to that Kika entry, I've actually seen that becoming a lot more apparent when you're going through that top con smoke. You just run into the wall spraying, and it's kind of worked every time. You can't defend against the CT side. Very weird purchase for Sashi. It's not a full purchase, but they still do have 2 primary rifles. One's already been taken down, but at least he did get something for his troubles. But ultimately, Paravision, they're just picking Sashi apart, kind of one by one. And the bomb's actually pivoting over towards B, where Iceberg, okay, he is going to hear them in camera, and he is going to maybe get one. Not even that. Really sharp from Kika, great reactions, and yeah, you know, if you see a player push camera, you're probably expecting them to... You're probably expecting B to be a little bit more clear, but is this classic Paravision overthinking? Is this another one of those instances? Maybe they're just... You know what? They're just that diligent. The only round we've seen Sashi win is Paravision making a little play like this, but in this round, they have so much time to pivot, they have so much time to divert, and even then, it actually gets quite dangerous. Siphon, I spoke about him in the pre-game being the best rifler on the server, and he almost just gets a 1v4 there.
Nearly. But not quite. It's looking really good for Paravision, isn't it? I mean, 6-1 on T side. Now we get the Nikodos AWP in play. I guess for Nikodos, I just don't want him to lose his identity. I want him to just keep... Obviously, he has to reinvent himself in some instances, but just keep being the same guy that got you to this point in the first instance. I think at this moment, go back to the conversation we had a few rounds ago, you're not looking for 30 kills a game out of Nikodos, you're just looking for consistency out of Nikodos. So where is he? Pitched up on stairs, looking ramp. Flashbangs out mid, players in ladder set up to sort of maybe reinvestigate middle a little bit later. Cabby and Zyphon could be set up with utility, or can they? No, Cabby's the only one with 2 flashbangs. Iceberg's got one, but
flash.
His task is just...
You can flash over B.
Perhaps. He can, but will he?
Flash over the... Well... Kind of has to. Cabby's... Yeah, they know about Cabby now. Oh, that's actually such a cool smoke to put down, because it basically just segregates Cabby. Iceberg, what a double coming out from him. This potentially saves the day. The 2 players in connector have very swiftly rotated over towards market. Altex will be joining them, but no one's facing the orb, and utility is down to push the riflers away. Nikodos, he's taking matters into his own hands though, Brandon. He is pushing out towards dumpster, and there's only 2 players directly on the bomb site for Paravision, as Kika is really far away, but Nikodos, the isolation is his downfall. He goes quite aggressive, he tries to, as I mentioned, take matters into his own hands, but that ends up putting him in an untradeable position, and the 2 riflers are just nowhere really to be seen to even attempt the trade.
Yeah, I think that you were just a little bit disorientated. What I will say though is on the way in, Jane puts down a really good volley that separates them completely, the Sashi defenders. It pushes Altex and Zyphon away, and then you've got Nikodos that's got really good room, but no one's peeking him. And you start to think, well, okay, maybe Kicker is on this lurk. He's that guy that is going to come behind us, so I need to move and I need to make a play. And Sashi, the rest of them, just a little bit uncoordinated. Maybe it's a comms issue, maybe it's something else. But the fact that Nikodos does go alone there is his downfall, because suddenly it puts Paravision in the advantage. It just means that he cannot go for that retake whatsoever.
Oh
that was
God.
aggressive out of Nikodos, and Kicker has just punished him.
It's the first time Sashi have kind of gone for something aggressive in middle, and unfortunately to no avail. Zyphon, though, just he kind of spams a smoke to clear it, sees Jame perfectly, and whittles him away. That's Jame going for not an opening kill, so we've already got one, but is, as I mentioned, it's not the direct opening kill of the round, but James been really good at getting an opening kill to create space for his team. Unfortunately, his aggression is undermined. And this is a really nice A-centric defense for Sashi. You've got Iceberg completely aggressed towards apartments, and that's left 3 players able to defend towards A. The issue is Altex could be cleared really easily without Zyphon having any opportunity to trade, and Cabby's still very cautious of middle because they've got no control there.
Nice little shoulder bait.
That's what I mean, yeah.
And here comes Belchenok. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Zyphon's been spotted as well, by the way.
You might get that one, but he's dead.
Yeah. I was looking at Travis's Molo and I was like, well, he's towards ramp. Is he just going to pop it in? Yeah.
Iceberg can win this.
He definitely can. The bomb taking its time to get planted it seems like a thing for Paravision, where sometimes they hesitate, and it does come to cost them on occasion. And with the bomb only just getting planted, he gets low HP, Travis has been spotted, it's a 1 versus 1, just like that. Will he expect Nota? Under him, he does, but he goes onto the ladder. Oh, the movement is the bane for Iceberg, and Nota saves the day.
It's almost like he was really cognizant that he wanted to clear under Palace first, and then he spots Nota, and as he's going for the shot, obviously he's trying to strafe, and I think he should strafe onto the ladder. Unlucky.
He doesn't go down the ladder, he just sits on the top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think he was like gonna AD just to kind of jiggle a little bit as he was shooting, and I think he jiggled on the ladder.
Oh no, he spots Nota a little.
Yeah.
He spots Nota as he's actually going down the ladder.
That's just really unlucky then.
Well, he didn't clear underpass before under Balk though. Like he went down before he'd kind of.
Look, they're losing 8-1. I want to give him something.
Yeah. By the way, Cabby's yet to get a kill. Nikos is on 1. Iceberg's kills. He's got 2 on B, 2 on A in that previous round. They've not won either of those rounds.
It's an issue of the anchors, really. Like, you go towards B, and you're getting traded. You go towards A. That round, there was just no trades at all for Sashi.
It's also an issue towards middle. This is the first round in a while that Sashi are actually taking middle, or the first round ever? Ooh, James, that felt like that could have been a pretty easy opening kill. He's not going to get Altex here. Altex is playing very close and...
Good info here.
Ooh.
But, will you be ready for Travis? You've heard James be so loud and you've run away. Oh, never mind.
James not expecting this. He's got the AWP back out, but he's not clearing the close corner, right? No, surely not. That's the bomb dropped, and also an AWP for Altex if he chooses to wield it. We're shooting each other in connector. This is looking not amazing for Paravision. Travis and Palace expected because the bomb was returning towards A. Sharp trades out from Kika, but just the masses and the numbers take storm. And for the first time in a while, it's actually looking pretty good for Sashi as Nota, he does get the kill on B, but there's no time for him to do anything, so he's going to have to save, and it's Sashi with Cabby getting his first kill and Altex saving an AWP.
And Altex just winning the round, to be honest, because if he isn't that close to the round, if he doesn't hear Jane walking away, he doesn't make that play. So the fact that he's taken the initiative and he's pushed, and he's got rewarded for his push with the bomb and the AWP, that means all the rotations can come over a lot earlier. Effective trades this time out of middle, and importantly, Travis's lurking Palace achieves nothing. So much better in that round. But now you need to build on it. We saw what happened when Sashi won a round last time. They got destroyed by James AWP. So now we need to get a few more in a row. Nikodos, in fact it's Zyphon this time that has made that jump in towards short. Belchenok is being so aggressive, and he's found the opening kill. This is what happened last time. They just changed the pace. Nikodos over here at B needs help from Cabby as he jumps out the market window. He is ready for Travis. Cabby is helping out spectacularly.
Look at Kika though. Kika's found a kill over towards ladder. Sorry, in towards Sniper's Nest. He's being held for, but he's also controlling all of these rotations. James is going to have a free passage towards A. No, he's not. Cabby's come towards short, but he's not holding for connector. And if he drops down into Sniper's Nest, that's going to be information for James. So yeah, James is going to have a free passageway on towards his A bomb site, but the bomb being planted is going to be really difficult as he's now being held for from short. He's being held for from CT. Lots of damage, but no fatal blow. Bomb being planted, and he actually has got the space to do so. Apparently, we've just forgotten about Kika towards snipers. Nikados lackadaisically runs into his crosshair. Altex now stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's literally nowhere he can go apart from forward because he's got someone all around him. This is a big reposition, though, from Cabby. Random. This could be the difference maker. But James, he's playing this perfectly. He hears Cabby. He's a well-placed microphone behind enemy lines. The spam, it connects, but they don't hear. Bomb not being defused. And James, alongside Kika, win out a, what, 2 versus 4?
Yeah. Yeah, 2 versus 3, I think. We'll check in a sec. That was even with the opening kill. And you got to give a lot of credit there to Kicker because he dictates a lot of that round just by staying alive in its entirety. And I think what's really interesting here is that James obviously plants safe, but he just shoots towards Altex, but doesn't actually commit to the fight. He just says, okay, you can stay there. Like, what are you achieving here? You're not. Your rotations are really far away. Kicker hears it, punishes it. I think Nikados assumes that Kickit would have moved back because Kickit didn't push, Kickit didn't move, or he's taking more of a deep line in towards jungle. So sure, communication a little bit topsy-turvy, but it was probably relayed. That's why Altex was so scared about swinging CT. Nikados comes over, feels like he can maybe get a freebie in the back. Instead, it's Kickit to dominate. And it's Paravision with 9 rounds, and I said, look, we're looking for consistency. That didn't happen. Now look at the buy. Last round of the first half. MP9s, 1 M4, 1 push out of Altex, being supported by Cabby. Travis finds the first, and he's ready for the second, but that is a really important trade.
We've got a lot of presence over towards A right now for Sashi, and unfortunately, Iceberg just all by himself. The smoke is really good, but they're going to walk through, and they're walking around the smoke, potentially out of Iceberg's periphery. They push this smoke, they win the round. And Sashi, they haven't moved. They literally cleared ramp, they cleared palace, but yet they're still holding towards A. That's information. Iceberg's been heard, and now here comes the hunt. Iceberg trying to put distance between him and the offensive Belchnock. He gets 2 kills, but one of them's on his own teammate, so that means the numbers are still an even standing. Belchnock and Nota both very low HP. The Molotov's great to tickle down James, but it's a really good HE in response. Artillery flying everywhere, shrapnel left, right, and center. No fatal blows, but Belchnock, he's on for technically an ace it would be, but no. Nikados trades. James and Nota, bench and backside. The crossfire is immaculate, and now Cabby, who's had a very slow half, has to try and attempt to get a third for Sashi. Nota they both are, with spray running out of bullets. James just playing around him, and Paravision take double digits going into the second half of their map pick.
I'll tell you what, I think every single round that looks a bit scary or looks a bit dicey for Paravision is because they've made it so. Think about the first round that Sashi won, and it was just rough, rotates it, and an end goal for Paravision. Actually, I lie. The Altex one was good. But this one, especially, a team kill in here, low HP, and yet they still find a way to win. Really well played from Jay.
Postpon's really good, that's why.
Yeah. Crossfires were just sublime. 10-2.
Been a big thing for Paravision. I've noticed that their post plants on the T side have been really good. Like they're not letting them slip. And for Sashi, well, this pistol round is pivotal. They want it.
Sorry, Belchnock's got 17 kills.
Yeah, Belchnock's been a man possessed, and that's what I was talking about, the depth of Paravision. You have Nota, you have Belchnock, you have James, whereas Sashi, it kind of feels like a one-trick pony with Zytham, and even he's not doing too well this game. But Cabby, you know what? He was on 0 kills really recently, but he has stepped up massively. Issue is, everything's falling apart. Oh, it's gone so wrong. There's also a kit and kit and smoke on Travis. Both Nikados and Iceberg post plant towards ramp. They're cautious of maybe James coming from behind, and Travis, he can just get on the bomb, but They're going to nail him before he can cross over. Kit's been picked up by Nota, and the coverage from Jame. Well, what more do you want?
It's a classic Jame round where you swapped his POV and he's holding for he's holding for Zyphon, who's in TV, and he's in CT, he's in T-Sport. So how have you got there? And then he just repositions. I think it's really clever reposition out of Jame. He goes back towards middle, and he goes through connector, not only to be with his team, but it just wastes time, because Sashi have to go double ramp, they have to clear that out, they have to make sure there's no flank, and by actually going to clear him, he's done a second thing. He's pushed them exactly where he wants them. Just into one choke point. Great round out of Jame. You know it's getting desperate when you're just going to punch B and just give it a look in on the force. They have to go through a smoke. You don't want to do that, so a couple of players just disperse away.
It's good though. This is really nice because what they can do is they can have Zyphon smoke top con, Iceberg put some pressure towards short, just take away mid control and force players to maybe rotate in. You can see all of A is actually top con right now, and the short player is very aggressive. So you've only got Travis now on this B bomb site. So when this execute comes in after the smoke is faded, there's no real rotations or defenders. As I say that though, Travis, that is disgusting. And the mid crunch comes in. Iceberg, they know exactly where he is. They know Iceberg, so they know Nikados is over towards apartments. And that round, it's really good reactions from Paravision as a whole, but it is Travis. Like, Travis wins out that round.
This is what I was saying in pre-game, right? He's 8-9, but that one round just prevents anything from happening. So, I mean, fantastic. I think it was, as you said, really good reposition out of Sashi to drag and manipulate this rotate. The issue is they didn't win their fights in middle. If they win their fights in middle, it's a different story, but also, you need to trade Travis. You can't trade Travis. He gets an MP9 kill from short to bench on a pixel angle.
Second kill as well. Yeah, Nikudo just never gets out of apartments there. I think that's one of the bigger issues of there's just no trade potential. Speaking of Travis though, he's been hunted. This time Nikudo's a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, very bold to push that smoke after the tag, and rightfully so. He goes, actually, I'm not going to do that. But what it has done is it's pulled the rotation of Jame. There's only really one player holding mid for now, but Belchnok rotates him. He's also heard it. Abby made noise. Notta's playing ahead of this smoking connector. That's game. It's a 5v3. Bomb's been spotted in the middle. They know about Zyphon, and they're just swinging. They're just taking the fights. And Jame is so crisp. He's 16-4 for crying out loud. Belchnok's 20-8. Everyone's just having a good game for Paravision, and it's flawless on the final round of Mirage. They don't lose a single round on their CT side, but they only need to win 3, so it was pretty easy. And on their map pick, Paravision detonate Sashi.
Yeah, look, they had a clear plan what they wanted to achieve in all of those rounds. Sashi had some good responses, but it's just the individuals, and it came back to what you were saying. Zyphon can't carry the team to give themselves a proper foundation, but he shouldn't be needed to carry the team, especially on CT side. T side, you can argue about him taking openings, but what T side? They didn't have any. So that was a rough showing for Sashi, a bit of a rough one for Nikados as well, because I think for large portions of that game he was getting caught a lot, and something's got to change. And obviously we go to Inferno, maybe that can change. Look, it's still a best of 3. You get blown out on map 1s before, you can dust off, you got that experience to reset. So I mean, they need to, because otherwise they're not making the playoffs of CCT Series 16. Paravision will just waltz their way into that last cut of teams that we've got, both from the Swiss and also invited. Will Sashi bounce back on their map pick? We'll have to find out just after this break.
That was an extraordinarily one-sided map from Paravision, pretty much from start to finish. They absolutely dominated Sashi. And remember, this is a qualification and an elimination game. So we're in the 2-2 bracket. Whoever wins goes to playoffs. Whoever loses is sent home and is going to have to restart in Series 17. So it's quite an important game. And even though this is an unranked tournament, it's really good for both of these teams that are new-ish to, well, not new-ish, pretty much brand new when it comes to roster changes or just building a whole team. Getting those reps in and officials can be very pivotal. And right now, Paravision, their Mirage looks really clean.
Yeah, it did. And now, Sashi, you got to reset. You got to go on your own map pick of Inferno. You spoke in the Veto as well about how maybe Paravisions could be stronger in this matchup because they denied Nuke. Sashi didn't feel confident enough to pick into Train, and they don't have Nuke as that fallback failsafe. So all eyes now turn to Inferno. You're all in or bust on this map. You're going to start on the T side as well, and we just saw how good Paravision were on their T sides, and I guess that's the saving grace, the fact that you don't start on the CT, but on Inferno I feel like you want to. I feel like you want to have a good control of the map a lot more, and you can do that because you can sort of be a little bit more proactive on CT. So I'm interested to sort of see how Sashi navigate this banana control that's going to be put down. Obviously James AWP is going to be dynamic, and he was really feeling himself in that first game. That head-to-head was no contest, and you do look to Nikados now in his rifling capabilities. This T side will be very important for him to be consistent.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at James, he was also being very proactive. Outside of just doing well, he was getting a bunch of opening kills. Like, I think that was one of the things that I was remarking upon, was that 3 rounds in a row, it wasn't the maybe direct opening kill of the round, but he opened up a lot of space for his team very early on in middle, and then B, and then back to middle. Like, ultimately, he was just running rings around Sashi, and then you compare that to Nikados, who was on 1 kill for a very big portion of that map. Yeah, I'm definitely favoring Paravision going into Inferno. We haven't got loads of information about them directly on this map, because they've only played it twice, and they were both yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and they, you know, lost Citizen overtime, very respectable scoreline, and then also beat GG Hao, which is a team you would expect them to beat. So that's a good showing for them in that case.
This is fast. This is really fast. Up B, they want to deny. Good nade, but ultimately Kicker is by himself. He needs support. He's going to try and smoke just to isolate them. He will find Altex, but can he trades immediately?
Look at this. Iceberg. On a banana, 2 big kills. The kit will be collected by Belchenok, but they're hunting James down.
Nice.
Sashi, fast and furious on this pistol round. They don't allow Paravision any room to breathe whatsoever, and Belchenok with the kit cannot even get onto the bomb site. This is already a way better start for Sashi than Mirage.
Crucial mid-round in as well, because even if Iceberg goes 1 for 1, he does well to get a multi, but he gets the info. And immediately, look at the response. Take CT, push beyond it, isolate that player, make him feel uncomfortable, make that fight unfair, and then you're already in such a better position for that after plan. Good fundamentals from Sashi, and that was just so explosive up B. Is a full spy. Is good control into brackets. Going into the setup. Oh, they're both anti-flash.
Yeah, and lined up. I will say I was actually muted. Oopsies. But I was saying, like, this is actually a good setup if they're going to come into long, but both James and Travis just get negated. One player definitely shouldn't be playing anti-flash there. And for Iceberg, yeah, it's a good timing on one hand, and on the other hand, it's way too easy.
It's gifted over. If everyone can save here, this would be great. Kicker will get the first. Needs to back out, they're being hunted as well. I think this is strong for Sashi, just to try and remove these weapons. 2 players are clearing banana. Paravision move over to take space to help out Kicker, and Belchenok will be the first alarm system in banana, but he moves away. He could get caught here. No, he's made it around the corner. They should be fine.
Terrorists win.
And they are. So, all the Kevlar and Mac 10 scooped up as well for Notta. It isn't awful. It's probably the best outcome you can have after losing 2 opening kills. Nades. But an even better one thrown the other way. In fact, that Molly nade combo does effectively the same amount of damage as 1 HE from Paravision.
This is one of those weird rounds where, because we've saved 3, still very contestable. This could still be a really damaging round. And that extra chip damage is very valuable when you're on these pistols and you're on these SMGs. So Cabby, gotta watch out there. And for Paravision, they're making the right read, Brandon. James gonna be rotating in towards long at the perfect time. Flash long actually will stop Iceberg's progression. And because of that, James being able to get onto the bomb site itself. This means 4 players on bomb site and apps, with also Kika close rotation towards archers. This could go really wrong for Sashi and Belchenok. It's a great first shot. Make it a double. Cabby, remember, he was already low HP, and Sashi, the bomb's down long. They can't even retreat. They have to commit because everyone's subjugated towards short, and it's so easy for Paravision.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've put ourselves in a situation where if Belchenok only gets this single kill here, you're still set up for success. And Travis activates off that contact and surprises Altex. Brilliant round. You said it could get dangerous. It did. Belchenok's deagle was electric. And James now got an AWP. And he's got the spawn to peek.
Oh, that's pretty pretty rough for Sashi. Couldn't get any worse as well this round because Cabby, he eats a grenade and then runs into Nota's welcoming hands. No utility to get him around the half wall there. And Paravision, not only have they clinched a round that is going to really brutalize Sashi's mentality, but also they've just lost an opening kill and one of the primary rifles where Nikos is on a Galil and Iceberg's on a measly Deagle.
Yeah, now you've got retake utility coming in as well. By kicker, not just tucked in at the sandbags. If they try and push the edge of this smoke, he should capitalise on it. No flashbangs, that's an easy collection. It's even a bait and switch with the contact. That nade will do the job on kicker. If you accelerate into B, there is only one player, but he's dropped a defensive smoke. You assume help might be on the way. They actually just called it back.
And they throw whatever that smoke is.
But it works, because it did mean that Belchnok committed to his rotate, but they're moving back immediately. They don't hear anything.
Yeah.
It's so
they just smoke
proactive
CT.
here.
If you just smoke CT, it'd be a different story for Paravision, but instead, you've rotated over. James, he might just get smoked down. He is. So even though they kill Belchnok's position, James gets smoked, but he still takes one with him. Altex down. Travis, alone on this bomb site, towards Pit, has to get this kill, and he will. Now Zyphon alone on the bomb site, bomb tapped, Nane soaring towards him, does miss the mark, but he's being crunched from all different angles, and yet again, it's Travis, the small site anchor that does not get the love that he needs in Paravision, steps up for a massive double.
He stays alive. He stays alive, and yes, he feels like he has to take that kill on short because he's being pressured. But notice how, because James got that kill, he was being really loud, because obviously they know he's there, but they don't want to push through this smoke. But just by him being a nuisance, causing a little bit of noise over there, it does mean that Travis gets this fight one-on-one. Everyone gets picked apart. And now you've got absolutely nothing. The nades go deep. James, that's a freebie. He will get that all day long. Peeking down that right-hand side of mid. Now Kika and Nota are taking good banana space. That round was so important to keep multiple players alive, and they did for Paravision, and now this one again is another bank building exercise.
And farming exercise for Kika, but unfortunately they're going towards A. Repeat, I was gonna say, don't that'd be a bold repeat from James. That's a great flashbang, but he doesn't actually really commit off it. Instead, he just waits for the artillery, so the cavalry, and it's a bank building exercise where they pass with flying colours.
You can call Belchnok artillery. I mean, he's just bulldozing them
Yeah.
along. And that was really nice as well, because James like, okay, I can hold your deep angle, you can swing a bit wider. He prevents the player scaling towards arches as well, which is so important, because then, okay, the rest of Sashi are all contained in this one choke point. Travis with the flash. James now going banana. These nades have been brilliant, but this time it is Sashi being a little bit more patient. They hear the nades rain in. And then they take the space off the back of one flash. You retake you to again being set up here for Nota. But James, on this line, he can take a kill and he can fall back. When do you deploy this util? Oh.
Now, but it's gonna force them into James' crosshair with maybe out the utility to prepare for a flashbang.
That's so smart.
That timing is perfection. That works. That honestly couldn't have worked any better for Paravision right there. They get the opening kill. They don't actually get really space off it, but they're still in a perfect position where Sashi, now a lot of the pressure's upon them to try and make something of this round.
This is a good mid-round though from Sashi, because you have seen that Paravision have been known to over-rotate and gamble into a specific area of the map. Nota now sees the smoke come over.
Ooh,
no
wait,
flashbang.
what?
I think
Did he not see Iceberg?
I don't know.
No, he didn't. He didn't. James rotating in.
Oh,
Okay, maybe they did, or James just super aware. It's one of the two, and James also going to be able to re-smoke banana. Forces them kind of ahead lackadaisically. And James being boosted up? Oh, you're never gonna expect that. The smoke fades at the exact same time. It's a leg shot onto Altex, and Xiphon's too far astray to have any impact in this round. Paravision, they're looking flawless. Brandon, this is not the team that we saw a couple days ago. This is so much more polished.
And look, you're going to get this polish after a few reps of officials. It was always going to be the case, but what's really good is we're seeing the results now within a tournament. This is the James, Kicker, Dastan combo at work. It's familiarity. And Sashi, I think they made the right read here, knowing that James was going to rotate back and leave Nota all alone, but by going contact, trying to get tricky with it as well, walking through the CT smoke is to their detriment. If they just blasted B, if they just full exec with the flashes over, Nota wouldn't have stood a chance. And it only gets worse. These rounds, what's really cool is they are entirely set up on James.
And I can see why, because it works so well. But in the meantime, Paravision are also getting great control elsewhere around the map. Travis going to get tested here. This could be a big opening kill for Sashi, and it is. That's going to cause the rotation of Kika away from the B bomb site and leave Nota by himself. This is scary now. Nota has to get both these kills, and it's a bit of a laboured spray on Cabby, so we're still in a 3 versus 3.
You can still
And I
go
guess,
away.
yeah, luckily for Sashi, they have so many options and they have Xiphon. That's the difference maker. He's been having a pretty slow game, all things considered, but a big double from him means that Sashi have the advantage, but Jane, he catches off Altex. Sorry, no, he catches off the lurk in apartments, and with that, both Xiphon and Altex are very low HP, but Xiphon's playing this position perfectly off the sound cues. And finally, Sashi get on the board after the pistol round.
He was looking for the AWP, right?
James dropped it.
James dropped it literally like 2 foot away from him, and he didn't know, so he's just trying to scavenge the body and loot him. So there's no AWP now for Nikados, and they would have probably seen that as well, maybe, Paravision. They might enter this with still a little bit of caution, but James been able to reinvest because of the previous efforts. Good work from Sashi. It's got to be said. That was a low buy. They find the success. Xiphon was insane.
This is a cool mid setup. Beltron's playing very aggressive, and Sashi have not been given any space. In the meantime, our approach on this T side is to take a lot of information and pressure towards B, and they've done that without really much resistance.
They've not really been fighting at Paravision, though. They've
been loving the retake
nades.
smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the retake, like, this is completely fine. We've got a minute left on the clock, and are we executing on? There's only 3 of us here. Wait, this feels very weird, but it's perfect. Wow, that went so well. That pop was amazing. The flashbangs were actually incredible. Both Kika and Nota were fully blind.
This is what I was saying in a couple of rounds previous, right? Rather than getting a bit tricky with it for that B exec, just go and pop. And it worked. I think Belchnok is going to catch Altex here. So it is a 3 versus 3. They can't go for this, but they will at least hold on to all of these weapons, or will they? Because you've already got players such as Cabby in T-Apps. Belchnok isn't going to progress any further forward. But I think he's known. Shadow spotted, kill collected, there is a trade. So that will remove 1 AK for Paravision, but James keeps his AWP, and there's plenty of money to keep reinvesting. Every round is going to be difficult here on out for Sashi, but at least they've equalised the scoreline. At least they've got something to fight back with in this first half, in this map even. Paravision with the pause, you can throw this into a couple of different conversations. Do we want to take Banana a bit more proactively? Is there any essence? Maybe we could get a player in towards second middle. What is the reaction that Sashi expects from us? And I would assume it would be this Banana control. So I think going for maybe a double app setup, trying to get aggressive in towards second middle, could work quite well here if you're the CTs.
Yeah, you could, I mean, maybe even a triple app setup where you have one boiler, one apartments with the AWP, and then take the opening kill and also push with it. I think if James gets that opening kill, I'd love to see him actually go further aggressive with that, clear out all the space second mid, because a lot of times Sashi haven't got many layers towards apartments and second mid, so if they clear out all of that space, they can very freely rotate over, and that's just the difference between proactivity and reactivity.
Instead it is this free B lane. Or no, it's just a nade
Just
drop
dropping
off.
util. Yeah, Belchnok drops all his grenades. It's interesting that James not dropping his util. You tend to see the AWP drop the utility on a CT side of Inferno. Instead it's Belchnok, and he's going back into the position close mid. They haven't seen him here before.
There's that aggressive Banana we were highlighting, and Belchnok will get dealt with by Zyphon. Insane adjustment. James is here in arches. He will collect the first. Now Iceberg has to smoke this off. And he doesn't run across immediately. James, no way you push this. James pushing the smoke with an AWP. And Iceberg is going to be caught off guard, or at the very least heard, running away. Travis backside. Gets the first kill on Cabby, but can't trade on Altex. James is still lying in wait, but it's him and Kika to attempt this retake.
I've got a feeling they just don't. There is no smoke though. Yeah, Kikit's running for the hills. James will join with him. It's James time, baby. It is Inferno, so.
Yeah, it is also 9 rounds played. He's died 3 times.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 9 rounds played, yeah. He's got a really good bank balance. They could go for a reinvestment here. Travis can buy himself, and then James can drop both Belchnok and Nota. So the big advantage of CT side saving here is that you're going to continuously have those reinvestments. But Sashi is starting to pick up the pieces and get the ball rolling a lot more than Mirage, for instance. And it's also looking quite clean. Like, these last 3 rounds have been fairly dominant, I want to say.
Yeah, Jane dropped both as well, so they've got full util. And yeah, you're right. I think Sashi have had a really good understanding of what Paravision are trying to achieve. They knew the common reaction would be to fight Banana a bit more aggressively, but they only have one player there, just in case. Firstly, they're wrong, but secondly, if there is an overcommitment in Banana, they'll at least get the heads-up info. They don't lose too many resources in the progress. Instead, it just goes the other way. Cabby wins his fight. They have the entirety of Banana. They commit Kika to anchor in. And now they're looking for Jay to find the goods here. Nades are exceptional. Wait, they're not? They look really good, and the swing from Kika is a bit brave. It's a lot of damage that's been done to Sashi. And now Nota tries to slide in by sandbags. I thought those nades were going to do way more damage than they did.
Yeah. It was also brave from Paravision to rotate James over, and for Sashi, we've seen them do this before, where they take contact towards B, they either lose someone, or they even get the opening kill, like they have this round, and they just double pump, they just commit. There is currently a smoke up. I think, they look very poised to go through this, and it'd actually be perfect if they do.
They are. They're dropping the util. Nota not peeking. This kill's so important because it now means you can rotate, and they were thinking about going back, and now they can't.
James needs to be very careful here. They're going to hear him running down. James very over-aggressive.
And now they can.
He's given everything away. If he had just, like, there must be miscommunication there. Surely Nota's saying they're not actually on the B bomb site, but instead, James runs straight into their opening arms. 20 seconds left, though. Travis has situated himself towards pit. Belchnok, Amolo towards short. He's on the bomb site, and Nota coming in for the opening kill. Perfectly baits in these 2 players already set up. And okay, that went from amazing to scary to back amazing for Paravision. And James, he almost throws that all away.
He nearly does, but what a really nice setup. Travis slides into pit. Belchnok doesn't even fight forward. He just wants to tuck himself into the corner, and then you've got Kicker that can hold long. Or I think it was Nota at that point. Anyway, they come in from long and they hold apps. They get the kill, and that just sets it in motion. Suddenly that trap card of a crossfire is activated, but the speed in which Paravision have just rotated over there. They took the gamble, by the way, that it wasn't going to end B. A good round in the end for the CTs. But now they're starting to feel the financial burden. Kicker running, and oh dear.
My God.
Well, it's a 2-for-1.
And also a kill over on A for Paravision, so Nikados, he's helping Paravision a little bit more here than he's helping his own team.
This timing's a bit interesting.
Who does
Belshot
this
might move
favour?
back to Boiler.
Oh, it favours the T side because Travis re-engaging thinks it's probably clear. And now, Nikados is rotating in, but Belchnok's got the cross. Altex is being dinked as well. James rotating over. Altex is isolating himself, and Belchnok just been able to clinch up 2 kills to re-give Paravision the advantage. Iceberg wasn't actually known. Belchnok didn't know where he was, but with the bomb being planted, we now set up into a 1 versus 2 post plant. Moto smoked. He's walking straight through it. James, will he be ready for this? He is, but he misses the shot. Belchnok now coming out of apartment. Iceberg re-engaging through the smoke. Catches him dropping down. And Iceberg, he's playing this perfectly, but James lands the bullets. And James saves it. He's got no kit. There's enough time for the defuse. And Iceberg played that perfectly right up until the end.
He did, because he knows that Belchnok was in Boiler. And the other guy on the team is James, who's going to have an AWP. So if you push the AWP, if you catch him off guard, if you're able to get that opening kill, that sets the round into motion. He does the hard bit by actually removing the rifle. But he can't get by James, who's consistently wiggling about with his 5.7. That's heartbreaking. And it's one of those crucial moments that might come back and upset Sashi, because look at what it's done to the economy because they lose that round. Mac 10s. No AK-47 in sight. The only one is actually in Nota's hands, funnily enough.
It's a round where Sashi had so many advantages as well.
It's a round that they should be closing. It's a round that they should be looking to then further extend, because the money was not in a good place for Paravision.
Ooh, I think Nikados just naded himself. This is also a really good round from Paravision, where they've played retake smokes and utility, and it's actually worked really well. There have been quite a lot of times where their retake utility hasn't really worked, but Sashi, they're very happy to give up that space and just re-engage. We've got this really awkward stalemate top banana where no contact's being taken, but both sides using all of their utility to try and contest and just take back the control from each other. And it looks like we do want to end towards B, but in the meantime, we're taking space away from top brackets. Sashi, they're playing this default really nicely. They've got top banana, they've got top brackets.
Oh,
the issue is, there's only 40 seconds left, and they've got 3 flashes and 1 smoke.
This round hinges a lot on what Altex can find.
Or if James hits the shot.
You feel like James will hit this shot, though.
Nope, he misses. The jiggle peek. Travis, big opener. He also drops a mollo towards short and a flashbang. They're going to be having to play behind that. They're going to run through the utility. Altex does trade towards pit. James trying to get onto the bomb site. Iceberg shoots, so he gives away his position. And just like that, it all crashes down for Sashi. Paravision, really good counter utility, really good rotations, and just good individualism to give them the lead going into their T side on their opponent's map pick.
Bro, Belchnok wasn't even needed. James killed both on the 5.7 right at the very end there. 7 rounds on the CT side for Paravision. And it really could have gone the other way. You think back to that round as well. A round 11, where Sashi could have taken it. There was a team kill in there as well, which doesn't help matters further. You get the pistol round here. You start to think, maybe Paravision can take this 2-0. Look at this advanced setup in towards apartments for Sashi. If they dare push second middle, they will soon realise that no one is there.
Also, you got to remember that Sashi actually won the first pistol round. So Sashi won the pistol round on their T side and only are able to get 5 rounds. And now on Paravision's T side pistol round, Iceberg sure he's going to smoke, but if Paravision just go through this, it's an open bomb site. Iceberg's actually not even going to smoke. He's saving it for the retake, it appears, and Sashi, they're going to be relinquishing all control of B without any congestion and playing a 5-man retake from CT. Cabby's picked up the utility. He's going to be flashing and smoking them through this CT smoke. It's faded now. Here's the smoke. It's actually towards Banana. James the only player blocked off by that though. 3 players coming from coffins. The flashbang ineffective, and Belchnock, his Glock is singing, but Nikados, they're just standing out in the open for him. Travis trades. James still blocked behind this smoke on Banana, but he's baited perfectly back in for Travis, and that pistol round honestly might just seal the deal.
What a shame, because it is Nikados that gets those 2 kills, but Sashi just... They had this advanced setup. They were really hoping someone walked into them. They didn't. And then as soon as you see the smoke exec, everyone rotates through CT. Nobody tries Banana. Nobody tries to split the difference there. So it just becomes incredibly one-dimensional. Unlucky because it did get close towards the end, but it's actually unable to convert. This is now the eco round for them. And you're in a similar situation where if you go B, you're in a good spot. But look at this double header of a hold into second mid. Iceberg's just thinking, wow, really? You guys are holding double middle, and Belchnock's holding mouse 1. 3 kills for him. Another round collective for Paravision. This is looking very good indeed.
This whole series kind of hinges on this one round, and interestingly enough, it's Paravision who take their second tactical pause after winning the last few rounds consecutively. It's them who take the 30 seconds to just maybe chill out a little bit, talk about what they want to do in this round, and that's always a really cool sign, I find, when teams are winning, but they still elect to use their tactical pauses.
Well, they know this round's really important, because this round spearheads whether Sashi have got any more say in this series. Because if they win the gun round, you're in essence, you're back. But if you lose it, mentally, it's over. That is the fine margins right now of round 15. Do you want to go for something a bit quicker? Do you want to try and change the pace? I wonder what the banana control situation will be like for Paravision, because they were very passive on their CT side. I wonder if that's going to be the same course of action here on T. Mollies and nades litter down Banana. James catches both of them. There's already a favourable exchange here. There's so much util being put in top Banana for this control.
Paravision are very happy to wait these smokes out though.
It just feels like they're just going to go an exec.
Yeah, and trying to look in at the counter utility for Sashi, it is pretty good actually. They haven't used much util right now.
They got
still
the main
2
drop
smokes.
off, right?
Yeah, they've actually this is looking like a pretty good round for Sashi, but they're just going to get ahead of these retake smokes. Those retake smokes just pushed them into the fights. The flashbang's also really good. Cabby was just completely blind on the bomb site, and now we've got a man advantage for Paravision. James holding deep Banana. He's going to come over that. No one's retaking from Banana. They're all coming from CT. utility is sparse for Paravision,
It's
but
done.
Sashi, they're forced to save, and it's double digits for the T side. But Sashi, because they save 3 players, if they do save 3 players, they're going to be able to actively purchase back into the next round.
That's a sinking feeling where you've had one layer of retake utility, Iceberg has also gone and pushed it and deemed it clear, then another wave of utility comes forward and you think it's going to do the job, you think it's going to push them back, instead it just pushes all of Paravision forward. And it was so underprepared, Sashi. Good utility on the entries as you were speaking about, and it was just so clean. Nota gets 2 kills, and then he gets removed after the fact. He's already done his job. He's already earned Paravision this 10th round. They double the scoreline of Sashi, and they put themselves not only 3 steps away from the playoffs, but 3 rounds away from knocking out Sashi from this entire tournament. What is this? That looks like deep arches, maybe? Okay,
Just
insta-long. That's cool.
That's really cool.
Because that's landed so quickly. Look, they've already got all this space. They haven't had to do too much. You want to put a smoke down into a top middle? Cool! We're already in
Cool,
top brackets!
Cool, buddy. Nikodos, this could really catch him off guard. And we're only right now Sashi taking top banana because Paravision put early contestation over there. Nikodos, he's in a world of trouble.
No.
How does he not get that kill? What? Belchnok, how has he won that duel? It's good counter utility from Sashi. So it does mean that Paravision are actually, for now, blocked towards long. But you can look at this. Cabby's really scared at them for them coming over towards CT. James, this is very gimmicky. They've smoked Library 3 times, and he's playing ahead of it. Cabby might just walk straight into his crosshairs, and he will. Alongside that, Altex has been left completely by himself on this A-bomb site, and James, the orchestrator of disaster for Sashi.
You're a horrible man, Jane, but you're also so bloody clever. The fact that it is re-smoked again, he just kills Cabby and then he runs back through it. He knows he's got that timing because he killed the player rotating in, and then he sells himself right at the end to guarantee that trade. What a fantastic round from James. What a fantastic series from James. 18-5 on Inferno. 20 kills, I think, on Mirage. He is playing out of his mind. Let's be honest. Stepping up around him. You haven't just got the James show. It isn't just him. You've still got these aggressive players. Nota has been a bit absent in this series, but Belchnok certainly hasn't been.
I mean, James has been, to be fair to him, his stats have been really good this kind of tournament. And that, yeah, is what you expect. But it's the layers of Paravision that I was saying that Sashi don't really have.
I've been
Like,
really
how is
impressed with them.
Nikodos... Yeah, how is Nikodos not getting that kill long, for instance? Like, I don't know, it's all falling apart from Zyphon. Zyphon, he's playing in these in these regional teams that just are not working out. In the meantime, Nota's still alive somehow, but
Not
they
for
see
long.
him. Yeah, Iceberg's ahead of all this utility. Nota gets killed, so it's an advantage for Sashi for the first time in a long time. Altex, he doubles that, and he gets away scot-free.
And now Nikodos boosted, falls off, but he's still holding on a really tight line. Flashbang's great, missed shot, allows Kika the space, he goes searching, but not securing. There is Nikodos locking it in and forcing this game to be extended even further. Plenty of money. Again, a similar situation to what we had in the first half, right? Where Sashi were getting a few rounds here or there, but Paravision consistently had the economy. And I even want to play on this further by saving these 2 AKs.
Makes perfect sense. You've only got 1400 loss bonus. You've currently got AK armor, 2 smokes each. That's 4k. So you're not making back that money from the loss bonus. Saving here is very James style, but it makes perfect sense in the long run.
That's got to make you a bit happy with your Sashi. Iceberg also upgrades his MP9 to an AK. So they've got all the bits and bobs they could hope for. It's now just about getting consistent rounds, which didn't happen on Mirage. It needs to be a team effort. 5 in a row just to catch up. 7 if you want to win the map. There's still a lot of Inferno potentially to play, but make one mistake, one critical error, and that is your entire tournament journey over. So much napalm in top banana.
It's the dance of grenades. I will say, Sashi has been winning out on like the damage duels.
Yeah, especially CT side with the grenades.
Yeah, I mean, they have only got 1 round so far, so yeah, take that as you will. Iceberg's playing aggressively. We haven't really seen this from him. Wait, has that just been heard? Yeah, Noda's just walking through the smoke. Bye. What a spray from Nota. And this smoke, it's actually good because of the counter flashbang. That's what stops them, but there's no rotations. Cabby is all by himself, and he doesn't even get 1. Realistically, he had to get like 3 there for that round to be possible. And, well, doesn't get 1. And alongside that, you've also got Belchnok, who's still controlling a lot of bottom banana. He confirms that nobody's retaking from banana, but he might actually be rewarded for his patience. Altex could just walk down into him. This is such a... What's going on?
I don't know, but Altex has seen him now.
That nade doesn't kill him.
And
he gets out.
See you later.
And Sashi is saving. Altex still thinks he's in there. Well, that's map and series point for Paravision. They've dropped 8 rounds this game.
That's all Nota. He hears that smoke drop. He's throwing it backwards. Oh, okay, that means this guy's playing forwards. Quickly, I'm just going to kill him. Takes the time in. It's a really good heads-up play by Nota. And you're right, series point. There's that 1 error. They can't make another.
They can't make an error, and I feel like there's only a matter of time until they do. Sashi's B defense has been quite weak, even though maybe the early utility's been good. Nikadoz's AWP has been fairly ineffective and futile throughout this whole series. Nothing has changed on Inferno here on the CT side. James not been AWPing, but his rifling has been more than good enough. And it's just that depth with the other riflers that Paravision can lean so far back on.
And now it's pressure in banana. Nikadoz maybe even cheating a rotate, but no. Instead, it's him to take the deep line on long, trying to bait in Altex both boosted and Zyphon close. That's if that even happens. That's even if Paravision want to give them a little bit of a test. Smoke is going to cut Nikadoz off, but it won't affect Altex or Zyphon.
Good flashbang is needed here. But Paravision, are they going to go for this? So Altex is playing anti-flash. Zyphon get isolated. How does Paravision approach this situation?
They're going to work.
They're going to approach it. Again. Yeah, they're approaching it by putting pressure elsewhere. Flashbang to get Iceberg away. Nota sees that, and he's just hunting him down. Look at this. It's caused the rotation from Nikados. It's forced Xiphon to maybe go hold apartments, because that's where the Orpa was holding previously. And so Altex is completely alone towards boost. He gets 2, though, before traded. That's a massive double to be collecting from a player who's had a very slow game. But Xiphon, the man I've been heralding as the hero for Sashi, has to get all the kills here to save the day. That's exactly what he's going to do. The rotations are so far away, but no one is needed. Xiphon and Altex hold securely this A-bomb side. It was a perfectly worked round, but the Danes are just able to multi-frag.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not expecting the player on boost, and you're not expecting the player back site. Paravision try to get tricky with it. They see that they can go for this execute because they've done it enough to force Iceberg away. He's been burned at top banana before. This time it's Paravision that are iced out. Still with the purchase. They've still got enough money in the coffers to still make this challenging. Sashi needs to get this one, then they'll be given a little bit of a treat. It'll be an eco, a half buy. And we can maybe start speaking about overtime. Still worlds away. A long journey to go. And Nota is being quite commanding in Banana, at least trying to get all the information possible for his team. Altex starts with a different mode. Not boosted. Instead, just elevated on balcony. But he's not pushing in.
Yeah, we're seeing somewhat classic Paravision, or what we expected, right? The kind of VP style of Inferno of these are very slow rounds where we're taking space, we're trying to play with rotations, and it actually did work last round. We're going to need to see a double again from Altex and Xiphon, because Nikados, he has gone. He has completely fled the seam. That's a great smoke. Outshot going straight through it, though. Oh, bye-bye. Altex eliminated. Same with Xiphon, but Nikados back hot on the scene. A smoke towards Moto to block him out, and the bomb should safely be planted in this 3 versus 3, where Sashi, there's no time to save. They have to go for this, because it could be their final round. They're on the brink of defeat, and you've got an AWP on a retake and a re-smoke towards Moto. The grenades towards Travis are effective. Then the retake utility, though, is ineffective. Smoke to try and get them through with a flashbang, but Travis on the bomb side, good for the first. It's a really swift trade from Iceberg, and James decapitated Kika. Now it's all down to him. The bomb spotted for him, a quick shot on the first, and Cabby's just sticking it. He's got a kit, but Kika, he calls the bluff, and he runs up into it. Clutches up the 1 versus 2, and Paravision surge to the playoffs, eliminating, atomizing Sashi in their path.
Yeah, I mean, what a good round as well from Belchanok. He gets the double opener, then they can keep re-smoking. Travis staying alive at the bomb site is everything, and in that 1v2, Cabby thinks he can defuse round the corner, but no. Kicker punishes. Paravision through to playoffs. Sashi eliminated, and you're right, that was a very dominant fashion. Mirage, no contest. Inferno, Sashi didn't wake up right until the very end, and it maybe could have been that swing round, right? That one where they were both 5 rounds each. And it could have been going the other way. Sashi could have had 2 more rounds to play with, but it doesn't happen that way. Instead, they are removed. Paravision progress. And that was a very fast best of 3.
It was a very fast best of 3, and for both Sashi and Paravision, they did very well to even get to this stage after both being 0 and 2. And for Paravision, it's now just a cherry on top. From going 0 and 2 in this main Swiss and now going 3 and 2, they join Ecstatic, Spirit Academy, Sinners, Amcal, Fnatic, Monte, and then potentially either Fire Flux or OG. That is our next matchup of the day, Brandon. We have got actually quite a long time till that best of 3. Any final closing words before we send it to a break before our final game of the group stage?
I'm just ready for this one to be a barn burner. I don't think this one is clear cut whatsoever. And we've seen 2 zeros to start the day. I don't think we're seeing a 2-0 to close it. All that and more. Of course, we've got the playoffs to come in a couple of days, but we need to figure out which final team makes it there first. Will it be OG? Will it be Fire Flux? We will be back in around about an hour and 20 minutes to give you that best of 3. So we will see you then. Until then, enjoy your time off.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Oh, I'm taking us in. Oh, well, welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the final best of 3 of the group stage. We are here.
Amazing.
All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to playoffs. And we've got our final game. Whoever loses this, we say goodbye to. Whoever wins this goes to playoffs as the final team.
That's a little behind the scenes for you. We'll bring out the schedule, show you what's happened, but I'll give you a little context. Basically, before any timecasters go live, normally with 10 seconds left, they go, do you want to take it? Do you want me to take it? Mr. Freddy goes, do you want me to take it? I go, yeah. And then he obviously went the other way. But it doesn't matter. We're here now. Final game of the Swiss stage. OG versus Fire Flux. So he's being embarrassed. Doesn't matter. We saw Paravision quickly dismount Sashi 2-0. And now we're here. Fire Flux got here, actually, in the 2-2 because they had to forfeit their game against Fnatic because they were playing in Challenger League the other day. So they're now playing against OG, a team that has been battling quite strongly, really, throughout the competition. I think they were unfairly losing that game against Fnatic. I honestly thought they were the better team, but some of the individuals just destroyed OG in that matchup. But they are here, they are ready to go, and we, Freddy, need to decide who our final team advancing here in the Swiss stage is.
Yeah, I've actually caught quite a bit of Fire Flux recently, and whenever I watch them, they seem to lose, which is not a good sign. And we can maybe go pull up Fire Flux first. This is a team where kind of my main man, Mr. Soulfly in the middle. He's... Yeah? Okay, yeah, Soulfly in the middle. Yeah, he's the one that he's the guy I keep a lot of attention on. He's someone that has played fantastically throughout his career, and he's someone that I look at as being definitely the star of the show here. And yesterday I caught them in ESL Challenger, and that's exactly what he was doing. Whenever Fire Flux was doing well, a big part of it was Soulfly, and I think the issue with this team is when you go down the lines, there is sometimes a big lack of firepower. I think Paz sometimes drops off. Sensei for me has always been an AWPer where I've had big question marks over, and I think those are two big pieces alongside a not really having IGL of Skrunk. You put a lot of pressure on Banjo and Soulfly.
Yeah, you do, and Soulfly needs to be the guy that steps up though. He's the best player performing on this team recently, and look, you've got a long-standing, I guess, core that has been reunited. I think Banjo will get his roles, I think, sort of being more defined as this roster goes on, but they feel very good indeed with the current form that they are in. We'll take a look at OG, and we'll move on to their roster, because obviously this is new look OG. VQ remains. You've got Buzz, which is an excellent pickup. Modo, his turn in form at the start of the year has been fantastic. He's even commented on it on social media, and he said, look guys, I'm trying to be the best I can in 2025. And Krizen's call-in, I think we're really going to see these players buy into the product of Krizen, and we saw how good he was on Mal's NXT, and I think he can take this team to similar, if not better heights, because they got some pieces that are really exciting indeed. VQ yesterday bounced back. His form on the Anubis game in map 3 was unbelievable, and that meant that they were able to overcome Sinners. It'd be interesting to see sort of how this OG lineup looks. Now there's a little bit of pressure on, all eyes on them as always. This roster is going to go through, and if they can make the playoffs, it will be a really big statement for the confidence of this team more than anything.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are in a somewhat similar state by large. I think you've got OG who are definitely more brand new, but Fire Flux are still in a state where they're looking to prove themselves. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting because this OG roster, I'm definitely a big fan of it. Whenever I saw Krizen come in, instantly big fan. But I think both these teams would have preferred maybe a better route to the playoffs, losing to the likes... To be fair, OG lost to the likes of Sinners and Fnatic, and Fire Flux have only actually played 2 games. They got a forfeit winning against Sashi, forfeit loss against Fnatic, beat Monte, lost to Ecstatic. So it's a pretty stacked main Swiss, but let's go take a look at the Veto.
Yes, that's so funny because Fiku was unbelievable on Anubis. I just assumed that they'd won against Sinners. They didn't. They lost because Morisco was actually that little bit better. We will go Veto. We will just pull up what we're looking at here. OG are going to pick into Ancient. They've been picking this quite a lot. Fire Flux actually are going to pick into Anubis, a punish, because, again, it was just Fiku against Sinners that was doing really well. The rest of the team was struggling. Dust 2 Decider is really good, I think, for Fire Flux as well. I think they've won the Veto in this head-to-head.
Yeah, I agree. I did get to see a bit of Fire Flux yesterday, as I mentioned, against Batera, and Ancient as a decider was a really weird map because they had the lead for the majority of it, and then Batera just swooped back in. Like, Fire Flux were 5-10 up, 10-5 up, and then just out of nowhere, it all went wrong for them. And I think yesterday for me was also a general kind of concern seeing them lose to Fire Flux, seeing Fire Flux lose to Batera. I feel like that's a team that they should never be losing on, losing against. And also Dust 2 as our decider, yeah, they picked it yesterday against Batera and got absolutely owned. And even Mirage, when they won, it had to be this crazy comeback. So yeah, a lot of signs for me are concerned about Fire Flux because I think they've had a great year, but maybe it's not like 100% great as we anticipated. OG have always been really good on Ancient. That's a map that I've always taken for them as being good.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it's interesting that the Fire Flux have sort of blown some leads. I wonder, maybe the thing is, you go on such a win streak, you feel like you're improving all the time, and then you lose, and then maybe you lose another close game, one in which that you feel like you should have won. You don't want this to be the wheels coming off for Fire Flux, and it is still a new roster, so this is the potential that it could happen. That's why I'm sort of throwing it into the conversation, because teams do go through teething issues. You are very high up, your momentum is with you. CS2, sometimes that can really ride against you, and you lose a couple of close series, you sort of maybe start to lose the faith a little bit. I'm not saying that can happen in this best of 3, but what I am saying is if OG get off to a strong start, I think there's every indication that maybe they can take this series. We'll have to wait and see. Ancient is our first map. Fire Flux will get the luxury of the CT side on this one as we kick things off in our last game of the Swiss stage.
We had some comms issues there, so I don't actually know. Did you speak about Modo at all and his just genuinely amazing form so far this year?
Yes, so I said, this year he's been brilliant. He's also been saying on social media he wants to show that 2025 is his year.
Yeah, to me, he's shown that so far, and I think we've been waiting a long time for him to show it. For me, definitely, Modo, when he was on TSM, it was like, oh, this is a cool pickup. Like, where's this come from? Cypher spoke very highly of him, and then onto OG now. I feel like he's been progressing, honestly, quite well for me. I think OG have really fixed their problem they had with firepower. I was scared that Fiku was going to be the star player when they were making all the rosters, but I think Spook's such a great addition. And for me, that might be the big difference between OG and Fire Flux, is potentially that firepower and Modo just being simply a better AWP than Sensei. But the win potentials are how good can Soulfly and Banjo be? And then do Sensei and Paz pick up some of those pieces? But on this pistol round, we're actually going for somewhat of like a double-ish pump towards B. We threw early utility, but now with the smokes down, we're even then not really committing. This is such a weird round for OG. They're waiting for a slip-up from Fire Flux, and Fire Flux are not giving them an inch. But because of all the space taken on B and contact, Spook tries to lurk towards Red Room, but Soulfly ever so aware. And now you're walking onto the A-bomb site where Soulfly's rotated, Banjo's still here, and the rotations are very, very fast. But Banjo eliminated.
That's so smart from Modo. He just holds just in case. Soulfly was rotating over like he was the first responder. The first one there. Buzz now needs to give a couple of haircuts to these players, but Soulfly trades immediately. A 3-on-3. There's no smoke. There's no kit, but everyone's in donut.
Big kill from Fiku. I don't think there's any way this bomb gets defused now. We're just kind of all peeking at the same time, and then peeking maybe 2 different angles at different times. Like, it's just so difficult for... It's pretty much impossible, I would go say, for Fire Flux there. Unless someone just goes, boom, boom, boom. But that's not gonna happen.
The biggest compliment I can give OG is that when I see that I'm casting OG, I'm happy now. Because like, I actually am looking forward to their games. There was a period where it was really rough for this organisation. But you're right, I think they fixed a lot of the things that were weighing them down. Obviously still a lot of work to go, especially with the newer roster, but I think the rebuild is in the right place, which is something that they've struggled with in recent times. A stack on A for Fire Flux. And I don't mind this whatsoever, because if you think back to the previous round, it was a full exec on B, and then they went A. So they're just going to hedge their bets. They're going to gamble that OG are going to maybe use their weaponry at longer ranges. They're going to go in towards A, but that would mean going into this stack, it's poking and prodding. It's just assessing mid control in this default and seeing if anyone gives them anything. And currently, that isn't happening. And if Scrunk pushes down this B ramp, Modo was holding, but he's moved back.
Fire Flux is giving a lot of space to OG.
But also
This
OG
might
giving a
work.
lot of respect.
Yeah, it's a very weird first minute of this round of just like not much has really happened. First contact though. Does Soulfly expect Spook? Yes, but with the explosion towards B. Oh, but we've committed A too early. We started moving too fast, and Modo and Buzz get mowed down. Fire Flux, even though they lose their only A defender to Crizzen, the players on A make noise way too early, and it allows Fire Flux to just stay in position. They were already with 3 players there, and there was no match for OG.
It's one of those where you're completely correct. Where you've invested too much into A main, you feel like you can't really move back either. There was time to go. There was time to fall. But also at the same time, by Soulfly getting the kill on Spook, guess what? You don't have any mid information. So the rotation's got to be even longer. You feel like you're really rushing yourself, and then you could be split in from heaven, and Crizzen's the only defender here to potentially lock down CT. You have no info on Cave. You have no info on middle, so you feel like you need to commit, and you gamble that rotation is going to come forward. It doesn't, and Fire Flux get the best of OG due to the nature of the clock.
That felt like a massive blunder. Definitely a lot of overthinking there potentially for OG. I want to tag on a point you just made about the OG new roster. I love this. I think this is first time I've really seen a proper good OG roster in the last few years that I'm excited about. However, this round looking a little bit precarious until Fiku catches off the rotations. Is it fine? Paz, he's holding the ground towards Cave, but Fiku, he's on a stormer right now. It's quickly down to the 1 versus 1. Soulfly so fast, and Soulfly whiffs. Of all players to whiff, I would never anticipate it to be Soulfly. Buzz, he hits the instant headshot as he switches to the AK, and OG, always a man behind, somehow come out on top here.
Okay, they didn't expect the third player in Cave, and you feel like Soulfly has to get that final kill. It's literally right in front of him, and it doesn't happen. It felt good until Paz got a multi-kill. Trades were really clean out of OG until that moment, and then somehow, some way, it's Buzz to clutch. But you feel like that round was the necessary conclusion for it. Back to the 4 spy for Fire Flux. A boost over on the donut smoke. Spook anticipates that this could be a possibility, and with Crizzen going close, they won't be able to see. Spook clears. That's a really good heads-up play from him to find the opener.
It's already a very amusing game. Kind of what I anticipated though. And this round is looking a lot better. OG not overthinking things too much. They get that opener and then just go towards B. It's very simple. Scrunk never expects someone to be that close. And I think he actually Oh no, it was a re-smoke from the T side. He actually had a flash hand. I was going to say, would that smoke actually work in favor of OG? But regardless, Fire Flux probably forced to save this, which means next round would be an eco, where they do just have a little bit more of a bolstered, rounded buy. But it still ultimately is an eco. One that can do substantial damage, though.
But what's nice is that OG, they get the control back. They obviously forced the mistakes in the previous round where they just changed the pace and burst B. And this time they hold on to it. Yes, there's been a few casualties here on the way out as you're going for a hunt to try and minimize weapons being brought forward into round 5. But they've converted it. They've made it consistent. That's the key difference here, is that OG like to hold on to leads. And they started strong in both games versus Fnatic as well. I remember casting that one with you.
I was with you, yeah.
Yeah, and I was really impressed with the way that they were able to get off to these strong starts. It's just about the finish for OG currently.
So, this is a bit of one of those weird... Are we buying into this? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, OG have broken the deadlock, but look, it can still be dangerous. It's going to be 3 rifles alongside the eco, but instead, they're actually going to commit with the 3 saved rifles. We've got a FAMAS dropped, a MP9 dropped, and so far, Pav's been pretty good. He's actually had pretty good success when needed. And that is a massive early aggressive play from Sensei. OG are going to expect players to have weapons, but I don't think they're going to expect everyone to have weapons. And so, because you've got this commotion down in mid and over towards B, you're maybe expecting A to be a little bit more clear on these low buy rounds, but instead, there Banjo is holding, ready and waiting. Paz, a big swing and a miss. Scrunk, has he been baited in though? We've had 2 players come out from cave, one from mid, and Fiku is so aware. Speaking about players who have had a good start to the game, Fiku, the main man right here with 3 kills. That's 2 rounds now. Basically, he's won single-handedly with multi-frags.
Look, OG built around him because they believed in him, and now the potential is starting to show. We saw it in that Sinners best of 3, we're seeing it here. And you think back to the round in which Buzz had to clutch and win, and you feel like he shouldn't have won. It was because there was a 3rd player, a quick rotate in from heaven, and then 2 in cave. So you've already been burned by that once before. So Fiku, just by being so reactionary to it, also having the heaven smoked as well, means he can just afford to focus on this one direct angle. He's then got his teammates into support to hold the B ramp. You can afford to play that one a little bit passive and again force this mistake. This round felt very clean, but the biggest mistake of all of them was Paz wide swinging by himself. He did not need to give that fight over, but he did, and he gave OG their 4th.
Good stuff, OG. Now, finally, we see Fire Flux come to an eco. This is the first round we might have
That's
proper
a really
breathing room.
Missed elbow smoke.
No, it's just gone really deep, Brandon. That's the whole point, right? Yeah. They're playing around it, luring OG into a false sense of security up middle. That's what it is.
Okay. You had me in the first half. But not in the second. That all belongs to Spook. Banjo swings. Can he get a multi? The only rifle in play in Red Room. If he lost his life there, that would have been really difficult to try and scoop back up. But instead he gets his kill. He gets out. And now 3 players bolster B. Issue is that Kristen's already poking and prodding A.
Banjo on B and the bomb going A should just mean this round's over.
Unless Soulfly hits a banger.
After that one whiff in the 1v1, I think not. By the way, of all players, I think I said it during the moment, but like, of all players to whiff that 1v1, of all guys, Soulfly? Really?
Yeah, but you can't define that one round to his entire series. So
Of course. But you can define the early stage of this map by that.
yeah, because if that went the other way, we wouldn't be looking at 5-1. We'd be looking at something completely different. Instead, money limited. Banjo's getting a good couple of kills here, at least.
That is actually very good, because look at
Very
the economy
important.
for OG. Like, Buzz and Spook are either 1k or just above, so that reinvestment is going to minimize their stability of a bank balance. Banjo, okay, he really tried there. Does Modo or Crizzen die to the bomb here?
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
You never know, right?
Or if the thing is, if Banjo moves there and just, I really like the idea that he was going for, because he knows if he has this fight in Donut, if he can just delay them by a couple of extra seconds, and they will die to the bomb. He can get any more damage on them, they will die. So I really like the fact you're going to be reinvesting anyway, so it makes sense to try and play contain, try and do even more economic damage. Remember, that was a single M4, and they lost 3 players.
Yeah, that was actually, there's a lot of success to be taken up for Fire Flux, but within that same conversation, you then have to go, okay, well, you've done the damage, win the next round, and instead, you've got Spook edging the smoke out elbow. It is a really good trade from Soulfly, but Banjo does fall in the process, and it actually relinquishes a lot of mid-control for Fire Flux. They now have 3 players just gambled over towards this B bomb site, and guess what? It is correct. Bomb now starting to progress. Modo, their support has fallen, but Buzz, it's his time to shine. There's the first, there's the second. Fight, congestion in Temple. And Paz,
Wow, we got it.
backstabbed. What a ground from Buzz so far, but it comes down to this now final moment. We've seen this 1v1 before. It was a Soulfly whiff, but now it might be a slam dunk. Just about surviving does Buzz. 10 HP going back towards ramp. Soulfly, there's no kit. Time is of the essence. But Buzz is playing very close. Smoke on the bomb, and Buzz gets the perfect timing. Soulfly's Bane at a 4K. That's simply magnificent.
I thought it was all done. I really thought it was all done when Paz finds this kill on Fiku, and Buzz trades him a second too late. He didn't react. He went to plant the bomb, then he got off it. If he had gone cave, then we wouldn't have been in that 1 versus 1. Unfortunate for Soulfly, but Buzz, undeniable on B. Forcing a tactical pause now for Fire Flux, but because OG are running away with this. And that's a shame as well for Sensei, because he got the AWP out. He read that there was going to be a boost. He had the 1-2 wombo combo with him and Scrunk both going 1 for 1, and then Buzz just kills everyone.
What a round from Buzz. That really was actually kind of crazy. Well, that's the X factor that some of these younger players now bring to the roster for OG. And Fire Flux, they will somehow still get another round where they have an AWP and full rifles. Scrunk is on a not so great rifle. Has the update come in yet for the FAMAS?
No.
Oh, well then, yeah, may as well use the MP9, but each their own, right? And speaking about the AWP, there's a very real chance, if I'm OG, I am not expecting the AWP to be out. A glass cannon for Sensei, and right now he's in a very good position to get some good damage with it. Deep in CT, if there's no utility to force him away, could be his time to shine, but instead he gets smoked off, and that actually could just be the round, especially with Crizzen once again initiating himself towards B. Soulfly is going to walk straight into his hands, but Crizzen, he's going to be kicking himself when he watches that one back, because that timing is actually kind of ridiculous. And now with that 1 kill, it gives Fire Flux the idea that they want to go for this retake. But remember,
No kit.
Sensei has no armor. There's no kit, as you just said. There's only 1 smoke and Soulfly. This seems really dire to even attempt.
But they have smoked them off. 3 in Donut have been removed. Flashbang forward. They're going to try and break through. It's just 1 player that goes. Fiku. Soulfly now just touches the bomb. Puts his head down. They need to do something here. The spam is good enough. So OG will hold on. It's a fake. You're trying to draw them closer into the site. It feels like everyone will go down with the ship, but so does Sensei. That is a massive kill to find from Spook. No AWP in this next round.
Hold. Can he get it? No. The bomb exploded into the corner, bro. Yeah, no AWP. That's OG. OG. Yeah, I was thinking as well. So the bomb's exploded. Where's the AWP gonna go? To the right. But okay, this is a really weird half at OG where a lot of these rounds have felt quite close, but ultimately, Brandon, they're 7-1 up. Yeah, they're 7-1 up, so it doesn't really matter. Fire Flux, they had a massive lead, a 10-5 lead yesterday against Patera, and they lost in overtime. If they're now down 1-7, I feel like this is really doomsday-esque for them. And Chris's been so funny with this MAC-10. Like, he's just hard using MAC-10 and hard getting kills towards Cave, but unfortunately for them, Soulfly this time denies any presence coming out of elbow, and Chris's being backstabbed.
See, that means you got to go into the AWP again, but it's not the AWP this time, it's an MP9. Just on the edge of Donut. 2 versus 4, weirdly workable if you get this kill cleanly, because it means the bomb can go down and try to orchestrate an afterplant. Issue is, that jump's been heard. Smokes go out, rotates can come in. Now support can be here for Sensei, a boost up to get Moto on a line, but again, he can't clear that close to him. He's really hoping someone wides in. Instead, he's going to jump forward, hits the shot, needs to be traded, and Soulfly collects 4. That is an audacious peak for Donut.
That is, yeah, that was definitely an audacious peak, to say the least. Ooh, we're just running up B. This is a big change of pace from OG that is not succeeding. Mid last round failed, but wait, if Banjo gets caught off here, do they expect Banjo? If they do, this round is now on, and that's going to be a primary rifle for Chrism. It was a 4v2, a 5v2, and now it's a 2 versus 2, and we're just freezing.
Yeah, they faked the death cam as well that they're running heaven. You won't have heard the steps, but you would have seen them moving away. So now doubt is going to creep into the mind of Fire Flux. Where have these players gotten off to? Because you double clear cave, no one home. You look into elbow in a sec, no one's there. You look into shelf, oh, no one's there. Well, damn. Have they gone A? Or are they behind the doors?
Who knows?
Timing on this.
Sensei's in a good position.
Yeah.
We'll expect Soulfly. He's not going to expect Soulfly either. That's a really well-handled position. That's a really well-handled situation.
Damn. Okay. Well, a really good sort of round that gets picked up. I mean, it was nearly taken away by OG, but Fire Flux have been able to pick up the pieces. And now there's no money. So Fire Flux can recover this half here. 7-5. That would feel really good. Just don't get eco Paz. Paz, you don't need to peek into 4 of them, but 1 is fine. And you back out. And now you got the support. Okay, much better from Paz. It's all gravy.
This is the classic CS2 half where OG are up 7-1, and you kind of just lose one round, and it spirals into an eco and whatever, and then all of a sudden, it's a 5-7 half for Fire Flux potentially, and they win pistol round, and it's like, boom, game's on. It's classic CS2. I see this happen on just a daily basis now. So this round actually has a lot of weight to it. Do OG extend their lead, or do they give Fire Flux a real ability to come back into this map? And for OG, they've actually got out of mid a lot better this round. In previous occasions, Soulfly, who's ramped up at the latter end of this first half, is denied. But instead, with good utility, we've been able to take all this space. But speaking about that utility, they've used so much to get themselves into this position that now they actually have nothing. But Crizzen, again, being such a pest in towards Cave, and Paz, who's just thought he's cleared him, couldn't be any further from the truth, and Crizzen almost gets 2, but will have to suffice with 1.
Look at Soulfly. Soulfly's behind. Oh, he wasn't ready, and Spook's just dropped down, and that's actually going to bait Sensei back into Buzz. Crizzen still doing good work. There's that shot, and there's the opportunity taken away by OG. And they, to be honest, deserve an 8th round. And unless Banjo can salvage something in this, but it would have to be an ace clutch, it will be that 8th round on the board for OG. And that mid-round in was beautiful, to be honest.
It's perfect mid-rounding, and it's interesting to see Crizzen. He kind of orchestrates a lot of these rounds around himself, right? Like, especially on that T side, a lot of these rounds were built up to do with him getting control towards Cave. And to be fair to him, he just kept on finding success Cave. He just kept on getting these kills. And then from the mid round, you also have all this control towards mid that you're able to utilize and mess with any of the rotations, and it all works to perfection. A great half from Buzz, a great half from Crizzen and Fiku. Fire Flux, they almost came back to make it a very contentious game, but still, a pistol round here would put them in good setting for potential comeback now.
Just need a pistol, don't you? You just need something to make you feel a little bit more better about the situation that you're in. You gave yourself a leg up in that first half, and now it's just about knocking it in. Here's the first notch potentially on the tally with 4 out Donut. There's only Buzz there, but they're going into Red Room. Crizzen's realised it. Oh, there's so many players. Then they're going to smoke them off. Hey, you want to come in here? No, you don't. Crizzen's thinking about threatening to push this red smoke, and he shouldn't. They're being very loud. And then Soulfly catches another. This is so weird, though, because you still got Buzz. You don't know how many players are in A here for OG.
This is such a weird round. That's a big kill. That's an even bigger kill. Oh, wait. But where does Buzz go now?
He just groups
behind them in Temple. And grouping up. This is really nice. Buzz is not allowed the isolation of himself. So he's going to let the bomb go down, but at least they're a little bit more coordinated now on this retake. A 3 versus 2 for OG. There's a kit smoke for Fiku. He's in tandem with Buzz, and it's Spook holding towards Donut. To be honest, in this round, if Banjo is able to get Spook quickly, then he can pivot and go help his teammate, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Banjo decapitates Spook. Paz jiggling around the bomb site, but Banjo does not give him the help that he needs, and now with a smoke on the bomb, it seems like this defuse should just come in. Buzz playing Protect the President, and well, his protection, sign him up to MI6.
Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional from Buzz, and we saw moments on that when he was on Astralis, how good he was on the A-bomb site of Ancient. And here we see it again. The most important decision he makes after he gets that kill is pushing the issue to group with his team, because then they can take the space back together. And also, as you mentioned, it doesn't isolate him. And even though Spook gets isolated a little bit later on, you still got this 2v1. Both on site, both in Donut. He gets all of the kills. I'm in awe, honestly. That was so fantastic to watch from a micro decision-making point of view. Gold star, chef's kiss. All of the appropriate adjectives. Because that puts OG ever so closer to knocking on the door of taking the map pick in convincing fashion. They win this 4-spy. It goes 11-4.
Then. Yeah.
And look at how far back they're playing as well. They're playing so far back so they don't get overran by things.
This is a very similar setup just on the flip side from the first half, where both teams maybe playing a little bit more passive behind on both halves. But Paz, okay, that is filthy. They try push towards A, Spook and Buzz. They see nothing, and Paz actually catches the first as he's clearing that close right corner out of A main. And because I don't even know if we had mid control, but we were all in lane, so we just smoke red room and just pivot towards A. And now OG, they're actually the ones that are going to have to save this round. So, okay, Brandon,
Fair
we've
enough.
got a little bit of life to us.
And that's good. I didn't want it just to be a blowout. The way I set this up about an hour and a half ago was this was going to be a blockbuster. It was going to go the distance. It was going to be back and forth. OG, well, they look to sort of ruin that plan, but now Fire Flux are attempting to put it back on track, and they're even hunting. Thing is, they can't go that deep. They can't push too much. Because if they lose the rifles themselves, they haven't even got really any cash to reinvest with. Soulfly might give it a little bit of a stare and a glance. And he does find Fiku. That's a really big kill. That was the M4.
It's going to make this round so much harder. Okay, so we've only got one rifle, and it's a FAMAS on Moto. He's got 3 kills, by the way. This great year he's been having is not yet really shown in this map. Ancient is very hard for an author on both CT and T side, so you don't entirely blame him or Sensei. But speaking of him as well, and the rifle he had in mid, he falls. Spook, 10 HP, Buzz, 62. And Fire Flux are continuing this pressure towards A. Banjo, a dink for a dink, but because Buzz had that aforementioned OHP, not much he could really do. And it's a similar situation with Spook of just so low on HP, the Mac 10 just starts to churn through you. What a shot from Fiku, and Banjo actually somehow doesn't get the kill, but he will with the Glock.
MP9 kill on the way out. Yeah, little bit of money. But that's all. Good space by Banjo. Awesome round from him, actually. Just dictating where Fire Flux are going to go. MR12, this is how it happens. Economy broken. Valve, please fix the CT side economy. Grism finds another one. At least he's trying to earn a lot of bank. And he will get the M4 and Scarper away. There will not be any follow-up investment into this round for OG. So it has to be a hero M4 versus the world. That's even if he's allowed the M4, the Scrunk is on the way. As long as Crism doesn't peek short, he'll be fine. And he's good.
CCT, techie wecky. I love how we go into the last round with no rifles and come out with at least one.
Now, where does Crism get set up? Because he's B player. So if you're Fire Flux,
Stack B maybe?
if you're Fire Flux, do you know that he's the B player? Or you just saw him there with Soulfly's like deep lurk? Why is there one guy still on B? Maybe just another A play. Actually, it's Crism in mid, and with that B stack as you mentioned.
These rounds are always weird, because there's never really a right or wrong situation. Crism does actually just miss the nade in window. Or I don't know how you missed that. It must be the smoke that how it landed, to be honest, actually. But that also he did shoot, so that should alert Fire Flux to where the rifle is. So currently, OG still holding in a cave stack, more specifically. Fiku had a flash that would pop in if anyone entered, and you've got Crism towards Donut. Fiku's actually rotated towards Red Room. This is obviously a timing that someone could come in here. What would be a great play is if Fiku flashed over mid. Imagine if Fiku just flashes mid here and Crism peeks. This actually could be really good. And Crism just fights. No flashbang. Oh, if only there were... honestly, if only Fiku just went, I'll flash for you. Here comes the push, but look. We're fine. The bomb gets away. It's just USPs. See if we can save a rifle. Shouldn't there be one on shelf? Also, there's a very high chance these guys die to the bomb literally no matter where they are. Because I think if you have like 50 HP and no armor, you die on B.
No. What, from there?
Yeah, we saw it. I saw it yesterday.
No, not from here,
He
surely
had like
not.
he had like not from here, but he was on the B bomb site pillar. Someone, I think it was yesterday's game, the ancient game, Fire Flux was a Patera, and someone had no armor and like 40 HP, 50 HP with a rifle saving, and he died to the bomb.
Doesn't matter. Looks like Buzz is not going to save the AK, and he was Modo, so we don't even get to
That's
see
good.
whether they come through with it.
No orc this. Well, Prison could drop an orc.
Prison can.
He will have no util. Because he'll actually have no util because it's 450 for an AWP Kevlar. So he'd have to, but yeah, I think honestly this round, and no flames Modo, but just how he's maybe not been performing great. Getting the utility this round is so much more important. Also the only kit, bear in mind. Speaking of Modo, oh, they're coming from. They are coming for him.
flash.
What a flashbang. And even though he gets blinded straight back, he's still able to get one. Does just about get away. Fiku, this is very brave. Pushes the head of the Molotov, blows open the smoke, and Fire Flux cannot even set up. It's a 5 versus 3 at the click of the fingers. And OG, they're actually pivoting away from playing heavy donut and are going to come through CT. Paz needs to be careful because he can get isolated here if they acutely do clear him, and they're holding for him. Yeah, Paz falls. No trade even remotely possible. They know about Sensei, and just like that, all 5 players stay alive for OG.
Mega round. And you got to give a lot of credit there to Modo, who has not been having the best game of Counter-Strike on Ancient, and yet he stays alive. He does a really clever flashbang off the wall, because obviously they're all going to be looking at Donut. Bang, straight in your face. Gets the kill. A little bit touch and go, but he gets out. And then the decision making from OG. Let's just all fight through CT. We can also clear Temple at the same time, because we haven't had anyone in CT in quite a while. And they held, they saw the shadow, they punished Paz. Yes, it's a bomb down, but it's a 10th for OG in the cleanest manner you can make it. Sensei's got the AWP, it's still uncontested. Modo remains on the rifle. That is an expert opening kill, and again, same credit, he gets out alive.
Taste of your own medicine there, Krisen. Taste of your own medicine. That's a fantastic start to the round for Soulfire and Sensei. Mid crunch for OG. This could be really good. No flashbang, we're just going for it. Oh, the smoke being broken is immaculate. Buzz and Fico both double down. The bomb gets dropped, and this mid-crunch, Brandon, it couldn't have gone literally any better.
You've got to feel a little bit bad for Fire Flux, because yes, the nade break is everything for Fiku, but it's another round in which Buzz lives on single-digit health. He was completely alone, and he gets 2 kills, and then Fiku backstabs them. It was a miraculous moment, but it still could fall out of favour. 40 seconds left. 1 versus 1. Banjo's going loud. Last known location of Fiku was red, but Banjo hasn't read it. And now OG have gained another one. Unlucky.
Team Molo as well. Team Molo picked up the Fiku, so... and the AWP. This is actually... so let's get the timing. Nade broke them. Look at them. They're all fighting Donut because both Modo and Fiku take the... Buzz and Modo take the contact. I would say 0.8 seconds before... like 8 milliseconds before the nade gets broken. So as soon as they take contact, everyone's looking Donut because there's a smoke and red room. The nade comes in, and because there's so much commotion, people are neglecting the fact that they're being shot from the side, and it's just a meat grinder. They all line up. The AWP's very ineffective at close range there, and the 1 versus 2 is also played really well there by Fico. He's been an absolute star, a hero this map. Buzz as well. Look, there's another massive double from him. And even though we did lose 2 early on, we stabilize immensely, and that's a big tilter for Fire Flux because they did everything correct, but the trade spacing, you have to admit, was definitely less to be desired in middle there. They all seemed very on top of each other.
Well, yeah. And that's brutal as well, because you look at the money, and it's just not there. AKs, Tech 9s, and they're on 2400 gloss, and they're still trying to compete to not allow OG to get to 12. Issue is that this round feels like a gimme for OG, and then that will then turn into an even easier round, because there wouldn't be an AK.
This should be 12 confirmed for OG. Should is the operative word there, though. Moto's on a good angle, but if he gets peaked at the same time from upper and lower, that's what's going to happen. His aim's going to get diverted, he's going to miss the Tech 9 flying across his screen, and now we have Fire Flux who have got themselves into Red Room, pull the rotation from Fiku, and if they go back and pivot towards B while leaving Skrunk and Red Room here, this could be a perfect set play. Moto down, but in the meantime, we also have a crunch from lane. Now we've actually lost all of the space for Fire Flux. This is a very difficult position for them to be in. They need to run Buzz down, and Buzz is only good for one. Remember, Skrunk towards Red Room, he could dismantle this, but Sensei, after picking up the AWP, doesn't even shoot a bullet. And for Skrunk, Tech 9 at range, he's got 3 kills. It's not been the best of maps for him. It's going to continue that way. A really good round for OG, which could have got very dangerous, but it's very proactive gameplay in the mid-round.
Yeah, look, Skrunk's on 3 kills, Moto's on 5, one of them's got 12 rounds. Like, it's, rough, to be honest.
Moto's on 5, Skrunk's on 3, Sensei's also on 7.
Yeah.
You don't have that dip in OG from a second player. Like, Spook, Fiku, Crizzen, and Buzz are all playing pretty well. Spook, sure, not amazing, but, you know, he has just got a 3k that round, for instance.
I said it last time we watched Fire Flux, I say it again, really cool to see Paz playing so well. Roland Molly, Crizzen doesn't care, gets the kill on Soulfly, that's one of the heavier hitters for Fire Flux. And now Buzz having a little bit of a peek as this Red Room smoke fades. He gets ahead of the Molly and he deals with Paz. And now you're working with just Banjo. Technically now the MVP of this round. Unless Skrunk conjures up something magical. But you're in a 5-on-3. You've got mid control, but you have nothing else. And I think
very similar to the last
on the box as well. Oh no, he's down low. Doesn't matter. Same result.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, very similar to the last round, to be honest. At least this time they do have lane. Oh, blind. You don't even need vision. Crizzen's just that smart. And Spook. He's had a, you know, he was one of the guys that maybe had a rough game. Ends off very well. 3k in the penultimate, and then the final kill there. It's ultimately quite an easy end for OG. After it was... Yeah, it was an easy start, easy end, but in the middle, we definitely had the conversations of, like, it was 9-7, you know, Fire Flux, they've got a real possibility of coming into this, but Ancient seemingly, from what I've watched of them, it looks a little bit like a difficult map, and even though we are going on to Fire Flux's map pick, sure, they should have the advantage there, but Fire Flux have just, they've been very hit and miss for me recently in the games I've watched them, and I think on Anubis, it's always been, it was a weird map for OG, because they actually, you know, do you remember when they beat, like, VP on it, but then ended up losing to, you know, like, Johnny Speeds, 500, Wu-Tang, so it's a very up and down map for them.
You know what that Ancient felt like? It felt like they had a few good rounds to give themselves a foundation, and then as soon as they lose the pistol, their Fire Flux, wheels came off. And again, it did just feel like they weren't prepared in a number of those situations. I'll be honest, that scoreline and that result actually reminds me a lot of that Paravision Sashi Inferno, where it felt like you're in control for the whole game if you're OG, and Fire Flux are having decent moments, but nothing to really write home about. It was incredibly comfortable. And you're right, Anubis, is it a steady map for OG? Yeah, it's a little bit uncertain. However, the way that they're playing currently, I think this is going to go 2-0. I'm just going to say it. I really do. I don't even want you to reply to that, Freddie. Instead, I'm going to throw it to a break. When we come back, you can prepare your defense as we jump into Anubis after this.
we're going to have to see development from Fire Flux coming onto their map pick, because realistically on Ancient, sure, there was a bit of contention in the interim, but ultimately, that was always OG's win dead to right. And now, as we go into maybe our final map of the whole group stage, we could be seeing Fire Flux eliminated and OG with the final team through to playoffs, or will we be pushed to a third map? Will Dust 2 be needed?
The thing that I'm worried about really for Fire Flux is that your T side that you were going up against for OG, they started off 7-1 on Ancient, and now you go into Anubis. It's your map pick, that means you start CT sides, and that means that OG can control all the tempo, they can control the space. If they're not dynamic on their CT side of Anubis, then you get worried. You really start to wonder what's going to happen. I think that they need to have a really good start here, Fire Flux, otherwise we are looking at 2-0. That's the brute, like, fact of the matter.
I'd be leaning to agree. This is a bit of a weird map though for OG, because I remember when Crizzen first joined and they were in the Thunder Pick World Championship. It was kind of like their first tournament with him, if I'm not mistaken. Dude, they beat Virtus Pro 13-5.
Yeah.
They beat Big 13-11. Like, those are some really serious results, seriously impressive results. And then they come into the new year off the back of actually losing quite a few, but then oddly enough, a 13-0 against Permitter. They've only played it once this year. They lost to Sinners, which is a very respectable team to lose to, very narrowly 13-11.
Yeah.
So I'm honestly not too sure where to place this map in general for the OG side. Like, you've got the good results, but it seems like there's a bit of inconsistency perhaps. And then for Fire Flux, look, it's against a lower level of opponents in general, but they've played it a hell of a lot since their inauguration, and also this year they've played it 4 times and they've won 4 times, but none of them are especially that close. It's a lot of overtimes, a lot of like full 20 rounds, etc. But they are getting good successful reps on it, especially in CCTs.
Also with that game against Sinners yesterday, that was Morisco being unbelievable. I think he ended that game with like 22 kills, 14 deaths. Like, I was watching the end of that because I was getting ready to cast the next game, and he was getting multi-kill after multi-kill on A, anchoring down that bomb site so efficiently. That was even with OG getting 5 rounds on the CT side, and that's where they started. And you think, okay, well, 5 rounds is really good, and then Morisco just completely took over that game. If it wasn't for Morisco, OG would have walked away with that victory. So you look at it and you think, okay, OG, they've been good on this map. Fire Flux, you need to expect better from them. Issue is now, I think for Fire Flux, is the pressure's really on them, because you can make this statement potentially. You can go through to a playoffs here at CCT, but you are 1 map away from that fate not even being in your hands. Time to change the tides, otherwise OG will make the playoffs. The game is live, we can jump into this, and of course it'll be OG starting on that T side.
I think I'm right here with you. Of like, if we see OG getting a fast, good start here on the T side, then this could be really difficult for Fire Flux to get back into it. CT side, we've got Paz, Smoke Kit, Skrunk's got Smoke Flash, and Banner's been dropped dual Berettas. On the T side, with 5 armor, and we are just going to try and bulldoze towards this A bomb site.
Nope.
Or are we? We're going Temple.
Oh, it's the classic. Yeah.
We're going CT.
I run this in my FACEIT games. Temple to CT to beach to A. And this is a bit
Christ
tricky.
alive.
But a really good
They've
smoke.
smoked heaven.
They're pushing
and
out.
They're going through.
Whoa,
What?
okay.
That feels a bit trolly.
Yeah, it is.
Buzz. That's
no.
tilting. Banjo even gets the kill. Banjo just playing with his head down there. But okay, yeah, I'm not sure OG running through a smoke there. I was about to say,
We don't do that in our
they've done
games.
yeah.
There's never a smoke.
Yeah, there was also, by the way, 2 smokes. There was one used towards Temple, and there was one used toward, like, from B, and there was one there on Heaven. I was thinking, oh, OG have done amazing. They've got both the smokes out within, like, 20 seconds. Just reset, like, easy. You're in CT spawn. You've got, was it Buzz or Yeah, Fiku. Sorry, Buzz was still A main. I was like, yeah, just play around that. No, we're going to run through the smoke. To be fair, probably didn't expect 3 players on the other side. However, pace, we are keeping it up, Brandon. And the Deagle shots are singing. B-bomb site capitulates.
Yeah, if you play us on Lamfreddy and you play us on Anubis, that will be the pistol that you will see, probably.
We insta-ban Anubis nowadays.
Unlucky. Never mind.
Actually, I'll just go Anubis just to see that.
Thank you. Banjo. Oh, fantastic.
Oh, no.
Fantastic from Banjo. This round is starting to crumble apart. 2 versus 2. Through the molly, Banjo goes. He disrespects it. And they isolate both fights and turn them into 1v1s. Great decision out of Banjo. Fire Flux just about make it a 2-0.
Okay. That was a good mollo, but a very bad mollo. Because Banjo was able just to walk around it. What a round though from Banjo. Getting 2 in connector there is a complete... It changes the whole narrative of that round, so...
They're forcing back.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Bomb down, 3 kills is actually a better scenario than what their force was previously. Like, their force buy on that round was no bomb plant, Mac 10, Tech 9, Deagle with no util. Now they actually have, like, Galils. The bomb down 3 kills, yeah, I really rate it.
I don't mind this. Fire Flux probably will. Double swing early in towards water. They don't see anything in the canals. Paz left alone, and on Ancient he was really good at anchoring, getting a couple of kills, finding opportunities. And this is what I like actually out of the CT side. They're being dynamic. Rotate immediately comes over towards A. Rotation from Sensei, and that nade does significant damage onto 2 players, making them vulnerable for a one-shot headshot with these M4s. It's relevant, and it matters. I think OG are looking to end B.
Yeah, that would be how it seems, and it's actually the right idea. Mid control is being contested by OG, which means that Fire Flux are scared of the potential presence. Therefore, if these players fall on B quickly, this could be scary. Skrunk taking the jewel. He actually just gets the kill and survives. Paz is able to double down, but he gets hunted. And now because Skrunk's so low, it's easy for Crizzen on the Mac 10. Rotations, as I mentioned, a little bit slower because they're going all the way around the world in CT. Fiku taking the jewel in connector, and it's a perfect flashbang from the IGL to set up his rifler. And now, both Soulfly and Sensei forced to come through CT, and freshly bloomed smoke on the left side of the bomb site's good for OG, but that swing from Crizzen, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that. That was a bit brazen, and they seem to, like, they should know Fiku's here in connector. They'll confirm it, but as you mentioned, no kit, we gotta get this kill, and Fiku will not move the rock towards connector, gives OG their first round on the board.
Saw, actually an identical round like that when OG played Sinners, but it was actually Crizzen in connector, and he got 3 headshots just like Fiku just did, where they all peeked him one by one. I wasn't a fan of the wide swing because there was still an incendiary on connector, so you couldn't have got that trade. So you do put Fiku in a bit of a testing spot, but he passes with flying colours.
They gave him the clip. Crizzen was like, dude, I'm giving you the round. I'm giving you the clip.
Great work. Of course, Force Buy. Here for Fire Flux, and now more aggressive posturing towards canals early as Spook looks to search. The fact that Skrunk and Paz get 3 kills there, it's not enough, is diabolical.
Yeah. It is really good heads-up play, though, to negate the rotation from connector. And also, it's that mid-hole play I was talking about, how they didn't let anyone... guys! What's Crizzen doing? How has he allowed that to happen? Soulfly's gotten away with murder. And that's two AKs collected for Skrunk and Paz. They are all over towards B, so there is a little bit of a worry that Fire Flux, there's no map control. If OG just go towards A, then they actually probably will still win the round. And I think for Fire Flux, we've got to be a little bit proactive here. Like, we've got 3 players we've got 3 players on B, 2 have AKs. You all have armor apart from Sensei. Like, they really, they've got to be doing something.
And
This
Moto can
round,
just smoke.
yeah, this round only unravels for OG if Banjo gets 1. Not even both, just 1. And, as you mentioned, Modo smokes. Fiku only gets a little bit of a paper cut through middle. And this now is really scary for Fire Flux. Oh, the fight towards CT, it's far
Messy.
from clean. OG looked to come out on top.
Oh my god, Krisen, what the hell are you doing?
He was seeing who had the AK, and yeah, Krisen's definitely, he's got 2 kills in the round. He almost has lost the round though, multiple times. Skronk, can he survive? Can he get away? Yeah, but it's consolation because OG have won a 3-4. It's a really good recovery. It's a very simple recovery where they haven't maybe overthought anything, right?
Thing is, all you need to do if you're Fire Flux there is actually just take a risk and utilize the map control you just wrestled away from OG. You get 2 kills in towards Con, like this. Yes, there is a trade eventually, but my goodness me, where they froze for like 30 seconds, couldn't you have jiggled water just to see, is there anyone there? No? Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe you could just rotate A.
There's a lot of things we could have done there if we're... Yeah. Feel like there is a lot of things that could have happened differently. Not sure if I'm the biggest fan, just in general. Fire Flux, their stagnation cost them. But Skrunk, as mentioned, comes away with the 8k. OG look to just pop B. Nice and simple. That is a lot of utility.
Oh wow, Soulfly.
And the nades.
Dead. Just.
Yeah.
Clean, as you like it. And do you know what? In a round like this, you take 0 chances. And I prefer that.
Yeah, just carpet bomb the site. Nades galore, smoke. Imagine if you were Sensei there and you just see all the util coming out and you're like, oh no. Oh dear.
5 alive.
Soulfly just gets double naded. Yeah, and Skrunk dies, who had the AK. That's actually kind of like a big piece where Skrunk would have maybe been able to drop the AWP over in this round.
Instead, it is Sensei grabbing it, but no utility behind him. It will still be uncontested. Krisen loves a Mac 10 on the T side. He's just going to play Mac 10 maybe forever, and he can just continue to bankroll his whole team. It's actually kind of funny.
He does love a Mac 10, doesn't he?
It's Sanji. Oh, he came back, didn't he? 1-win coach.
Coaching, yeah.
Miss you, brother.
It's the good round from OG. Krisen just taking all that space towards middle. Big trade. It's a lot of information for Fire Flux. And also,
Krisen,
wait. No, does it? Oh, Soulfly. I thought he was going to aggress middle, but instead he's gone towards camera. Skrunk's pushed B. Right now, with all of that information we've gained so far in the map, it should be a play towards A, but we're going to be very rudely awoken when Paz takes all this contact now.
He's always been good for a double kill, Mr. Paz, but util out. He drops
Good
the
Molo.
incendiary. Soulfly walks back. Does get Krisen. Important kill. And now Skrunk's flank, it's still active. They need to deal with Paz, but maybe they can just plant. Skrunk doesn't go back to B main. He goes over towards Com, but it is still a 4-on-2.
Modo had a flash, Fiku had a flash. Why aren't we playing some sort of flash setup to try and take the fight? Well, we should be, because it's been so long. Like, you should actually be expecting a player to come through Con at this stage. But utility, that Molotov was the last piece for OG. We've got a kit on Soulfly. He's actually he's been put on the AWP because he was low HP. And now, with all of the attention taken towards CT, can Skrunk mobilize from connector? Will he even be needed? That's the question. Modo fools. Fiku, 1 versus 1. The kit is defusing the bomb, and Fiku kills the wrong player. Fire Flux. It's a pretty clean rotation, and just in general, a really good worked mid-round.
So
And round, just in general.
It's very funny actually because Sensei's knife, we just saw it there, is called the real OG. And who's he playing against?
OG.
Hell yeah. Great round out of Scrunk, actually gets a lot of info there, and Paz does impeccably well to survive. Caught with his hands not on his weapon, and yet he still is able to get out and escape. So a cool moment for Fire Flux. Crizzen has been brutalized by, I can only assume, a B main swing.
Could be a nade.
I think it's like, yeah, maybe.
Could be a double nade from kind of like bounce, you know,
Well, they both have the
where you throw
HEs,
the-
so...
So I would assume no. Okay, B main swing.
They're going to go for this again, OG. They're really focusing and concentrating their efforts over towards Connector. Paz will get the best of Spook, and that's a missed shot from Modo. Paz is just going to try and run him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the correct play to make. Crizzen might drop on his head. Instead, the bomb is going to relocate. And Viku's just going to make sure that they don't push through B main. Mid is open.
Mid's open, but it's because we've got Sensei holding the line towards camera.
What?
Who's going to hit this shot? And then on top of that, you've got Banjo's also in A main. So sure, mid might be open, but the setup and the reaction for Fire Flux is really good. OG on their T side, not looking super confident like they were on Ancient. It's going to be Fire Flux taking the lead going into round 8, and that's actually quite a big detail, that Fire Flux are taking the lead on their CT side, a map that's very T-sided, and Fire Flux are currently not even putting up a fight, they're winning the fight.
Yeah, we said they needed a good start, and they've got one. And this breakpoint is actually really good for just the longevity of their time in the series and potentially even head into playoffs, because OG, I mean, this AK's done for. I don't think he can get out alive here. He might even die after time. Yeah, they're waiting right until the last possible moment. No money for Fiku. So it has to be a save. Double stage loss. 5 rounds already on CT. You've got more to build in. You'd be more than happy with that if you're Fire Flux. I didn't expect this, but I'm here for it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when you look at the track record, it's like, OG, they have, you know, they don't look amazing on Anubis track record-wise. Fire Flux do have a good amount of reps and a good amount of consistency, but it's against a much different level of opponents. Like, you know, OG losing the Navi Junior, I'd say it's better than a lot of teams that, you know, even though it's an academy team,
They're really good.
still better. They're still really good. They are still top 40, which is why it's a cop-out to call these players bold picks, because how can you be a bold pick if you're a top 40 Counter-Strike player?
I feel like that was you just being upset.
Very upset. I think we've missed the whole point of shouting out people from your country, shouting out young guys who are yet to prove themselves. That's a bold prediction. Not Kaisuke. Grow up.
Okay,
I'm upset.
I can tell. So at OG, they want a bomb plant in this round. But I don't think they're going to get one. Yeah, Skrunk's just seen them. Got more kills than he did on Ancient.
Wasn't it 3?
Yeah. Oh. That's alright, Paz. You don't need that Smoke King. You've been getting multi-kills every single time they come here.
Oh god, Skrunk did get 3. Jesus, he got 40 ADR. Yeah, Paz has been He's definitely
Pretty
someone I
good.
kind of did mention as being like,
Uh-oh.
look, there's
Uh-oh.
definitely a worry.
Uh-oh.
No.
That's the bomb.
Because Skronk did that because he thought that the rotation had him. Sure, this round's not going to be won, and Paz, he is farming up headshots, but it's still the bomb down. That's kind of the most important factor. OG had they actually have very good money, come to look at it. But now they've got really good money. Issue is, you've got the money, still 2 rounds down. If you have money, you have to be able to utilize it.
Oh, there's the AWP. So that is something to utilise, and everyone's got full utility as well. Nothing spared. Every opportunity now. And we haven't yet seen Modo on the AWP in this map. We already mentioned it, a bit of a rough one on Ancient. But now it's time. You got the AWP on Anubis. This should be his moment to open things up. We're seeing this become a lot more common now, which I kind of like. The jump spotting just over the smoke. Skronk, full blinding,
Oh my
catching
God.
Fiku, Banjo. Wow.
Oh dear.
How's that happen then?
Buzz shot back and Banjo's just a wild spams connected perfectly. Just like that, it's a 2-man advantage and a pretty must-win round for OG. But Crizzen, it's another good lurk around middle. That's something back. And the spam, oh, it's almost perfect. But ultimately, it looks like that spam wouldn't have even mattered because Paz is still continuing his reign of domination.
I will say, for OG, they're just really split up all the time. Like, Crizzen's doing that play, why is there a necessity to force the fight into connector for Fiku? I guess you're trying to go off timing, but you're untradeable. Double swing. It's actually Crizzen that's low HP, so he's on the AWP. He finds Skronk. You know Paz was in there because he killed your teammate. You know Banjo was out A main because he killed the others. Banjo is low. So a flashbang is being set up for Modo. But Banjo still gets him anyway. That's tough. And that's a save. A 6th round on this CT side here for Fire Flux. And I don't even think the AWP's going to be saved.
No, I've got that same feeling. Paz, that's the extra. That's just another multi-kill to add to his already rising tally. He's just getting 2 kills, 2 kills, 2 kills, 3 kills. And honestly, when you're putting this in the context of OG 3-6 down and now on a low buy on their T side of Anubis, that's definitely worrying, Brandon. It's definitely worrying. There's a lot of people that would say this already signifies Anubis. It does too as a 3rd map. Like just this position itself.
Oh, those
This is a
nades,
change of
yeah,
pace.
they don't even affect Soulfly though.
But the Tech 9s certainly do.
Yeah, but you've got, I don't know,
That nade does.
This feels good for Sensei. And Banjo.
Banjo needs to clear a main, but he's going to get backstabbed. But he'll take 2 down before. What are we doing? Buzz not activating. He was waiting for his players to take contact first, and because of that, he lets them die, and he subsequently dies himself. What a shot from Spook. He's got more AWP kills than Modo this series, it feels like.
Wow. What's the decider? Dust 2.
Dust 2. I think, got a feeling this round, if it's won, we're on Dust 2.
I think so. At least the AWP
As I said
is
last round, you
back
could argue
out.
it's already there.
I mean, yeah, this CT side has just looked invincible, but at the same time, I don't think OG have played a perfect game. It feels very 1-by-1, very independent. This alert smoke's not going to catch off Paz, he's already holding for it, but they're not interested in B, they want to go through mid again. They saw how much success they got with that Tech 9 round, and now they're looking to potentially just run it back. Banjo's heard the jump out of A main though. You might not be ready for how many players are actually in middle. Again, the B bomb site static. They're really trying to set Modo up here.
Oh, this is a good play. Soulfly, he's in a very awkward position here. He can't get the utility down, so they have just steamrolled out of camera for free. Finally, some showing of resistance and life for OG. Fire Flux just caught very off guard. You've got one guy fighting a main camera, you've got your mid player in Soulfly not putting down the utility, and there's 2 players dealt with very well. Fire Flux, they are going for this. They do have the money to, well, just always repurchase and... really? Bombs half ticks.
They got kids,
Prison's in camera.
smokes.
Prison's behind the smoke though in camera. That might be the kind of difference maker. That Molo would have been great for Pillar. That smoke misses the bomb, and yeah, they're not expecting Prison. He comes through, and because of that, they win.
Smoke did go on the bomb. But yeah, irrelevant. Because of Prison's backstab. Good to see that, look, we got different culprits, but they are stepping up a bit for OG now, like Spook, important double, Prison, important double, and then Modo hits his shot to make the retake basically improbable. Taking a 5th would feel like the best case scenario here if you're OG, and that is perfection from Modo. Oh, he saw the player backside.
And maybe even Soulfly.
Oh, wow.
My god, the spam. OG just, they don't even have the bomb. The whole point of this round is to bully towards B, and it's clear they don't want to commit because they didn't have the pieces ready to do so. Bomb's going to get collected now. They've got control of Connector. The Spook's been spotted.
And now he's modded himself off. You now know this isn't going to be the B play.
Yeah, Fire Flux. How do they reset? OG are resetting. What's the response from Fire Flux? Take Connector.
Oh, look at
Spook's
Spook.
distanced himself. He's going to hear them coming down. Willy.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, they're shifting and Spook just goes for a swing. Trade, good for Buzz, but very low HP. He's been spotted out towards A now. Banjo's still got a smoke towards A, so he could just smoke A main.
This is good from Sensei as well. Come back over towards middle because they've always ended through
Big
mid.
info.
And Paz has just gathered all of the info, yeah.
All 3 Connector now. We have only 2 smokes, one towards Temple.
Paz.
Sensei fallen, but Paz takes the timing. Modo down to the 1 versus 1. He picked up the opening kill in this round, and now he has to clutch up a 1 versus 2. Banjo, creeping so close, has to know that Modo is on the left side of this site, and as we start to narrow down the options, it has to be towards Connector. He's got a full belt of utility. He can just throw a Molo in. He's going for the peak. Modo holding the angle, but he misses the AWP shot, and Banjo will not miss his. He capitalizes upon the opportunity and extends the lead for Fire Flux going onto the T side.
Yeah, I actually like that decision from Banjo not to reveal himself by dropping utility. Also, he doesn't want to get time-in by the AWP, and he gives it a shoulder before he peeks in. Modo misses, and that's the nail in the coffin. I mean, what a CT half from Fire Flux. OG, they look pretty concrete in the last couple of rounds, but it took them a while to power up, and now you feel like the map is still out of reach, unless they have an unbelievable CT side. But I'll be real with you, Freddy, currently, can't see that happening. But that's a good catch. That's all the util. No, never mind, it's not.
That is a very good catch, and that should confirm that this is like a play towards A if someone's running across there. Modo and Buzz playing close. Is the flash going to come towards A main? That's almost a big nade, but it misses. Flashbang not into A main. They wanted to save it for the bomb site, and that could be their downfall. Here comes the flashbang, but Buzz playing anti swings out with the dual Berettas. Only trades his teammate for 1, but the layers here for OG, they're like an onion. Banjo left alone. It's a 1 versus 3. And he's actually pivoting over towards B. If he commits towards B...
He's just checking.
I was going to say, if he commits B there, boom, bomb down, loads of time to reposition.
But by him going silent, that means that they might push into A main.
They are going to, and Banjo meets them head on. Both players in front of him, tapping away, and what Spook does really nicely there is he just makes space for Fiku.
Yeah, it completely takes the crosshair away, and also that's just horrible to deal with if you're sort of trapped in an angle, as Banjo was. So, okay, a good setup, a good catch from Spook as well, in towards Connector. Fire Flux are going to force this, even though they didn't get the bomb down, which I think's a bit puzzling to me. Because you then make this a one-round game, and all the hard work, yes, still you are on T-side Anubis, but in essence it has been undone. You've now heard as well that that was a Mach 10 from Paz. So you know it's a force now, and you're going to play the round completely differently. That one spam, though, might have done enough.
We've just got onto the B-bomb site. Fiku down.
Wow.
Spook overrun. That's felt very easy. And OG, their success in the pistol round could just be negated by losing to the Tech 9s. Bomb didn't even go down, but we have so much confidence around us. Banjo's 16-6, and he's just pushing into CT. He has no care.
That feels like you've really dropped the ball if you're OG. They tried to play so passive on B because teammates were taking A main, but you have separated yourself. And you're also caught with utility. I think both players were trying to throw nades at the time that Fire Flux committed in. That's why they forced, because they thought they could break the economy early, and they have.
Yeah, I can understand these odds. That's bold from Scrung. Well, actually, yeah, it's a miss smoke towards window, and because of that, Kristen's actually got 2. I would assume Fire Flux are able to win out this map regardless of the outcome of this round, but do you think maybe if OG is still able to put up a fight, there's a chance? Oh, this round might not even be won, because Banjo has been perfectly flashed in by Sensei, and he's hit a perfect spray. And now, because of Spook's attention has been forced to change towards A, Paz in middle, they are going to double push him. Yeah, they're going to clear him, and Fiku is going to nail him with the Deeg. Now, forced to push ourselves out of A, we do have a weapon advantage. That's definitely something for Fire Flux. And they actually have the information that all 3 players are here, so they are running for the hills. They're running towards B, and Fire Flux, they aren't going to get there before, though. Spook's going to get towards Temple just before Sensei, but Sensei anticipates that. The instant headshot is collected. Bomb can now be planted. Krisen and Fiku looking to push while the bomb is planted, and one player is not looking, and Krisen spray transfers. He gets 2 kills at the start of the round, and then wins up the 1 versus 2. The IGL keeps OG alive.
Massive round from Krisen, but also good attention to detail from OG in general, because they could have been caught off guard by that lurk in middle. But by them hitting that kill on Paz, by Fiku grabbing that Deagle headshot, it completely twists the tides of it. And even the Krisen Fiku wide swing, Fiku goes first with the Deagle to set up the rifle for success. 4 kills for Krisen, AWP drop for Modo. Do I think they have a chance? Yes, but only if these next couple of rounds are won cleanly. Only if they've got a bit of bankroll, because if they get forced back, they can't keep replicating successes like that. They need to breed consistency now, and they've got all the tools to do so. Bar an MP9, flashbang not good enough, there's your opening kill. But hey, guess what? Mid open again. Oh, timing on that. Timing on all of it, actually. Fiku's rotated over.
This is good rotation from Fiku. Modo's AWP is holding deep connector. He's not going to be getting anything in this round as of now. Prison denied anything. Sensei, fantastic opening kill. It's forcing its aggression towards A main where Banjo's waiting behind the smoke. He's playing this really nicely. Only gets one, but it's big confirmation for Fire Flux that the bomb site is clear. That means the bomb can be planted and we are fixated towards A. Modo flashbang in, it blinds, but Soulfly still dinks with no vision. Good trade from Modo, and the retake for OG again successful.
Got to give a lot of credit there to Modo for following through with that second flashbang. And it was the spray, and it was almost the commitment of the fight, but it was an extra little bit of layering. Nice try from Fire Flux, but this retake was exceptional from OG because they didn't give them any time to work with. That's the key thing. They were stuck in that site, and they go looking for the one source of information that they have, players in A main, and they come up short. That round turns the tide in a lot in this series. If that goes the other way, if Fire Flux are able to convert, we're looking at Dust 2. Now it's game on.
Yeah. It's still weird because, like, how much weight do we hold in the CT side being the obviously worse and harder side?
They've looked better on CT, is something I will immediately say.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's like that seems very, like, you know, it's kind of weird because their T side was just really bad. But against Sinners, they got 5 rounds. They started CT side and got 5 rounds. They got 6 on T side and they lost 11-13. I feel like they're looking better on their CT side, and that's more of a prospect of how bad their T side was. And also how good Fire Flux's CT side was. Fire Flux were really good on the CT side. So I feel like when we get onto the rifles, we could just see that again for them on the T side.
Soulfly's just on the corner. Could he hit this deagle? Yes! Wow, what a shot from Soulfly. And ooh, an AWP. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw that backwards. I'm going to keep pushing forward with the deagle. Fiku will swing. And the AWP Sensei is not ready to punish. No trade, but keep your eye on Paz. In fact, it's Skrunk. Because he's working into A, but Buzz denies. And there's no time.
Okay. Just gonna make sure we draft the time before time here. Does Sensei want to save the AWP? Okay, well he's gonna die. Yeah, he's definitely gonna die before the time. And Crizzen, who had an MP9, is able to collect the AWP. So Mode's gonna get that, and we're gonna have all 5 players on primary rifles going into maybe the most important gun round for OG. Banjo and Paz have been having a fantastic game. If they, like, all it takes for them is just a moment of greatness, and we could unravel OG. OG have built up a good economy, though. Somewhat. They'll have enough for another purchase, and this is really cool from Spook. He's actually taking really early B main aggression. There's a lot of chunk damage to Scrung. That forces potentially Fire Flux to accelerate in towards middle, which will be a benefit to them. There's currently no one here, as we have 3 towards B and 2 towards A. Also,
Freddy.
Yeah, and also for OG, Spook takes contact early in B and then falls away, so we've lost all of that information. And we're just popping onto A, but Crizzen rotates perfectly through Temple, instantly traded, however, and now, here comes the focus on the A defenders. Buzz down, look at Fiku, replacing Crizzen, bomb denied, oh, Fiku! The backstab, it couldn't have come at a better time. He saves the day. All the attention's on Modo, and Modo just never falls. He sets Fiku up for success, and now Banjo, sure, he's got 19 kills, but this is far too much for him.
Oh, I mean, what a play from Fiku, and notice how he does it as well when he can hear them all running. So he just runs as well. Hey guys, it's your footsteps. It's your friendly player trying to come through camera. Just kidding. It's Fiku, the denier, bouncer, over at camera and throws them all out of Modo's club at A. 9 rounds each. This T side has looked flat, and you can say that about both of these teams. Really good responses from OG. It's instantaneous. Fire Flux have worked out that mid is the gap. The issue is they've now done this 2 rounds over. And you take a look at this now for OG and you start to think, okay, well, they're going to have players in towards middle.
I wonder how... I wonder if OG start just, you know, having someone mid. Because you were saying mid's always open. So, yeah. When do we just put someone there? Now, apparently. Oh, this is different.
Soulfly.
Ooh, wow, that timing. Almost scary. But Chrism, he looks back towards mid after clearing canals. And Soulfly just never even had the opportunity. Also, Spook's taken B main again. This time he's holding onto it. Kind of. Okay. What's big there, though, is... Look, we've lost a player. We're forced to use some of our utility to just... withstand OG. And we don't have much util to begin with.
Should be fine. Like, realistically... it should be okay. It should be fine. Smokes in camera. They're going to try and wrap Temple. 2 players are here. Nade doesn't do any damage. You got to go.
This is weird. This is
or maybe the fight just comes to you.
Fiku, he had a fantastic round in the previous, and again, he stands tall. Buzz also with a strong rotation through camera. And Fiku, it's another triple kill. That's back-to-back hat tricks for him. He survives on 1 HP, and that's the difference maker.
Wow. I mean... that gets really close, that gets dicey, that's a round with Deagles and Tech 9s, but it still ends with 3 alive, and it's funny because it's a role reverse. This time it's Buzz coming to help out Fiku, rather than Fiku bursting through middle to help out his counterpart. OG take the lead. 3 rounds away, and look, everyone is stepping up to the plate. Modo's still holding. He's been burned by this incendiary and by this peak before, but not in this round. He finds the opener. And Sensei somehow is on 10 HP.
Yeah, where's that come from?
Nades
Must have
over
been-
at A, I'm assuming.
Or spam from Chrism in middle? Oh, Chrism's dead.
Chris is dead.
Yeah, that's really good from Scrum. That's actually a massive trade to be getting, because look at what it does to the rotations. Everyone is floundering. Everyone's sparking a move. Spooks come over towards mid. You've got Fiku completely left alone on being isolated, but we are clearing out mid. We are being proactive with this. Issue is, there's no more utility really for Fiku, so he's going to have to play hard retake, and if he just gets instantly entried on, this could spell a lot of worry. Spook coming in the back lines, doesn't spot Banjo and Canals, and as mentioned, Fiku falls. This is now very troublesome for OG. After getting an opening kill, the only player even remotely close is Spook, but he might be offered up a freebie. There it is, onto Sensei. But Paz just swings in for the trade. That's very brazen from Paz. Sure, he catches the good timing, but he didn't know that beforehand.
Nah, I actually really rate that swing, because you're going to be assuming he's on the move after he gets that kill, so he just catches him. Although I'd be sitting here probably going the same way if he did get caught, thinking, why have you peeked that? But I would have done the same, but maybe that's why he shouldn't have done it. 3v2, gun saved. A good thing for OG here is that they have got money. They've been winning a number of these rounds back to back to back. So they can keep investing. Modo's got enough enough money for an AWP in his back pocket, but that also means he can drop rifles. Veto can also drop, so maybe you don't have to really influence Modo's economy all that much. One drop, if they lose the round, he can still get a sniper in the next.
Remember, whoever loses this series is eliminated. Whoever wins goes to playoffs. Big step for both teams who are still trying to prove themselves in this European circuit.
That was only
Sensei. Oh,
second
you have
round.
to wait. Look at that. Sensei goes for a peek in towards A main, and the Molotov from Buzz is perfect. It forces him into the scope of Modo. It's another big opening kill for the AWPer.
Didn't work last round though, they weren't able to capitalise on it. That's wild! That's such a wild swing from Spook, and he nearly catches Soulfly, but instead he's punished. But you're right, that was so unnecessary. And Paz is out B, and VQ gives it a cursory glance. Modo trades, and Modo goes looking even further. 3 versus 3, Soulfly's low, but Fire Flux ahead in A.
Buzz needs to come back towards A. He's going to be too late. They're already out. It's going to have to be a full retake. We've got utility for it. We've got kits for it. Buzz takes the advanced angle, but as that smoke blooms in his face, he has to respect it. Smoke towards heaven is really big here for Fire Flux, and the Molotov onto Krisen reveals his space. Modo... Ooh.
Timing.
Wait, Soulfly doesn't think he's seen anybody. Soulfly's now going back towards A, the bomb site, but that flashbang should give away Modo's position. He's just trying to take away attention, give his rifle a space to work with, who are coming out of heaven. They overrun Scrunk. Modo gets out-orped, and now Soulfly, it's his time to shine. Flash ineffective. First shot landed. Krisen trades out, and Krisen with 3 kills will put OG onto 11.
Great retake. And to be honest, by Modo being so loud and so vocal over at A main, he did exactly what you were speaking about. He gave the room. He was so influential in this round. The fact that Scrunk comes away with nothing there is actually criminal. He swings into both players, they're not ready for him. He gets the first bullet off, but it's not a headshot, so he's instantly deleted. And the fact that Chris is even just running with a USP to deal with Banjo, it's audacious, but it works. Last chance saloon now. Banjo going through the molly again, and it's the same result. Why do you keep trying to force through Buzz's molly?
Wow. Massive drop-off from Banjo as well, by the way. He was, what, like 19-6? 20-13. He's been completely negated. Paz is still firing, but no one else is alongside him. Soulfly, this is not the type of performance we anticipate from this superstar. And for OG, again, trying to take space out of B main, but this time Sensei's holding. Spook will fall. Paz now. Contact in middle, it's a big trade, but we still put ourselves in a 3 versus 3. Soulfly's Molo is going to force them forward. It's another trade, but this time the HP favors Fire Flux. They knew Sensei was top mid. They don't know where Scrunk is. And Fiku's just has made a lot of noise in connector, and Buzz is actually gambling over towards the B bomb site. This creates a pathway for Fire Flux through middle.
They won't expect Temple though, and Buzz is now looking back. If they walk to Temple...
They're walking Temple.
Then Buzz can catch them. Remember, Sensei's only got the AWP, so he has to hit both shots, and look at him backing up. Sensei drops the Molo. Biku now can't progress. A smart decision, he can plant. But the plant's actually a little bit weird. He wants to take this fight.
Smoke down towards camera.
He's so low.
Oh, imagine if Fiku just nades the smoke here. This is a brazen play from Sensei, playing in the smoke. Both players playing for the fade. And the AWP misses. Wow. These clutches are all coming out in favor of OG. And that means OG so close to completing the comeback. One more round, and it's the CT side comeback for OG to push themselves into playoffs and deny a third map.
Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. You were down 8-4, and now you're winning 12-10. Going for the smoke fade is ridiculous, but it's the unexpected that might have got the best of Fiku. They were both so incredibly low. If only that was relayed, if only Sensei went with the pistol, but how was he to know? 2 chances to close now in regulation. Overtime, a guarantee already for OG in their second map. 1 round needed for playoffs. I can't believe this. This is such a choke, really, from Fire Flux. 2 rounds only on your T side. You need to match OGs, and we said OGs was pretty poor.
Such a weird Anubis, dude. Fire Flux got 2 rounds so far on their T side. Oh.
6 rounds total of T-side action.
And we're going into round 23. We really want to be committing out B here. OG have put a lot of pressure time in and time out. There's no ult to hold for. Acceleration actually straight towards B. Prison drops counter utility. And Buzz tries to hold the spray, but only can get 1. 2 should be identified towards connector. That smoke, they're going straight through it. They don't care. Fiku eliminated on the back of the bomb site. Spook, the rotation's good, but Crizzen dies as the final anchor. Where's Modo? Nowhere to be seen. And now he has to come up with another clutch for OG.
And he can't make noise.
A save here wouldn't be bad.
Noise.
Wouldn't hate a save. Well, like, it's also, look at the economy. We've got 1,400 lost bonus for OG, and Spook's on 300. Fiku's on 1,200. Buzz, 3k, he'll be able to buy up. Crizzen, barely. Modo can drop, like, a FAMAS, maybe?
He's not saving this.
Yeah, he's also not saving. Skrunk's got him. Modo's not even thinking that this could be a possibility. And a very meek B defense. With only 1 player, those 3 guys on the actual anchor get 1 kill. And it's Buzz at the very beginning.
You know what's crazy there is the fact that that call, it was read into by OG because they had 3 players there. They had the right read of the situation, but they get outclassed in the gun department. You feel like Buzz is a guaranteed second, but the spray a little bit windy. Yeah, this is a rough purchase to make. I said this year I'd be potentially a little bit more transparent with the tech pauses. We've had a few this series. I'll peel back the curtain and I'll give you some of the reasons, okay? On Ancient we had 1 because Sensei typed cat. And now Crizzen's keyboard. We've had a lot of timeouts for animals in CCT. Cypher had 1 when his puppy did a wee-wee on the floor. That was a good time. Remember that, Freddy? He's not here.
I was laughing, muted. I remember it clear as day. That was years ago.
Look at this push.
Oh, Skrunk's being held for. Massive. Look at
so
the
much control.
Because, like, that's so important. We've got a Deagle, MP9 for mass, and now one of those Deagles has been upgraded to an AK. That 1 kill not only just gives the advantage, but also put a pistol onto a primary rifle. That is, you cannot understate how important that is for OG.
And the best bit, they've all got out of there. And now you have to try and retake. You have to try and move forward into taking this space. And you're so disjointed, you don't know what's going on. You've got a double setup in towards A main. Buzz won't find anything. It's this Molo play. They're going through it. No, they're not. You've still got 3 defenders on B. Paz thinks he's got a good time in here over to B main, but as they both move over towards connector, you still got Fiku watching that delicately. Sensei has to hit this shot. It has to be instant. Or maybe it's Paz. Cleared.
Oh, Spook and Crizzen. That's it. That's over. 24 rounds and Banjo, there's nothing he can do. OG, 4 rounds on the T side. We said it was over. We said it was going to Dust 2. We said it was going to Dust 2 before the half even ended. And now OG, they excel to playoffs. Fire Flux left, wondering what went wrong, their head in their hands. I have no idea how they've let that slip, and it's been a very disappointing few days for Fire Flux after a very good start to the year.
Yeah, but I mean, what a good response for OG, and winning Anubis in that manner is only going to propel their confidence. And shout out as well, just the OG fandom that have stuck with them for so long, because for a while this team has been memed quite a lot. I think here they've proved themselves now. They made the playoffs of this event. It did take them 3 goes of it, and I think what's great is I think they've actually been a bit unlucky in some of the losses. That Fnatic game, all the clutches weren't going their way, but in this one, where it really matters, now everything shows up. The amount of times you watch the demo back in Fire Flux, you're going to feel a bit hard done by, because Buzz was on 1 HP so many times. Veto was on literally 1 HP in that Anubis game as well. So commiserations to them, but congratulations to OG. And if we take a look now at the standings, they are complete. We now know who is completely attending the playoffs of Season 16. Spirit Academy, Ecstatic, Amcal, Fnatic, Sinners, Monte, Paravision, and OG. From the Swiss stage, by the way, then enter the playoffs. And they will be, obviously, the playoff invites also incredible, by the way. 9 Pandas, Ents, Bait, Bet Boom, Passion UA, New Look Passion UA with Kavem and Topper, which is really cool. Obviously, Guns as well in the playoffs invite. Imperial women's team, playoffs invite team as well. So, a Medisport. It's going to be good. It's going to be a really good playoffs.
Aurora's
and you got Anders. Anders has come in.
Yeah, he makes it even better. My one big question mark over some teams is 9 going 0-3. That's a woeful start to the year. Aurora as well. New look Aurora with they've just signed Patsy, right?
Yeah,
and Grix got promoted from the academy team. That's another pretty woeful beginning of the year for some of those teams. Luckily for them, it is an unranked tournament, so there's actually no real repercussions apart from just bad form. But I think I've mentioned on broadcast a few times with you, I find getting these wins, no matter what they are, just simply getting wins, such a big deal at the beginning of the year for these teams.
Yeah. Absolutely, and here we actually had 2 zeros all the way through today. Paravision versus Sashi was dominant. OG versus Fire Flux, an outclassing on Ancient, and then Anubis was a team comeback effort. Shout out to Paz, who played fantastically. Banjo did well on map 2, but unfortunately they're the only names you can really single out. For OG, you can pick any one of those players and explain the amount of impacts that they had. They deserved to make it through to the playoffs, and they did. And to be honest, Freddie, with that done, and obviously that concludes the group stage, that means that we're on a little bit of a break for a few days. It's a few days, and then it's the playoffs. Don't worry, the 4 best of 3 action will return soon. Thank you to everyone that has tuned in. Have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you in a couple of days for the CCT Series 16 EU playoffs. Take care. Bye bye.